Hello, everybody, and welcome to the Monday Sound Stream. We've got
Hi, Dr. Soundout.
hi. It's fun
Soundout.
because I got a blank
You
wall.
don't.
Yeah, that is weird.
Did, it's gone. The straw hat stole it.
Yes, Straw Hat stole my shelves. Shelves
Question.
moved. Actually, you guys can't see it because of the outline. IKEA delayed my delivery till today, so the shelf is just sitting here in a box. Needs to be built.
Question. When you moved the shelf out, how much dust and grime was behind the shelf?
Plenty. I had to vacuum like crazy after I got all the because I hadn't moved that shelf in I don't know how long, but yeah, I do a lot of cleaning, but it worked out, and the new shelf should be pretty great to put up as well, so that'll be good. Yeah, it's just weird right now. I set the delivery. They're like, when would you like it to be delivered? I was like, Saturday would be perfect, and they're like, cool, it's delayed till Monday, and I was like, oh, okay.
Hey, it's better than Walmart. I tried to pre-order the next Cartoon Collection Samurai He-Man. And they said, "Oh, it'll release on Wednesday, next Wednesday." All right. Wait to then I check on the Thursday, going like, wait a minute, check that, still hasn't revived yet. Oh, then the next day, order canceled. Then why did you
Jeez.
put up? Why did you put up the pre-order in the first place?
No, not the Super Saiyan 4 Goku Amazon thing that
Oh,
happened to me.
God, yeah.
It's like I hear nightmare stories of the Mattel Walmart exclusive pre-orders are nightmare.
Mhm.
Apparently,
You
and
haven't
so
been
it's like,
trying to get those Ranger Kaiju ones, have you?
oh no, I
That's just
haven't.
hard.
I
My
heard
stores
they're
aren't
really hard.
carrying them.
Oh really? I
Yeah.
don't. Oh yeah, because are they first to market to Target,
They're
right?
first to market to
Target,
Target,
yeah.
and I looked them up on the Target app, and it said not sold at this store for every store. And I went and checked a store with the barcode scanner thing, and they don't show up in the system. And I'm like, oh,
Oh damn.
okay.
That's
Um,
the reminder that retail support is really important. I think
mhm.
some people don't really realize that.
Also, I saw a
So,
report that Target's going to be reducing the size of their toy sections,
yep. I think they're really
Aw,
tired
which
of.
not really that surprising because
I think because
that's
like, well,
principle.
Lego has 2 aisles, and like
Yes,
there's
it
a bunch
does.
of
At least mine
a,
does.
lo-
yeah,
a lot of aisles are. I expect a lot of the baby. Like I think like the main 2 aisles of the action figures will probably stay. Lego will probably get 1 aisle, and then the baby stuff probably gets shrunken down and
yeah.
stuff
Because
like
I,
that.
I noticed
I
just
imagine.
like a ton of stock does not sell, which is a whole economic thing, but also like the prices of everything are just too high, and I think that Target's tired of just sitting on that much like retail space.
Prices. I think it's like one of those things where it's like when it comes to we keep talking about the death of the kids toys a lot of time, and I think the problem is like a lot of toy companies keep. I think a lot of time the toy companies overestimate. I mean, of what kids want. I think kids just want fun toys and not try to. I mean, it's the problem with the Lego Smart Brick is
Mm.
like Lego thinks, kids want smart technology, blah blah blah. And like, no, I think kids want fun
And kids
sets.
want affordable toys because if they're not affordable, their parents won't buy them for them. And I
And
think
that's the
making them more expensive with like stuff like Smart Brick is just a bad idea. We should be going down in prices, not up in prices. But
Exactly.
it's the corporate mindset of, oh, squeeze more money out of a smaller group of people. So, anyways, am I doing any holothon? I need Super Grover and Tiger Claw, but we'll see if they actually show up in my stores or not.
I thought it was so weird when I saw Tycho's already out. Like he's already out.
Yeah, he's part of the
It's like
holothon.
okay.
So he'll be, at Target first and then show up other places later, but holothon sucks. I hate it. It's like the worst thing ever. It's like we're
It's
gonna
like
release all this product at Target, and then it's like then it
it's show
depends
your
on if
wallet.
you're yeah.
I think that's a problem, right? With I think the holo's not bad in concept, but the fact that it's not every store does it is a
I
problem.
think the problem
In
is that
such.
NECA is a vendor product, and yet they still can't get every store to have everything. It's like all hit or miss. Your store could have 5 of the items or all 15. Your store could have one of them. Your store could get nothing. Like why, if you're but this is also because NECA fired a bunch of their vendors, so they're doing them regionally now instead of like one vendor per state. They have like one vendor per like 3 states. And so basically, it's like what should happen is all the stock should go out to every store at the same time, and you could just go on the first day of Haulathon, and it'll just be there. And then
I think that's really the
that's what it
problem.
should be. But they've done this for 5 freaking years, and not a single time has that ever happened.
I think that's really the biggest problem right now with currently in the toy industry is just availability in stock. I mean, like, because I think like lines like Jazzware, like what like stuff like Jazzware and Japanese, I honestly think makes some of the best kids toys right now. But the problem is stock, and I don't know who's to blame for that. I don't know, it's the companies themselves. Not, I mean, like I heard, like they're on the Jazzwares like FNAF saying that they're trying to get their stock better, but I think really at the end of the day is up to the retailer. At the end of the day, to stock it or not is
Yeah.
the problem. And it's always a goddamn gamble at which
And
stores it is.
it really is, and it's like if me as a collector can't find stuff, how is a kid supposed to find stuff? And
It's really it's
yeah.
like the show. Yeah, it's it's definitely a lot of things. I think again, I think so many people think, oh, because kids are on iPads. I think a lot
I
of
mean,
people
also there is a factor like a parent makes an
we're in a
iPad, that's a one-time purchase, right?
yeah.
And it does
And
all
also,
these things, and then they don't have to even
I also
keep
think
the kid's
it's I
attention.
even then like I do think some people do over exaggerate on that because yeah, is that true? Definitely, but like I don't think every kid's on their iPad. But also
No.
second, it's also the case of just as you said, the price prices are getting too expensive for things, and also um I kind of forgot what I was about to say, but yeah, no, it just that's the thing. The problem is, I think
I think
is just
prices are
is
the
people.
number one source of the problem, right? Because it's like,
Yeah,
if you buy your kid an iPad for, and there's cheap iPads for like $200. You buy your kid an iPad for $200, that entertains them forever, quote unquote, right? Whereas like you buy your kid a $20 action figure, that's going to entertain them for like a couple hours. You need to buy them more action figures. So it's like, do you buy them 10 action figures or one iPad?
yeah, and that's always the
Oh,
case by
plus you can do
case
payment
scenario.
plans on iPads. You can't do payment plans on toys.
That's
Yeah,
true. Sure
and
you can. Yeah.
it is always like a case by case thing.
Yeah.
Also, but that's the thing. I think a lot of these companies are really too focus groupy. Like every kid's like that. I'm like, no, like it's
The
honestly,
way that business used to be done, and this goes for like entertainment, toys, everything pretty much, was you just throw out a wide range of options and then you see what sticks. And then inevitably what will happen is that some of those things won't do as well as others, but the things that do well will make up for the things that don't do as well, so you still make money like overall. But nobody wants to do that anymore. They want every product every piece of media, whatever, has to be the huge hit. Like every single thing has to be a hit, and it's like it never goes that way. You got to do a wide variety so that way everything hits a little bit different. So then you come on top making money from the overall experience, not just the individual product.
yeah, no, definitely. And I
Yeah.
think that's the problem, and that's the problem with current toy companies. Because I think like oh, there's some like I think especially with the YouTuber toys I've been seeing, it's getting ridiculous. I'm actually gonna post one in the stream chat because I have never heard of this YouTuber before. I'm like, yet this person gets toys, and he's into that. And by the way, no hate on the YouTuber, it's just like when you're just kind of walking about in the toys aisles and you
Yeah,
see that, you
this
go
is no
like,
hate on the YouTuber, and also a reminder that I'm 30 years old. I have no idea who this is.
yeah, I saw that like,
Exactly.
who are you?
Guys, I'm
Like
never
why?
launching
Like,
my own toy line because I think the embarrassment of doing so would be too much for me.
you think there's a difference between like. As much as I see the Mr. Beast stuff down there, and for honestly, I
I mean,
think
at
the
least I
Mr.
know
Beast.
who Mr. Beast is.
Well, even then, like
Please.
the Mr. Beast toy line, I will say that as much as like, is it weird that Mr. Beast gets a toy line? Yes, but I'll give you credit. It's not him. I mean, there is some like himself like weird
Yeah.
figures, but most of it is like
He's not on the
Tiger.
packaging, right?
Well, he is, but like the fit toys and stuff are like Beast guys or robot. Actually, there is a cool mecha toy I got from the Mr. Beast one because this looks cool. And to me, I just look at it's just Mr. Beast funding
Is
a
this
toy
how
line
like the
for Moose.
Skibbity toilet action figures are actually pretty decent suit bodies for customs?
Yeah, it's like,
Yeah.
it's one of those things where it's like it's one of those things where it's like that stuff I don't mind where it's the YouTuber is sponsoring it, but like it's really just a original toy line just to help the YouTuber helps
Hmm.
kids. Like but like what's the actual YouTuber themselves? I always question because like I get the kids will recognize the person, but would they? But like the things are because I was judging by the Preston place of that's like discount Minecraft stuff. Why
Yeah.
would kid want to discount Minecraft stuff when the Minecraft toys are right over there? Scenario like that.
Mhm.
Exactly.
It's like it's kind of the bad kind of marketing I think companies like that are doing, where it's like this person's popular. Let's make stuff with him, and not like and not just like like not, this IP they're playing. Cause I always see like let's
Oh,
plays. I
Hellfire
always
says I still don't know how the Scooby toilet toys are legal because they're using designs based on Half-Life. I didn't know that.
they al- they
Yep.
alter them. It's like they because
So what we're saying is there's a lot of this stuff that's just basically bootleg merchandise that just got an official name slapped
practically
to it. Ah, that's raw. Ah, that's
practically
awful.
it's so weird, and like I think it's like
Should I launch the Soundout12 Lightning Collection and we just reuse the old Lightning Collection bodies with new helmets and call it a day? Because that's what it feels like, right?
it weirds me out that like Fresh Monkey Studios is it Fresh Monkey that's just the Santa Claus line, the
Yeah.
999. So it weirds me out that the packaging is just the Marvel Legend box, like down to the
You
T.
know what weirds me out is the fact it's March and I don't have the sleigh yet. What happened to the sleigh, man?
Yeah. No,
Yeah.
I think it's like I think that's the current problem, and like Hasbro is like doesn't help either.
Mhm.
Because I think it's just like I think kids at the end of the day, I think what kids want is something cool. And I think and like I don't think like a lot of the YouTuber merch, like, cause I'll give like Skibidi Toilet credit. That's like an actual like series on YouTube, web series on YouTube.
There's actual, like,
So
fiction behind it, right?
yeah, so I don't blame kids. So like, I want the Skibidi Toilet toy because that's something they
Mhm.
recognize on the YouTube show they watch. But like when kids like want, I want the YouTuber toy, and I'm like, well, is it? Are you getting it because like is it because you just recognize the meme? I think it's just
Yeah.
that case scenario. Is that it's just interesting as we're old people, and like we we grew up with original IPs that we sadly don't get much anymore.
Or
Essentially
reboots of
that,
original IPs.
and we don't even get those much
Yeah,
anymore
we don't
in
get much
terms.
of anything. But that being said, I will say, as Velquint says, will One Piece Season 2 spoilers be marked? Yes, as you can see on our outline of today's show, it's going to be the last segment of the day after the toy news, and I'll have a big old banner that just says spoilers. So that way you guys know when we get to that. Because today's show is basically going to be, let's go through the news, and then we'll talk about One Piece Season 2. Because I want to say that I will give big warnings before we get to the spoiler section. One Piece Season 2 I think is fantastic, but everything I want to talk about is spoilers, so
It's
I thought
spoilers.
there's no way to do it otherwise. Let's just do it as a spoiler cast. So, it'll just be that,
Speaking
but
of
we'll do it
one,
as a separate section.
speaking of One Piece, what happened last week on the channel?
I lost my damn mind. No, actually, I was very happy with this result. I was very happy with this result. Um, so, One Piece Season 2 prompted me to make the insane endeavor of the One Piece viewing guide, which I thought about. Like somebody suggested at some point. I've thought about it since I started like reading One Piece. I was like, yeah, I was like, how am I going to do this? And I figured it out, and I'm
You
really
did it.
proud of the result.
You didn't. I commend. You did in a way that I think the problem with One Piece for a lot of people getting into it is they see the number and get intimidated by it. But
Yeah,
like if you actually like simple, like just explain things simple, like in a nice digest format. I say digest in a 1 hour video,
it's
but
one
like
hour and 20 minutes, but
yeah, you describe
yeah,
things in a very simple way because I think One Piece, at the end of the day, is not that complicated. It just Oda just likes to tell these stories and just doesn't know when to stop. A scenario like
yeah.
that.
It's like the Odyssey, right? Like the setup's pretty simple, and then it just kind of builds from there, right? And so I think that was like the best way. I was approaching it. I was like, if I go with no spoilers, I was also like, I don't even need to give a descriptor of a bunch of these arcs. I can just be like, this is the next arc. Hey, Brooks shows up here. Like, little details, right? Um,
Mm.
but like, it was just I thought like if I break this down, if I break it into chunks, because when I went to read One Piece, it's like, yeah, you look at it, the Shonen Jump app, and it's like latest chapter 1176, and I was like, yeah, that's intimidating. But then I went, so what I do, and then I do this with a lot of like long series. I just went and started typing up my notes, and I was like, all right, how long is each arc? And so I'd write down like, oh, Romance Dawn is chapters 1 to 4. Oh, that's not too bad. all right, Orange Town, that's 5 to 8. Oh, that's not too bad. And then you start to get perspective, and then you're like, okay, Dressrosa's coming up, and that's like 100 chapters. I'll take a little break. I'll take 2 weeks off of One Piece, go do some other stuff, and then I'll come back to it, and then I'll tackle Dressrosa. And I was like, made my way all the way through it, and then after Dressrosa, like, all right, I'll take another break. So this is a little bit of a lengthy arc coming up next. And so I
Well,
think that was like my approach to the guide was I broke it down for myself, and it didn't feel so
yeah,
intimidating. And then I broke it down in the video in a similar manner that way.
long form shonen are honestly not that hard to get into because as long as you don't just binge everything in one day, you're not gonna get tired by it. When I began my journey to watch Bleach, Red Bleach, I didn't get tired at all because I paced myself. I
Yeah.
paced myself, and the only time I really just kind of binge read is when I was just that into the story, where it's like I must get to the next. All right, done that one, get to the next one because I was that engrossed to it and such like that.
And
I
it's
mean, like,
I've been doing that with like Undead Unluck, where I've been taking like breaks between arcs, or I've been doing Sailor Moon. I could just I don't know. I could drop a bunch of cash and get a bunch of volumes. But what I'm doing is that like I just got volume 3. I'm gonna finish volume 3, go to Barnes and Noble, order volume 4, wait for that to show up. So that way I'm kind of like again pacing it out a little bit and kind of spending more time to enjoy it. Too.
yeah, no,
Yeah.
definitely. And I mean, like, for example, like me, when I first showed my partner all Dragon Ball, that wasn't hard at all. Like, we watched all the original Dragon Ball, then Kai, what does movies and mix, then
Mm-hmm.
Super. It wasn't that hard, really. It's because we did that over like days or weeks and such like that. It was a very breezy time to watch and such like that. I think
Yeah, I've been reading the Dragon Ball manga and the Viz Bigs. I took a bit of a break because I finished volume 16, so I was like, all right, time skip break. But it's such a like Cal knows too. Like you can just read an entire arc of Dragon Ball in one sitting and not even realize it happened.
Exactly. So I remember we were talking about like the Red Ribbon Army's too long, and I was like, "What are you talking about?" Because I just read the manga, and I was like,
I
"Oh,
think
you mean the anime with all the filler? Okay."
And if you're
well,
watching
even
it
then,
weekly, it takes forever too.
yeah. No,
Yeah.
and here's the thing. Also, with I mean, I think with shonen material, essentially, they're besides like I think like what Wano, most of these big arcs have mini arcs in them. Like you
And
can't
even
say Red
Wano
Ribbon.
has I don't know if they replicated in the anime, but in the manga they're like beginning act 1, end act 1. Like there's 3 acts to Wano like it's a kabuki stage play.
Yeah, like I mean, like
So,
Cal's mentioned Red Ribbon, but like
yeah.
in Red Ribbon, you got what you got technically it first begins
Muscle
with the
Tower is a sub
Muscle
arc.
Tower. That was like
Mhm.
one arc. Then the pirate stuff with Blue.
That is a
Then
sub. Yep.
the then Corn's Tower. Then the Baba tournament, and then the raid on the fortress. Like that on. So it's like it's split to nice condensed chunks of arcs. I think like some of the bad shonen arcs, at least to the presentation, is when they don't have those nice
Like Naruto.
breaks. Yeah, no,
The
yeah, the
fourth
about to bring
great
in
Boy,
ninja
Naruto.
yeah.
war is the most insane thing, and then the
I
anime
still haven't
the anime
finished it.
tries to break it up, but they can't.
I try to go through all of Naruto, and I still haven't done it because I just can't. I just like, oh right.
Yeah, it's that fourth great ninja war arc is I think it was such a huge mistake to be like this is 2 days, but it's like 400
Yeah,
I know,
I
episodes.
know.
I know. I love My Hero. I love My Hero so much, but it is ridiculous. That series is really 2 years in universe. It's something that it really should have been throughout the whole like school year. It's like that. Like I joke about. Like some people get really too mad at that. I kind of joke about it because it is kind of ridiculous that all the stuff that happens in that series happen in when the
Hmm.
kids are all the characters are in like their like second like first and second years of high school and such like that. And
Blade Raider
such.
does bring up a good point. Toonami airing gaps were a big reason why people think a lot of the Dragon Ball stuff is longer than it is. Like the Frieza stuff feels
I feel.
longer, and the Red Ribbon stuff feels longer when it aired because they would take months off between episodes, and so that it felt like you're trapped in that arc for so long. But when you go back and watch it, like now that it's done, it's very breezy. It's very breezy for Dragon Ball. Oh, is it J Pocket
I
also
think
mentioned even Dressrosa has the Coliseum arc and then everything after following the Birdcage. Yeah, there's like it's even though Dressrosa is like 100 chapters, like the first 40 is like Coliseum, and then the last 60 is like Birdcage. So it's like it's still even broken down to that.
Mhm.
And that's what
I
I
think
think.
also I
That's
think
to the benefit of a lot of things like One Piece and Dragon Balls, that they break down the big arcs into sections within those arcs too.
I think also because like I mean, nowadays we don't really get much filler nowadays. Even then, like in the modern day of streaming, if you really do not want to watch the filler, you can skip it
And
if you
that's why I
really
also
want
wanted to do
to.
with the guide was not to go, oh, skip this filler, but like if you did want to skip Ruluka Island or Spa Island, or you're like I have a friend who's watching One Piece and he got to G8 and he's like, can you tell me what episode this ends? I'm not into this arc. And I was like, it's filler, you're good. Here, just skip to this and get to Long Ring Longland. Like, that's kind of like, I think the guide, I didn't want to make the guide, like, as I think, a lot of the filler stories, they do have their place. Like, some of them are great. I actually really liked, the first filler arc, the Warship Island. I actually liked that one. But, I think having a guide that could be like, if you're not feeling a filler arc, okay, this one's not important. I can just jump ahead to this episode and get on to the next thing. I think it's kind of like with the guide. Like, I know someone in the chat mentioned like having like a Google Doc checklist. I kind of want you to make your own guide in a way too. Like, you can kind of like build it off of this video and decide like, oh yeah, I'm going to include this novel, or I'm going to skip all the novels. I'm going to skip all the games. Ooh, I'll include the TV specials, or that kind of thing. I wanted to just like lay it all out so then you all can figure out how you want to approach it. And the comments have been like 100% positive, which is the first.
Honestly, I'm really happy about the reception. That video, you got some really good reception from what I saw.
And the manga video that came before it, since we kind of just skipped over it, when I was going through the notes for the viewing guide, I was like, man, I do have to just keep pausing and going, well, Viz published these in English, and Viz didn't publish this in English. And so I thought, all right, instead of coming up with a completely separate video for Wednesday, what if I just excise all that manga and novel info and just make its own video? And I think it worked out brilliantly.
Yeah, no, definitely it did.
Because
The thing
I
is,
think these three
there's gonna
videos
be
all work standalone, but they all interlock together, which I think is
gonna be
really
people,
cool.
because there's gonna be people only reading the manga. There's gonna be people only watching anime, and so it's good to have both in
Yeah.
that case scenario.
And I think it was good because that way the guide is focused on the story, and then the other two are focused on what's been released. And I think that kind of like they all kind of interlock nicely. It worked. I think it worked out great. I'm pretty happy with this whole thing. Also, I was doing costume changes for the first time in a viewing guide.
I'm disappointed you didn't put a giant scar in your chest.
I was not going to commit to that. But I will say the fun part about the video that you guys may not know, I shot that viewing guide completely out of order.
I imagine. All right, you'll go insane if you
Yeah.
didn't.
I'm glad because it kept my energy level up by not going just start to finish. But there was two reasons for this. One, I needed my hair to be in a certain way when I was wearing the straw hat, because the way that the straw hat fits, like the front part of my hair needs to be kind of like sticking out a little bit, right? So I had to make sure I did the straw hat segments before I did the segments with Law's hat, because that thing just squeezes my head because it's a size too small.
Yeah, you mentioned it. I kind of love you mentioned that.
I thought I'd just mention it because I was like, at that point, I was starting to sweat, and I was like, just bring this up as a comment.
Santa, after that, yes, what you didn't guys see is Santa was, when you look at the camera, he was hallucinating. Beppo was holding the camera
Yeah.
instead of the tripod. That's how much it was squeezing his head.
It really was. Like, I was like, man, I wish I hadn't committed to this being also on for Whole Cake.
Hellfire. I need to do a boogie cosplay to match Santa being Luffy.
Yes. No, absolutely. So anyways, and the other thing was the last segment filmed was the last segment film was East Blue and Alabasta, because I
on Netflix. Because on
filmed
Netflix.
this. Yeah, because I filmed all of that, the whole video. I filmed the entire thing Monday night, and I got everything filmed, and it was like 12:45, and I was like, okay, if I wait 15 minutes, Netflix will update. I can look at the season 2 episode descriptions. I can put in the notes. I can film these last 2 segments, and then I can just spend the rest of the week editing. And so I did that,
Also,
and it worked out
I mean,
perfectly.
yeah. Also, you had to film these at night because you're filming this in your room, so
Yeah,
like you don't want the sun destroying the light balance.
exactly. Especially because I was shooting it out of order. You didn't want me like having the sun be gone during East Blue, and then it shows up during Dressrosa and that kind of thing. Yeah.
It's like Zoro being lost. It's just somehow it's daytime.
Yep. Velquid says, kind of cool seeing how all three One Piece videos in a row are on track to do about the same views. Really good work. Thank you, because that was my biggest concern, is that like one of these would flop out of the three, and it would make everything uneven. But the fact they're all being consistently viewed says to me it's about the same audience watching all three. Because
Some new
sometimes
people,
the views go up and down, and I'm like, did the audience miss a video? But it seems like everybody's been catching it, which has been great.
well, I saw a lot of new people, so like wasn't the
Yeah.
usual regulars, so it's just nice to see.
Yeah, it expanded beyond my normal audience. Also, there's a ton of Easter eggs in these videos that are like very subtle. I won't point them all out to you, but if you guys notice the colors I used for the text on the title cards, home is red for Luffy, video is green for Zoro, history is orange for Nami, and then I used a darker orange for Usopp on every, yellow for Sanji on Viz, and then a pink for Chopper on release. And so on the viewing guide, there's purple for Robin, blue for Frankie, dark purple for Brooke, and then a light orange for Jinbei. So that's the level of detail I was going into all this.
I would say the One Piece bug really did get me. I mean, we were gonna talk about when we get to when we talk about season 2, but like before I canceled my pre-orders for figure arts Usopp and Chopper because it just needs to save money. But then after it, I'm like, I was desperately wanting Robin, so I pre-ordered the Mega House Robin figure because like that at least semi-match my.
I have her on pre-order. I
hero.
saw Muteki get one in the Discord server, and I was like, "Oh right, she's coming out soon."
I pre-ordered on Big Bad and like 100 and like it was 100. I'm like, look, there's barely Robin figures for some dumb reason. So I figured, well, she's 7 inches, but like Frankie's always the nightmare to scale with everybody. So like, look,
and
everybody's
she
already
is
out
canonically
of scale.
6'3".
Yeah, she is a tall woman from I feel the height chart. So like, she won't look that off next to the 6-inch enemy heroes, Fishman Islands.
Like the Nami won't work, but the Robin could.
Yep.
Yep.
I really just want Bandai America to make a deal. Just put the European Bandai or online retailers. Damn it, it's so annoying. There is just that hole of those two specifically, just those two.
I know. I really want I don't have the only Jinbei merch I have is a T-shirt and a Funko Pop.
I think they should just screw with scaling because Jimmy would never be in scale because how.
I think they're just trying to figure out how to work joints into him. He's kind of squishmallow shaped.
I think they should. God, you know what? God, man, Blockies. Can you get the one? Can you work out? Get the One Piece license.
That would be perfect. That'd be perfect because I buy. You guys know, like from the backdrops and everything, I buy a lot of the One Piece Funko Pops just because nobody else makes the stuff that Funko's making, and they do a pretty good job with them. Like the Kaido and the Big Mom are fantastic.
I didn't care to write if we're gonna do the tier list of care to write of like toy lines, I guess, for One Piece. Like, I mean, they're statues, so I'm not gonna count statues. And I know technically Funko Pops are statues, but they have one point of articulation, so that counts.
Yeah.
It's like Funko's number one because they can produce those in millions somehow. And I guess
I bought the Funko Pop of Kuro just because it's like, oh, who makes Kuro merch?
Number two is probably from what I seen, the Variable Action line because they make more. Because I think with the Variable Action line, from what I saw, you got your main cast, but like I saw they made like what I think Perona, who barely gets stuff. I saw they make Perona, and they're probably other characters, but like Perona was the big one I saw where it's like, oh, they made figure Perona. I was surprised to see.
Yeah,
and such like that.
That's one I've thought about getting. The other, what is the other line? There's it's those the little Bandai figures, like the Chibi style figures, the WFC figures. They do a lot of characters in those too.
I think figure probably third place because we got like Bonnie and
Marco.
Pineapple. you call my Zach about. I'm gonna call my Luffy calls it. It's the Pineapple.
Yeah. I was looking back. I was thinking about who else I got. Oh right, I have like a Funko order I made that is gonna come in, and everybody in the Discord's gonna be like, "Why'd you buy so many Funkos?" And be like, "Look."
Funkos is my sore nemesis of like they're the only one making this much merch of a certain series, and I hate that because I don't like the Funko Pop aesthetic. But it's like hey, I give them credit for making a lot of characters.
Like I got this very consistent Fantastic Four Funko Pop set that's like up on my bookshelf because I just like the way they look together. But I will say the thing with the One Piece ones is that they go around the thing that I don't like about Funkos. I don't like the no mouth thing, but a lot of them have mouths for One Piece.
I think because it's just you lose the identity. You really
like Frankie. If Frankie didn't have a mouth, he would look wrong. So like I'm glad that he does.
There's a lot of, like One Piece, like Oda's character design really relies on their unique mouth shapes and such like that, and such.
Oh, there also was another short last week. I almost forgot about it because I kind of just made it real quick. It was just the Moose Toys going merry. Just a quick.
Looks like a nice little display thing.
Yeah, it's nice. I like it overall. I think it's really cool, and it's good for the blind box figures. I'm still having trouble getting like.
Is there any secret codes or anything
like that? I've been looking. There's nothing on those because I still need like Vivi, Sanji, Usopp, Mr. I got Mr. 9. And then there's like Vivi, Sanji, Usopp. Who's there's 2 others I'm missing. There's one other missing. So it's actually I'm missing 4, and I can't remember who I don't remember who it is now. But the point is that that's a fun ship. That's a fun ship to get. Mm-hmm. So that's it for the PSA. It's time to get to the news.
You ever thought of going back and getting those Mattel One Piece figures back during the 4Kids days?
I've thought about it.
Those are weird.
They're weird, and they kind of cost more than I'd ever want to pay for them. You know?
I know. Like I know. Don. What's his name again?
Don Krieg. Yeah.
Don Krieg. He's like super expensive in that because he's the only merch of that guy. I think.
Yeah, he's the only merch because. It's funny, people are always like, oh, I can't believe they cut Don Krieg from the live-action Season 1. I'm like, I'm so glad they did, because he's such a boring character. I'm sorry. Well, there's nothing with that guy.
Because what? He appears during Baroque. During Baratier, but like, you have Mihawk. You don't need another villain to appear.
And on top of that, they're like, Don Krieg's the strongest guy in the East Blue, and then it's like, and then you meet Smoker in the next, like, or 2 arcs later, and it's like, you meet Arlong in the next arc, and it's like, okay, so Don Krieg ain't shit. Why are we hyping this guy up so much?
Yeah. You know what's bizarre? The Smoker doesn't have much merch. You think he would?
You think he'd have way more? Like, I don't get it. I'm hoping that the live action is pushing it to happen, because...
We'll get your Moose Toys make a figure of him first, or Anime Hero Smoker. I feel like one of the 2 will come first.
Yeah.
I feel like.
About his Funko Pop for the same reason.
I actually did pre-order the Anime Heroes Crocodile alongside my Robin because I do want Crocodile, but also I thought it'd be funny to pair the 2 up.
Yes.
Together like that.
Oh, that'd be perfect. It's like I have a Robin keychain, and I have a crocodile statue where he's got his hand out, and I just put the Robin keychain on the crocodile hand. Just like little things.
Are you gonna do like a One Piece collection update? Because I'm pretty sure the one you made is super outdated. I'm assuming.
It super is, and also this display behind me is all temporary. I need to get the new shelf up to see if this little side shelf is staying, and then I can kind of spread the collection across 2 things. So we'll see. All right, let's get to the news. In our only piece of Blu-ray news, I thought that people would care about. Voltron Legendary Defender is getting a complete series DVD set. So everybody that wanted to get the complete series and bought the first 6 seasons when they came out on 2 sets, you got to rebuy it so you can get the last 2 seasons. But hey, at least it exists. It's not exclusive to the Voltron store. It is on Amazon, but
is this Lion only?
No.
This is the DreamWorks.
It's the DreamWorks.
The Netflix show.
Oh, okay.
Or the Netflix.
Yeah, I didn't know it went that long.
Yeah, no.
That's why.
It's like 8 quote unquote 8 seasons, but it's only 78 episodes. Some of those seasons were really short.
Yeah, but like still, like 78 episodes. Like 78 episodes. I was like, I had to double check. When I heard that, like,
so I'm like, that's a lot of episodes. That's why I was like, wait, what?
I was like 78 episodes.
It went that long.
It's like I thought it only lasted 52, and then I realized I only watched 52.
Yeah, I mean, I know a lot of people are kind of sour on the show, but I'm super. But like, no matter what, how you feel about the show, this is still good. Even though I wish it was a Blu-ray, it's good because I think the show is now gone from Netflix and
It
like
is.
it's homeless now. So like, I'm I'm hoping they will do this for She-Ra.
That would be nice.
DreamWorks, I want She-Ra so badly on
I definitely
home
like
media.
She-Ra more than I liked Legendary Defender.
Yeah, no, I love DreamWorks She-Ra, and like and I mean like yeah, again when it comes to stuff I don't like, I still will get like I end up finishing the Kevin Smith Smasher shows, Revelation and Revolution, and I didn't like either. Like I think Revolution was definitely better than Revolution, but I still didn't like it more because I think I just didn't like this universe. But I still pre-ordered the Blu-ray because it's better. It's better to have it. It's one of those like even though I don't like this, it's the classic case
I
I
don't
got
like
just for the
Filmation
collection.
He-Man, but I own it on DVD. So I totally get it.
No, definitely.
Also,
Hey,
here's the
Villains are
Voltron
good.
episode breakdown. It was 13, 13, 7, 6, 6, 7, 13, 13. It was really, in actuality, I think this was produced as, what,
'cause I think
6 13
3
episode seasons?
Yeah, 'cause I think season 1, 2 were the full 13 episodes, but I think 3, 4, 5, and 6 is the 2-season split.
Well, also, you look at the release dates, right? Like, season 3 was August 2017, and season 4 was October.
Yeah.
That's not a
The same-
season break. That's
Okay.
just, yeah. Also,
Now
looking
the
at it
same-
too, season 5, March, season 6, June, season 7, August, season 8, December. They cranked out 26 episodes in
Okay.
2018.
That's why I was like, it didn't last that many years. Okay, so that's why.
Yeah,
they
I
just
think
cranked them out,
because I think in reality it probably
in
was
the same
ordered. It
year.
had well, let's see. We combine. Let's see. Go look at 2018. Wait, let me do the
So in
math.
2017, actually, it's okay. So 2017, they did 26 episodes. In 2018, they did 39 episodes.
Right, 9. So yeah, they probably were just ordering that big batch and then split
Yeah.
into multiple seasons.
Because there's
like that.
definitely a story gap between season like 6 and 7. I remember.
Because I know like She-Ra, season 1 was separate, but season 2 and 2 are clearly meant to be one season. But
Yeah.
I think season 4 and 5 were 2 separate seasons. They're probably ordered together, but it did feel like a proper 2-season thing with 4 and 5 and 2 and 3.
Yeah, I'm looking at this. If I remember correctly from watching, I didn't watch. I think I started season 7 and I dipped. I was just kind of tired of the show. But season 1 felt like a standalone season, and then seasons 2 through 6 kind of felt like one big thing, and then 7 and 8 were kind of paired up. So
Master CG was edge free. Master CG? I think that was all over one bunch, but like they smartly made it feel like individual. They actually did feel like individual seasons, which I think was really cool because they have proper like the cliffhangers didn't feel like episode cliffhanger. It actually feels like the season's over. What's gonna happen next season?
right, because it was
cliffhangers.
3.
Like
It was 3 seasons, but it was 26 episodes. Like
Mhm.
they broke it up nicely. Yeah, it was 10, 8, and 8. I remember that. Actually, I remember somebody from the production said, "Yeah, this was a 26 episode order. They're just saying it's 3 seasons because."
I'll also
Yeah.
forever
Damn it.
shake my fist at Netflix for not greenlighting season 4. Man, the concept, the stuff they were planning for season 4 was so cool. Like the horde were actually the universal monsters on Earth and stuff like that. Like Griswold was the Wolfman and Modulok was Frankenstein. Like that was so cool. That sounds so cool, man.
I was gonna
Oh,
say,
man.
I was gonna say is that I think He-Man show, like whatever the next He-Man cartoon is.
Yeah, because we're getting new. They're sadly not picking up.
They're not picking up. Whatever the next He-Man show is, I have one request. Do not tease the Snake Men. Do not tease the Horde. Just do something else.
Or She-Ra, or Dora.
She-Ra. Because every freaking show, either like 2000X did the Snake Men and got canceled because they teased She-Ra and the Horde. Then the CG show teased the Horde, didn't get to do the Horde. Like every time they go to try to do the Horde, it causes the show to end. And the same thing with like Revolution did Horde stuff, and then it ended prematurely.
But they teased the door at the end with the Spara.
Yeah.
And such. I'll give credit because I at least get credit to the X, even though they were definitely planning to have the Horde for our 3rd season. They'd used the Horde cleverly because it was like they had used Hordak as Skeletor's old ancient master he was working for there and such like that. The only thing that was left unanswered it was Evelyn's plan to revive Hordak, but that was it. Thankfully, there
Yeah.
wasn't any She-Ra tease. It was just a nice they used where CG was that was a tease that you have Hordak be the next main villain and didn't get renewed and such like that.
But yeah, whatever the next thing is, just stick to the other stuff. Just don't tease either of those things. They're curses.
I always feel bad, man. It's always I think like what's the worst, cancellation or like not being renewed / not releasing it? Because like what I think it's worse. 'Cause I feel like honestly the not being confirmed cancel is worse because at least by
Justice
being
League
canceled,
Action still isn't technically canceled.
yeah. Oh man, like I'm not sure you ever heard of like the stuff with Mau or Cartoon
Oh
Network?
god, that's
Where,
a whole thing. Yeah.
because season 2 was made. It just Cartoon Network and they announced it was coming. Never did. Even though from everything we heard from Parker Simmons, it is done.
Yeah,
Like
they
season
made it.
2
They just didn't release it for some reason.
God, like I mean, I still question Hasbro just shelving full complete
Micronauts.
2 seasons Micronauts, man. Like
Yep.
that is so dumb. Like especially like not because I think the show from the episode I saw is really good, but like that was not even like previs. Like that is done. They just need to hit the upload button for that show and
Yeah.
release it. But no, nope. The shelf.
Hasbro makes dumb choices. Anyways, let's talk about comic books where nobody makes dumb choices over there. Just kidding. We'll get there. So, first things were on comic books, our weekly update of the Penguin Random House catalog, because the full catalog, it was originally, catalogs usually come in March, but the industry shifted to where they're only doing 2 catalogs a year. And so the catalogs are 6 months apart. So now the full catalog is coming in April, but publishers still need to get pre-orders in for stuff, so stuff's getting added to the catalog slowly. So I'm just going to keep updating you guys as stuff drops.
Probably not a smart thing to do, so it's not overwhelming for
Yeah.
people, and probably also helps comic shops not being overwhelmed of like you must pre-order things now.
Yeah, exactly.
Wonder is the response to Marvel.
I feel like partly it's a response to Marvel, and I think also it's partly because like Marvel is really not printing any more copies than get pre-ordered. They are doing very slim extra copy margins, and I think that's why everybody's like a little overwhelmed by it. It's a bit of a mess. It's biting Marvel in the ass in a lot of ways. Like they're having to send books to reprint before they even come out because the demand's there. And it's like just print enough copies to begin with. Like
I know, right? It's like, geez, I wonder who's started this. Oh yeah, you guys for doing this whole thing.
So, anyways, there is the Wolverman.
Wolverman.
I love it. I was gonna say Wolverine.
I didn't even watch Digimon yesterday. I shouldn't have Wolverman turning into Wolverman in my brain, but here we are.
No, that's the Lost Master. No, that's a Masticator. Wolverman.
Wolverine Old Man Logan Omnibus. This is the original Old Man Logan storyline. A giant size one shot, the 2015 miniseries, and the 24 issue 2016 series. So if you're into that, I'm not. Anyways, we got the Avengers West Coast Epic Collection. What?
You want to talk about like adaptations that I just think is just better than the original?
Logan?
Yeah,
Logan the
way
movie.
better than the comic. Yeah.
It's not even a close competition.
Yeah, legit. I remember reading Old Man Logan when it first came out. I was like, this is... And then when I saw they were making that movie, I was like, they better check... Okay.
Yeah. All right. Avengers West Coast Epic Collection Terminated is the final West Coast Avengers epic. It has issues 96 to 102. And then to fill out the volume, they put in the U.S. Agent, Spider-Woman, and Scarlet Witch miniseries, which was actually a really smart call. Like, I kind of think they had an odd, like, we only got, like, 6 issues left, right? And so, instead, they're like, let's just throw in these miniseries. I'm like, you know what? I'll take it. Because where else are those miniseries going to go, right? We got Sorcerer Supreme Volume 1, Rise of the Scarlet Witch, which is $24.99, and 232 pages because this book already got canceled.
What?
Golly.
Yeah.
Oh yeah. This year. Oh god, man. I just
10 issues.
I'm so glad
they call him 10 issue Steve.
I'm so glad that people are now calling because it's like it feels like we're the only ones noticing, but I started to notice more and more people talking about how ridiculous this is getting now.
I don't know did I include it last week that Black Cat got extended to 15?
No, but that's
I forgot to
like
mention
thank
it.
God.
Yeah, apparently Black Cat sold well enough they extended it to 15, but it's still being in one trade volume. So they're not that, like, they're not going, oh, this is going to run for a while. They're like, 15. So,
Jeez, Black Cat, Geo Williams writing her. Like I
G.
didn't I
Will
haven't been
Wilson's writing Poison Ivy, right? Which is on, like, issue
yeah
50.
yeah because I haven't fully I haven't I haven't I didn't put I for the issues I read I didn't put my pull list, but like the issues I read, it's really fun. I
Yeah.
really like it. It's a really fun book.
All right. The Century miniseries. Yep, that's expected. The Expanse tie-in comics at Boom Studios is getting an omnibus, but that's a paperback, not a, hardcover. I was listening to a Near Mint Condition live stream last week, and he was at Comics Pro telling all the publishers, "Hey, when people hear the word omnibus, they're expecting an oversized hardcover." Because there's apparently that's why like one of the Ninja Turtles, I think we talked about this, like the Ninja Turtles Image Comics era is like titled Omnibus instead of Compendium, and apparently that might have been because Omar was over there at Comics Pro telling publishers, hey, people are confused when you're using the
Yeah, no,
same terms that mean different things. And so I'm hoping
yeah.
there's a lot of like fan influence going on right now in the collected edition scene, and I really hope these publishers keep
I mean,
listening, because it would be really nice to get this all kind of squared away.
so Omar's like the Omni Man, not
Yeah.
like not that Omni Man, but like yeah, he's like he knows his stuff. So like I think you should listen to someone like him, because yeah, like I think stuff like that, like stuff like they look like Omnis, but they're called companions. It's real confusing. Again, it's that whole thing of confusion in the market. Of like I mean that video you made a while ago is relevant more and more. Honestly,
It really is, because yeah, like, I'll bring the physical example. This Ninja Turtles book should not be called a compendium when it basically is the same size and page count as a Marvel omnibus. Like, everybody needs to get on the same page. So I'm glad this is happening. Also, apparently, like a couple, like there's a couple DC Finest, and then the second Green Lantern compendium got tweaked because they asked like the Near Mint Condition team, hey, how should this reading order be? And they actually like took the advice on it. And so, hey, Marvel, you should listen to the audience, because you're the only ones not doing it right now. All right, what else we got? Boom is putting out a trade paperback called Power Rangers Soul of the Dragon and Other Tales, which is Soul of the Dragon, Psychopath, and Sins of the Future in a paperback collection.
all the
graphic novels.
all the graphic novels, pretty much.
I find it funny they call it Soul of the Dragon and Other Tales, but the cover is Psychopath.
It's like,
and not even an amalgamation of all three covers. It's just the Psychopath cover, but that's cool. And then we got a second volume of TMNT Journeys, which is IDW's reprints of the Mirage Volume 4 issues, which I assume are going to get an omnibus eventually because of how they've been going, but we'll see. And then Attack on Titan's getting its definitive hardcover collection 3 with volumes 7 to 9. And
manga hardcovers are actually really nice. The ones I got in.
Mushishi Collector's Edition 4, another hardcover from Kodansha, and Ashita no Joe Fighting for Tomorrow Volume 7 hardcover. Also
really? Oh, sick.
Yeah.
Really? I need to get that. Ashita no Joe. I love Joe.
Kodansha USA is doing like amazing stuff right now.
Kodansha makes them great. Like,
awesome.
I have their Ghost in the Shell hardcover, and it uses a bit thinner paper, but like you can read it. It's a bit see-through, but like for the cheap price it goes.
They're putting out a new Ghost in the Shell box set that is uncensored for the first time.
Oh, that's nice.
Wow.
I don't want it because I think the censorship for Ghost in the Shell was good. I don't like the R-word scene that was in the original manga, so I prefer the version I got without it. But the fact they put out a version that's uncensored after being like pestered about it for a long time, I think is great. So it's weird. It's weird to say like, yes, I prefer the censorship here, but like I do. I just don't like the way that scene was depicted. But I think
sometimes it's just
But I'm glad that there's an edition out there that is uncensored, so that people can have it. Because I think I always say that like everything should be presented in its original format, regardless, because it's history. Yep. It's the original work, right? So it's good stuff. Velquin says, is that Soul of Dragon stuff collected in the deluxe hardcovers? Have trouble keeping track of the graphic novels in there. That it was in Lost Chronicles. They included all 3 of those graphic novels plus the 2017 movie sequel, which is for some reason not in that collection, even though that was the original graphic novel. But I feel like that thing has weird licensing issues.
Yeah, because it's Lionsgate.
It was the only one
and all
out of
that
print
stuff.
for a while. It was only ever reprinted in the Lost Chronicles hardcover. Exactly like Cutie Honey Muteki, you understand that I have an ick factor on certain stuff, and it comes
Same.
up.
I think cause like that's the thing with me is like I like my fan service stuff, but like when it's not like it's too real scenario
Yeah.
like that, it's my kind of thing.
Like,
I don't mind the booba, but when we
yeah,
get to artward stuff, it gets a little too far.
yeah, because it's like, and the way they censored it is like, because it's mental, and so instead of showing it, they show like the effects of it in the real world as opposed to the virtual world where it's happening, and I feel like that gets the story across without having to show it. So that's my thought on it, you know. But the nice part is that like you can get the all-in-one edition, which doesn't have that, but then if you get the new box, that's like $140 too. So it's really, you have to be really committed to those specific panels being in there. But there's options now, and that's the important part. Okay, speaking of manga, Chainsaw Man's ending in like a week.
You know what my favorite thing about this whole thing is everyone's like boo-hoo about the latest chapter, and meanwhile Fujima's like, I just saw hoppers.
Yeah. It was funny because people were talking about like there was some other fandom where like the fandom got toxic and the creator was like, I'm just gonna stop.
That's got Gakachuka's manga,
Yes.
and like that kind of I saw people talk about this with the Amazing Digital Circus fandom, but like I noticed a pattern, and a lot of people are now thinking point this out, where it's weird that a lot of these fans are acting toxic, especially when the creator's a woman.
Mm-hmm.
In that case scenario, I was like, like I know, like I don't think it's fully that, but like it is like weirdly convenient that a lot of series created by women get the most backlash of things they do or something like that.
Yep.
It's like,
Whatever it was, there was a manga and the fandom got toxic and the creator just said, screw it, I'm wrapping it up. And people are like, hey, did Fujimoto see that and go, oh, I can just do that?
I don't know. She didn't say she was wrapping the series up, but she's like she's just annoyed at the Western fandom. Especially the Western fandom is the thing.
I think Fujimoto's like, I've dragged this on a while. I think it's time to end this. I think he's just coming to a point of he's just like, yeah, I'm ready to end this because it's anyone who's been reading Part 2 weekly, it has been. I don't know how to describe it.
Have you read the latest chapter?
I've read everything up to the latest chapter. Yeah.
Well, let's spoil it. How? Because I haven't read. I'm probably gonna read Part 2 once it's all done. But like, how do you feel about the latest chapter? Because I seem very mixed.
The latest chapter made me go, yeah, this is ending in one more chapter. It wasn't a surprise. Like Kaiji number 8 kind of surprised me when it was announced that it was ending. Yeah. But this one, I'm like, no, this feels right. Because the thing that it's been a bit of a mess. It's gotten insane. The most recent chapter, I was like, yeah, I think I'm ready for this to end. I feel like I'm kind of ready for it to be over. You know, I feel like I'm like, yeah, this was fun, but I'm ready for this to be over too. You know.
I always read a lot of the quote unquote backlashes because the series is super like. It's similar when Jujutsu Kaisen ended, where it's like the series is on such a big high because of the recent movie and that. And I think a lot of fans are super like, "Oh my god, Kate's so bad," and all that stuff.
I feel like Demon Slayer didn't have that because its anime picked up after the manga ended. So you didn't have that issue. Whereas I feel like, yeah, this is like, because of the Reze arc movie, people are like very Chainsaw Man pilled right now. To be pulling this, they're like, what? It just got started. And it's like, no, it's been going on for a long time. I
think like, I would say like, I have not read it, so I don't know how the quality of the ending is going to be, but I feel like, and like, essentially hearing stories of like Kubo for Bleach, or even some stories of Oda and Hirokoshi for My Hero. I think a lot of people need to remember these manga are human. Sometimes, like he really does. It kind of feels
like never forget the Berserk guy died on the job.
Yeah, I think the problem with it is unlike comics where like in comics where yes you have a certain like I love Joshua Williams Superman run or not J. Mike J. Michael Straczynski or John Hickman like and Spider-Man, but like
these characters existed before them and they'll exist afterward.
where the mangaka, these are their like they made these characters. Toriyama made Dragon Goku. Oda made Luffy. Kubo made Ichigo. Fujimura
Mhm.
made Denji, and all that stuff. So, and their names are right there on the front cover usually.
And they can't.
I
It's not like they have a team of people working on these. It's just them.
I mean, they do. They do, but they don't get. They either are uncredited
But
or
what I mean is that you don't have separate, credits for like writing is not. It's not writing's one person, art's one person, inking's another
yeah.
person.
Usually,
Coloring's another person. It's like
you,
background artists, letterers, and then they still have to. They don't have like they still have editors and stuff. But
yeah.
they still have to take sole ownership of everything.
Yeah, so I think what it is with manga creators, I feel like is since your names are right there, and they're the one to know their decision. It really does feel like manga anime fans are a little too parasocial with the manga
Oh,
creators.
absolutely. There's
And so,
parasocialness is a big problem we have like everywhere right now, but in mangas and anime spaces, it's definitely a huge issue for
yeah,
sure.
no, especially because there's it's like technically Shueisha is the big company like Marvel and
Mm.
DC, but a lot of times a lot of these decisions are done by the manga themselves with some notes from the editors. Like a lot of times the editors in manga, unlike comic editors, are usually more suggestions, do I understand right? They're more like oh hey, maybe you should do this, or
It's not
hey
like Ultimate X-Men ends next week. Hope you have the issue ready.
yeah,
Yeah.
it's not like that. It's a lot of times these mangas are fully
They'll impart like deadlines. Like if you're in Weekly Shonen Jump, like this is a Jump Plus series, but like if you're in Weekly Shonen Jump, like you have to deliver a weekly chapter. And
yeah.
Oda only recently was able to negotiate for I think he's on like a 3 chapter a month schedule, or it's like three
Oda,
1 month,
am I
2 1 month. Like
am I
he's got a different
am
schedule going
I
on.
Oda got that because he made the most successful franchise
Yeah,
out there.
exactly.
He's not allowed to make demands because what they're gonna fire the man that creates their best manga because if they fire him, fans are gonna riot.
He took a month off the manga to go to the set of the live action show. What were they going to tell him? No, you can't do that. Like, no, of course
Yeah.
not.
And like again, Oda got that lucky because
Yeah.
he creates the $1 billion franchise.
And then there's other people like Takei doing Shaman King, where he got told, no, you can't do the ending you want. Come up with a different one. He's like, no, screw you. I'm flash forwarding and I'll go tell this on my own terms. And like went and left. Like manga artists, and they have to have a lot of things. So I think when they want to end a series, just let them end the series, you know?
Yeah, and I think I care, and I think especially I remember for Jujutsu Kaisen, when that manga ended, and then the volume of the final chapters came out. I remember there was a really very sad message from Gege talking about oh yeah, I felt the pressure of
Mm.
making this manga and like getting people's expectations, and I'm sorry that the final product did not come out the way you wanted. And it's like that really shows like
Hiroyuki Takei also had an apology message in the final volume of Shaman King.
Yeah, that shows that like these mangas are people, guys.
Very
like
overworked people, honestly. Like
and again, you can still criticize their work, but like you need to remember that like some of the demands I've been seeing are a little too extreme. Where like you at that point, you want them just to rewrite the series at that point, scenario like that, and such.
Well, anyways, I do think that it's nice that it's ending on an even number. I forget what series ended on an odd number, and it bugged me for some reason. It's like you couldn't just put it on an even number. It's on 232. That's a nice even number. But yeah, fun times. All right. Speaking of Joshua Williamson, Blood of the Wolfman, our next Universal Monsters comic has already been announced. We're not. Sometimes it's weird. Because these are different creators on these books. Sometimes they come really quick, and sometimes there's like a couple months gap. But right after Phantom of the Opera wraps up, we have Joshua Williamson doing Blood of the Wolfman with Leo Max Pip Martin. I'm very excited because obviously I love Wolfman. And obviously, also, I really love Joshua Williamson. Like, that man is on a hot streak, so sign me up.
Joshua Williams is one of my favorite writers. Like, is there books that I like more than his others? Yes, but like I never read a Joshua Williams book where I didn't like that. Like, I always go like that was okay. much. Like,
And that's what I
Joshua
felt like
Williams.
with DCKO. I was like, that was okay.
Yeah, Joshua Williams. I think no matter, I
Yeah,
think
if you got to be a fan of wrestling.
yeah,
Get more out of it.
Joshua Williams, right?
Yeah.
Like even his weaker stuff, it's still just fun. I think he remembers the funness in comics
Mhm.
when he writes
I've loved his
and such like
Superman
that.
run. That's been so good.
I love it so
And his
much.
G.I. Joe, my God, his G.I. Joe is just...
Oh man,
Yeah.
but I don't want to go full tangent. But how do you? Any quick thoughts? How you ready to shoot dirty at Transformers? Because I know that's
I
very
have.
mixed.
It's divisive. I don't want to sound like a prick because it's easy for me to do that when I say this. Transformers fans need to read more comic books, because the way they're treating Transformers' current arc being, and I think it's not as, I don't know if it's, I don't know. I'm in a weird spot with the Transformers where I'm like, I think the current arc is more interesting than what Daniel Warren Johnson was doing, but I don't think it's as good. You know, it's like quality wise, I think it took a bit
Yeah,
of a
no,
hit.
I
But
think I agree.
but it's
I think
way
I
more
agree.
interesting what's going on. But the thing is, I see the Transformers fandom getting really worked up about it, and I'm like, you guys would not last 5 minutes being an X-Men fan.
No, I agree because I think with Robert Kirkman, I like his era so far. I enjoy a lot aspect. I think he still gets the steer down. I think my only problem with Issue Dirty is I feel like it was too fast.
Yeah, I
Too
think this
fast.
whole arc's been too fast, because this is a book that usually does 12-issue arcs, not 6-issue arcs, and it felt like they crammed like all of it into 6 issues. And then now I'm just like, I want a flashback arc now, because I feel like I don't understand the context of what happened in the
I think
Cybertronian War.
yeah, I think like not go through full spoilers, but I feel like RC should have got more time. Is the one thing because I feel
Yeah.
like we got a certain
I also
thing
think
too
Ultra
fast.
Magnus should have got more time. I don't even feel like he's a character.
Yeah, and my problems of it is more just character feel. Where I feel like I don't hate the decision that was made in Issue 30, but I just feel like the way how they wrote it, I have more issues with because it does feel a little
Kirkman's
more.
bad at writing women. I'm just gonna say
Yeah,
it.
no, yeah, again, I'm trying to say it without spoiling because it just came out last week, but I do have a.
Kirkman and
It does feel
Kishimoto
like
would get
that.
along, is what I'm saying.
Yeah.
I also think that this is the beginning of an arc more so than the ending of an arc, and I feel like, again, because this comic's been 12-issue arcs, I feel like we're only in the halfway point, and so I'm like, in some ways, but I still hold my my opinion is still strong that like Transformers is still the weakest of 3 good comics.
Yeah,
Like
I
all
think
3 are good
yeah,
comics, but Transformers is still the weakest to me.
yeah, no, because I think I still really like Transformers a lot, but like Joe, man, I think Joe,
Void Rivals is a blast.
so good. I mean, those two know how to write women, which I don't think because Kurtman writes their boy rivals. But yeah, I think Sully is a really well written character, and such like that. I think more Kurtman is really not great at writing angry women. I think.
Yeah, I think I don't want to. I don't know if I want to. Yeah, I'll just say it. Kirkman writes Solila like she's a male character, whereas he writes Alita and RC like they're women. Does that make sense? Like he writes Solila the same way he writes Darak, whereas he writes RC and Alita differently than how he writes like Prime and Magnus.
No, I think I kind of feel the same way because I think it helps that like Sully and Dark don't have any romance, which I'm super happy about. I like they are just friends, friends and such like that. Meanwhile, Joshua Williams, like, I mean, he created the great duo of Cobra Girl and Baroness.
Yeah. God, G.I. Joe's great. All right, let's talk about Marvel again. We're getting a Shalabal one-shot for the Fantastic Four First Foes one-shot series, which could have just been a mini-series, but they're quarterly one-shots. And so we're getting Shalabal written by, I thought these were all going to be written by Dan Slott when they first announced them, but I'm actually happy to see Charles Soule is writing it with Mark Buckingham on art. Like, that's like a dream team for me, because I really like Charles Soule and Mark Buckingham, so like, sign me up. I'm really, really, really excited about this one now. So yeah, it's our next one of these. Not much else to say besides this is cool. I like it. I like more stuff like this. I like this as my MCU synergy versus like, let's change the comics to match the MCU.
No, yeah, definitely.
Speaking of synergy tie-in comics, we're getting an X-Men 97 Season 2 prequel comic. Same creative team as last time.
Fox? Yeah,
Steve Fox, Salva Espin, and Todd Nuck for covers.
I didn't hate the the 97 issue,
I
which
liked
is
it. I just came
yeah,
out
I
at the
liked it.
wrong time because I'm like, the season finished and then the last issue came out and I was like, oh right, you're still here.
Yeah, no, it was still. It should have been weekly. It really should
Yeah.
have been a weekly book.
And this is coming
Um,
out in June, and we're supposed to get X-Men 97 this summer, so I have a weird feeling it's going to have the same issue where it's like, can we like I have the actually same issue with the Darth Maul comic, the Darth Maul prequel comic for the new show. The first issue came out, and we don't get the second issue until the show's basically over. And I'm like, okay, so then why was this not planned better? Why are we not getting issue 4 the same month the show premieres, for example? Why
yeah,
is this like
when it comes to TV show tie-ins, I don't think the monthly schedule is gonna work with them, honestly.
no, and there's no reason to be monthly. You can just prep it in advance, release it weekly, or I don't know. We've known about the Mall show for a while. You could put an issue 1 out back in like November, so then it'd been like November, December, or no, it could have been like November, December, January, February, March, and then the show airs in April.
I think it was a fairly new Spider-Man comic. Was that released before the show or during the
It
show?
came out after.
Okay, that one's fine then. I think after is fine.
Yeah, but it's
Then
like during it's awkward because it's like you're reading the prequel and then you're watching the whole show. I feel like it's a weird part of Disney's like don't spoil anything marketing that just always backfires on them. So
I mean, I think it's like I get it, but like I feel like it is sabotaging them more
yeah.
than it really and such like that.
But you know, Marvel's strategy is that they want to make fans angry instead of indifferent. So this article dropped on Bleeding Cool this past week, and I thought it'd be fun to talk about it. One of the executive editors, senior vice president and senior X-Men editor, Tom Brevoort, was interviewed and was discussing how he likes to deal with fan backlash. He says he welcomes the intensity of controversial storylines because it means that fans are actually invested. Yeah, the problem is, if you piss everybody off too long, eventually everybody's just going to stop caring. And I think that
Yeah,
he
no,
doesn't quite realize that.
this is this is the case of the bad publicity is good publicity. I'm getting really tired of that now, honestly, because I think it's sabotaging them more than ever, honestly. With not just Marvel,
This
but every
article has a lot
company.
of screenshots of Paul.
Boy,
Like a lot of
But like, yeah,
screenshots of Paul. Yeah.
because
Turbo Tech used to
yeah,
say
but yeah,
something about that.
but yeah, I feel like a lot of companies, again, this is not just a Marvel, but every company relying too much on that, like, which is I think it's bad. Why why market to that audience and such like that? I feel like because I think what it is, it's kind of bad faith. I'm not sure bad faith's the right word, but like it kind of like I don't know, it kind
Like,
of makes
there's
this
this concept of like, what if you just made good comics?
yeah.
Yeah.
Like it's like like it's kind of like it really feels like the jangling keys kind of feel.
Yeah,
I
because
don't
he
know.
like he says that like it basically says like the online hate for Paul he views as strong negative reactions are a sign of success rather than failure. Really? Because I feel like when people are Paul level angry, that means you have failed your audience. And the thing is, it would be one thing if people were still buying Amazing Spider-Man in massive numbers, regardless of what the storyline is. But Amazing Spider-Man sales have dropped out of the top 20. So like, whatever you made people angry, and because you never went back and appeased people, you lost them. That's what the ultimate end goal of this is that if you keep pissing people off, people don't want to be perpetually angry. At a certain point, they realize nothing's ever changing. There's no point in continuing to support these books, and they go see what DC's doing. Right? Like,
Hmm.
the anger does not translate to sales, therefore, that is not a strategy you should be going with.
Yeah, no, definitely because I think let's face it, a lot of people that are angry about this are actually not picking up your books.
No, they aren't.
Like, cause let's face it, how many people that are angry, hate Paul, hate and anger about Paul actually picks up Amazing Spider-Man weekly or monthly or whatever they're doing nowadays?
I'd say it's probably like
I
20% of the audience because again, the sales dropped out of the top 20. Like the sales chart for last month came out, and it was all absolute Batman and then one Ultimate Spider-Man issue.
Yeah.
Like, they're getting completely swamped out by DC. And it's because of decision. It's because the people in charge are thinking like this instead of thinking about how do we get our readers back. They're just like, if we keep making them angry, they'll stay with us. And it's like, no, like I'm not picking up any new Marvel #1s because of what happened with Imperial. I invested into the Imperial event. I picked up all the #1s. But I straight up just canceled my pull list for Imperial Guardians because I was like, it's only a 5-issue miniseries. Why am I even going to waste my time? And when
Yeah.
you get
No.
me
Yeah.
to not pick up a Guardians comic, it means you have officially lost it. You've lost the audience. I don't buy any X-Men books anymore. You guys know how much I love X-Men. I don't ever shut up about X-Men. I am
That's
angry
why
about the
we.
current direction of X-Men. I am buying no X-Men right now.
That's why we joke about bitching about X-Men with you.
Yeah. Exactly. And the thing is, it's not like I bitch and read. Like, I looked through X-Men United #1 at my comic shop and put it back on the rack because I was like, nope, I'm not going to put myself through this. What's the point? And
Yeah, and
that's
I
not
give you
good.
props for doing that, to
Thank
actually
you.
stick by your guns there.
Yeah.
A lot of people, like you say, do exactly what you said. But I'm still gonna give them money. Like
Yeah.
what? Like
vote,
I
go vote
decided
for
to
your
put my foot
wallet.
down.
exactly. Vote with your
I
wallet.
can
Exactly.
I cancel a lot of Hasbro pre-orders 'cause I'm kind of really sick and tired of what they've been doing recently. And
Yep.
like, yeah, like I'll pick up the figure and cage here and there, but like it has to be like something that I really want now and such.
I got
Like,
my Quinlan Voss in from Black Series, and I'm really happy with him. Does this mean I'm going to be buying every Black Series because this one turned out good? No. It's Quinlan Voss. That's why he's good. But that's how I'm approaching a lot of Hasbro stuff. I'm like, ooh, is that a character I don't have that I've always wanted to have? Yeah.
yeah, I have to be like like it has to be a character I really feel like I need in my collection or really like that character. Like I canceled my Colossus and Kitty 2-pack, my Abomination pre-order because as much as I like three characters,
Mm,
I don't really need them. I only kept my Daredevil pre-order because I want a Daredevil. That's it.
yeah.
Like,
I think I canceled
I,
everything that wasn't X-Men except for Daredevil. I think he's the only non-X-Men I still got on order. I know the Deadpool and Wolverine figures are coming out soon. And I still have those on order because X-Men.
like, like I'm a Hulk fan, and the fact that I canceled my Abomination pre-order shows you're really screwing things up because I've been wanting
Mm-hmm.
that Abomination figure for forever. But like, I'm so frustrated at Hasbro that like I canceled. I canceled my pre-order for Power Glide and Ratchet because, and I only kept Nexus and Lee just to get finished in 13 Prime because once that's done, boom, done. I don't have to get anything more. Scenario like that.
Yeah.
It's stuff like that.
So speaking of this, let's talk about this other article that Bleeding Cool was on a good. Yeah, Bleeding Cool. I call them the TMZ of comics for a reason. They do hit quite frequently with some good articles from time to time. Like this one was called "Comic Store in Your Future: What on Earth is Marvel Playing At?" And how can we get them to start playing different games? So article summary basically is Marvel's constant renumbering, gimmicks, and relaunches are driving long-term readers away from comics. Absolutely true. Reliance on variant covers and movie tie-ins has hurt Marvel comic book sales and series longevity, which we know is
It's
absolutely
always
true.
it's always funny when people do that stupid like manga versus comic meme, and it's like, oh, where to start with Dragon Ball Volume 1, where to start with Batman issue blah blah. But like that's more a Marvel thing because there's only like
Yeah.
what few Batman number
The
ones
only
really.
we've had Batman #1 from 1939, Batman #1 from 2011, and Batman #1 from 2025.
That's it. That's only three Batman number one.
Yeah.
Where it's like how many amazing Spider-Man
Someone
number
asked
ones?
Hellfire. I'm sure we had to put him in an insane asylum at some
Hellfire,
point.
Hellfire. If you're still in the chat, Mr. Clown Boy, how many Spider-Man
How
number
many
ones
amazing
are there?
Spider-Man #1s are there? Exactly.
Ones are there.
Anyways, so major Marvel titles are ending quickly while competing publishers offer long-lasting, more stable runs. Marvel must focus on strong storytelling, consistent series to rebuild trust and excite comic fans. Like, that's basically the basis of this. But I think the thing about this article I thought was interesting is you look at, here is the Marvel comics that came out on February 25th. And you've got Ultimates, which is ending. Spider-Man Venom Death Spiral, which is like the fourth Spider-Man Venom crossover this decade. You've got the Rogue miniseries #1. You've got the Psylocke Ninja flashback series, which is playing on nostalgia instead of doing something interesting with the character.
There's something with
Yeah.
not doing again. I don't dislike Pepsi,
Did you
but I
know
like
that
Chris.
Psy has a comic right now because no one talks about it, including Marvel marketing?
You think they would because of again rivals.
Yeah. Infernal Hulk ending. Spider-Man Wolverine ending. Hulk smash everything. That's a
I actually heard.
miniseries. Black Panther
I actually,
Intergalactic turned from an ongoing into a miniseries. All right.
actually heard.
Thank you. Actually, I forgot about the 2016 Batman #1. Sorry about that. I just kind of pictured the New 52 and the Rebirth as one thing in my head. Apologize, but yes, there actually is 4 Batman #1s. 39, 2011, 2016, 2025. Still not that many.
I actually heard. I actually heard the current Hulk stuff is actually really damn good.
It
makes me want
is.
to like. I'll pick up the tray, but I'm not.
But
Gonna
what
pick
they're
up the two
doing is
issues.
every time they start a new arc, they start the numbering over.
That's the problem because I want to get into the Mar Hulk because I heard it's like really damn good. Like I saw like some panels of it, like wow, they're really going to Bruce's psyche, which is what I love about Hulk. Where do I start? Like legitimately, because like the title, like, them relaunching to #1s, like I go, where does this arc? Because again,
Yeah.
it's where
Shout
does
out
this
to the
arc
trade
begin?
collections department because they've not been putting up with this bullshit. They're actually numbering the volumes regardless of what the contents are.
For example, like Rainbow Rowell, She-Hulk was they didn't go back to #1.
No, they
It just
didn't.
keep going, right?
Yeah, and they did the same thing with Scarlet Witch. Like, there's all these Scarlet Witch series, but they're actually keeping it consistent. Yeah, that's true, Muteki. Detective Comics, they started over in 2011, but they reset the numbering in 2016. So it's like there was only 2 Detective Comics #1, 1936 and then 2016 or 2011. Because in 2016 they just went back to the old numbering. Anyways, to finish out this picture, we got Black Panther Intergalactic miniseries, Iron Man, which is ongoing,
I really hope that one's
Inglorious
ongoing, 'cause,
X Force ongoing, Wicked Witch's Road miniseries, Punisher ongoing. But as the numbers we go with, Ultimate's 21 21's the highest here because Spider-Man Wolverine is 10, Infernal Hulk 4, 2, 2, 3, 2, 2, 1. All low number series, right? And then you go to DC, but this is a mix of DC and Image, and you've got Absolute Wonder Woman 17, Absolute Martian Manhunter 9, Phantom of the Opera #1, Justice League Unlimited 16, Hyde Street 10, Detective Comics 1106, Gunslinger Spawn 51, Superman 35, Flash 30, Void Rivals 27, Harley Quinn 59, and Green Lantern 32. Everybody knows. Like, the thing is, when you're talking about single issue comics, #1s are not what people like anymore because there's too many of them. People want an ongoing story. And what DC's been doing, and I think has been smart, is like they switched creative teams on Harley Quinn, for example. But did they start Harley Quinn from #1? No, they just kept it going. So now Harley Quinn is like 59 issues deep, right? It's had like 2 or 3 creative teams at this point. But that's how we used to do comics. You would switch creative teams, but you keep the numbering going because the number said, hey, this book is popular.
People like because how do you get people into these ongoing comics? Arcs, man, arcs.
Mm-hmm. And so it's just one of those things that's like, the fact that Marvel's longest running book numbers wise, I think right now is like, I don't know, something
Ultimate
like,
stuff, friend.
I think it's,
Stuff.
I think of the current running, I think it's Ultimates, which is 21 because Ultimate still has a few issues to go. That's it. Like everything else is smaller numbers than that. Most of them are single digit numbers. It's crazy. You don't build audience trust by constantly rebooting.
The fact that I'm really hoping that Joshua Williams' Iron Man is not just 10 issues is a bad sign, honestly, because I really liking the book, but I'm really worried it's going to be 10 issues and stuff like that.
And that's the thing I've been doing lately too. Is I'm like, I'm not even gonna bother like with some of these books until.
Because I got Iron Man. I got Iron Man because it's Joshua Williams writing Iron Man. I want to support that.
Yeah.
And such as that because it's and such. But like I really like the fact that I'm fearing the fact that it's gonna be like it could get to only be 10 issues. It's like that's a bad sign.
Yep.
9 and stuff like that. Because it's not like indie book like again like my favorite Ghost Pepper. The lobby even said in the letter we only have 12 issues for this, and it gets more, we'll make more. But like it was a straight fact, like 12 issues. We know the fact that at least for and that's more fun for an indie book to get only 12 because it's an indie book. There's you don't know if that's gonna get seen or not. You just gotta see the numbers for something. That's
Exactly. And I think that for me when I'm looking at my pull list, it's mostly indie books now that are ongoings. Because if something's a miniseries, they announce as a miniseries, I'm not gonna bother picking it up in singles. And talking to my comic shop, that's a consistent thing. Like if something's a miniseries, they order less issues of it because they're like, it's a miniseries. There's gonna be less people buying that. They're just gonna wait for the trades at this point. And so with Marvel doing so many like when Marvel keeps doing this, they're like, oh, Imperial Guardians is an ongoing, and then issue 1 pre-order numbers are low, and then they're like, okay, it's a miniseries now. And so then I just, like I said, I took it off my pull list. So like, what's the point?
I get the term read for the trade, but like a lot of times people read the trade, then if they like it, they will jump to the singles. So they really, really like the trade. And they
Image
read
understands this. A lot of Image Volume 1s are $10 as gateway drugs. Smart. Gets people in. Velcro says, what's even weirder is Marvel fans were clowning on DC back in 2011 when they decided when they relaunched New 52 and renumbered everything, even action to comics back to #1. Now look at them. Yeah, it's kind of funny how that. It's like how the Sentai fans were making the Power Rangers fans feel bad for their show ending just for their show to end a year later. Yep. Never take anything for granted. All right, let's go to entertainment news because we got like a bunch of these are like just kind of update headlines. But I think it's fun. So, first of all, Kathryn Hahn has been confirmed to be playing Mother Gothel in the live-action Tangled. So
yeah, because before it was like in talk.
Yeah, she was in talks, but now she's confirmed, which is great.
I really just hope they just let
let Michael Gracie cook is my whole thing.
Michael Gracie,
movie.
yeah, just let Michael Gracie cook. He make the singing monkey man work so well. Please,
exactly.
This could be our first real good live action, like actually good.
If they just let him cook, this is going to be the best movie. It's going to be great. So, love it.
The only change I'll fully accept because it fits with him. If he changed Maximus from a horse to a monkey,
that would be fun. Consistency. All right. Next up, K-pop Demon Hunters 2 is officially greenlit. They had been said they were going to be doing it. It felt obvious, but
a lot of people say like, "Oh, this announced right." Technically, it was in talks of making sequel. Yes. It's now fully greenlit.
That means the deals are signed, the budget's been cast, the check's been signed over, and now they're going to start working on it.
Which is nice because it's nice that we don't have to wait like multi years for a sequel for anime. Because man,
it's still going to take a while for it to come out, but we don't have to wait like a decade to get started.
I did with the last. Actually, no, not the last because I think Mario Galaxy, Illumination movies are like the most like
consistent.
Yeah, let's sequel because a lot of sequels you take years nowadays and such. So I mean, since we're a Sony movie,
how's Spider-Verse going, everybody? Waiting for the third one still.
after Pennsylvania, they can't really do any.
All right, next up, I have main character syndrome sometimes, and it's because of stuff like this. What do you mean, right after I got into reading the Sailor Moon manga, they're bringing the Sailor Moon 4D movie to the Universal Fan Fest event?
You had some cosmic powers.
I don't know how I do it.
It's like the most inconvenient stand power of all time. You get into something and then somehow gets mega popular somehow.
And I have no idea how that works to even control it, but it's pretty cool. I'm not going to FanFest this year for a multitude of reasons. Even though they're doing a One Piece Waterworld action live stage show, which would be cool.
It sounds like you're convincing yourself right there.
I want to go. There's external factors that prevent me from going. Called our stupid ass government. But I will. I think it's great that they're bringing this over, and I'm curious because the Jujutsu Kaisen show. When I went last year, the Jujutsu Kaisen show had no wait time the entire time, and I'm wondering if this will have a wait time. I'll check the app when like the event's on. I'm curious which is actually overall more popular, like in an in-person event. But it's cool. I think it's neat that they're bringing this over. So there is that. Speaking of Universal, they have decided to extend their theatrical windows. Theaters will now get 5 weekends of exclusivity. And then in next year, it will be 7 weekends of exclusivity. So basically, their current schedule is 30 days from theater to digital. And then now it's going to be, because it's 30 days theater to digital, but then some movies will go 17 days to digital if they if they flop, then they just go straight to digital like 2 weeks later, right? But now they said it's going to be guaranteed 5 weekends, which is like, I think it depends on the month, but basically it's like between 30 and 35 days. And then next year it's going to be 7 weekends, which is going to get us to like a 45-day window. And I think that's a smart thing. Because if you make stuff available at home too quickly, people won't go see it in the theater. And ultimately, movies need to be seen in theaters so that way they make their money back. So
you had to be like really $5 super chat from Demon's World. But Kate, what Demon Hunter is given with huge? Is it how long will the see or it's like a 2D anime adaptation or manga said man? I think we might get it. I feel like we will get some kind of cartoon.
We're gonna get something to fill the gap between the two movies.
Like the brand is so big right now that like I feel it would be a missed opportunity. Who's IP now? Is it Netflix owning the IP or does Sony own the IP?
I think Sony owns the IP, but Netflix owns the movie distribution rights.
Yeah, but I see.
They're gonna work together regardless at this point.
Yeah, I mean, it's a money maker for them. But like, I think we will. I mean, there is like some really nice official 2D art of the girls and such that, and I really like. So like,
I think as more of the toys start rolling out, we might start seeing like some YouTube shorts.
No, yeah. If they really want this brand to keep going, I think making like a fun cartoon spinoff where
part of what kept Frozen alive between movies was they would do those animated shorts, they would do theme park stuff, they would do toys and Disney Channel things. Like you got to keep it going.
I think that's the thing about like with like K-pop Demon Hunters and like similar to like Big Hero 6. Like the premise is easy to make a cartoon spinoff for. And such that, like,
plus EJ's been saying they wrote like 12 more songs that they didn't use for the movie, so they got material already to work with.
And like plus like these actors clearly love these characters, so like I'm pretty sure they will get them back if they were doing a cartoon spin-off. Honestly,
I think they would, especially if they got Netflix money behind it.
No, definitely.
All right, next piece of news. The composer for Supergirl has changed again. So originally, the composer for the Supergirl movie was going to be.
Why do you say that like the like you're talking behind the president's ear or something like that meme?
Like the George Bush meme.
Yeah, why do you say it like that? It's like, sir,
because that's the energy I wanted to bring to it. It's concerning. Anyways, so the first composer on this was Ramin Djawadi, who most people may know from Pacific Rim. So that was great. And then apparently he got kicked. And then they brought in Tom Holkenborg, also known as Junkie XL. And I groaned because I'm like, that guy, not only is he Hans Zimmer light and has trouble like composing scores for anything that sides like, I don't know, he did go with Sonic. That guy went full on AI is the future. And I'm just going to start using AI to make my music. And I was like, I don't want you in these movies. Apparently people at DC felt the same way because he's gone. And now we got Claudia Sarn as the composer. And I've never heard anything she's done. But it's an upgrade over stupid AI bro Junkie XL. So the only thing that's concerning me is the fact we're on our third composer. This movie comes out in June. Because usually you have a composer locked. Now, the thing is, you can get a music composer like pretty late in the game, like not everybody's going to be there from the beginning of production. It's kind of a late stage thing. But when you're hiring a third one like 3 months out from release, what does that tell us? Well, one of the first things I can tell you, tone. They're having a tone problem. Because music sets tone. A lot of the time, think about great film scores. They set the tone of the movie, right? Is it a goofy type lighthearted movie? You're going to have a different score than a serious dark movie. So I wonder if, and also tone can shift in the editing process, right? Cut a joke here, add a joke here, that kind of thing. So I'm kind of wondering if test screenings and stuff's been going and they're either having a tonal inconsistency or they're like, it should be more like this, it should be more like that. And they're switching composers because they're like, oh, no, your music's not a good fit for this tone. We're actually going in this direction now. We need your work here. Or in the case of this, it also could have been that maybe James Gunn saw the AI stuff, the pro AI stuff out of Junkie XL and was like, get out of here, Tom. But, switching composers means they're trying to balance the tone and the vibe. So, we'll see what happens. We'll see what happens. I don't know what it means because I haven't seen the movie, of course, but it is slightly concerning. The other thing that actually I think is more concerning is the fact we haven't had a second trailer. The movie's out in 90 days.
When did the first when does Supergirl come out?
June.
When did the first trailer came out?
Early January, I think, which is later than Superman. Superman was a July release. That its first teaser in December of the previous year, and so Supergirl's coming out in June. But then the trailer didn't come out till January, and then we got like a second-ish trailer which had Lobo in it, but that was mostly the same trailer in February, and then we've had nothing this month.
I mean, it's. I think because like I think because like I can say the same about Masters also, but I think because Masters is a toy IP, you get technically more marketing.
I think also because Masters wasn't a teaser trailer; it was a full trailer, whereas Supergirl was just a teaser, and then we haven't seen anything since. Because I think Warner Brothers marketing's focusing on Mortal Kombat right now because they had to restart the Mortal Kombat marketing because they didn't just leave the movie where it was. Instead, they moved it to a more competitive month. Hollywood does not understand that movies can cannibalize each other these days.
That's the most
boneheaded.
That was the most boneheaded thing WB done of the last many. But like, do they not remember the Great Movie War of 2023?
No, they don't. Apparently, nobody remembered that because that was a disaster. 5 blockbusters in 4 weeks. They eviscerated each other. It's crazy. Yeah, Spider-Man, we're supposed to be getting a Spider-Man trailer this week. I think it's pretty much confirmed it's happening on Wednesday. Because Project Hail Mary's coming out this week, which is a Sony distributed film, so Sony's going to put a Sony trailer in front of a Sony movie. You know, it makes sense. But yeah, the thing is it's been a while since we've seen anything for Supergirl. Supergirl comes out before Spider-Man, and we do need to see... I think we need to see more of Supergirl, because I don't think the buzz is there, right? Like, trailers are supposed to create buzz. And if you have a first trailer that's really good that creates the buzz, then you don't need to have a second trailer for a while. But when you have a trailer that doesn't create the buzz, then you need to put out something else. You know what I mean? It's like, that's the trick about marketing, is that your number of trailers needs to correlate to how much buzz your movie's getting. Because a movie that has buzz just for existing, like, I don't even know if Spider-Man needs a second trailer because people are so, like, antsy for
Spider-Man.
it. It's
Spider-Man.
It's Spider-Man. People are antsy for it. No Way Home had one trailer, and it made like $2.2 billion, right? So I think they don't need to put out a ton of trailers for Spider-Man. So I think, you know, wait a little bit, put that one trailer out, and then just get off to the races with it. Yeah, we're probably good to go. With Supergirl, it feels like people need convincing, and I don't think they've done anything to convince people yet. And Blade Raider says, how's Mando marketing going? I think it's the same boat. They put out 2 trailers, but the second trailer didn't generate the buzz. The movie's not clicking. It's the fact it's the first Star Wars movie in 7 years, and it kind of seems to be just kind of going, but like downward is not good for Star Wars. I'm still really looking forward to it, but as we talked about on the stream, if you're not already into The Mandalorian, are you going to go see this movie? And so far, they haven't done anything to. They haven't done anything to I don't think, convince people yet. Every time that trailer plays in the theater, it's like the only person that reacts is my mom. I was in a full theater for Hoppers, and not a single kid clapped when Grogu did anything. And I'm like, man, that's just off.
It really shows. I mean, again, because it really just feel like with Masters, they just feel like
the Masters trailer gets reactions from people in the theater.
I think it's probably because it was Masters in the public conscience had been there for a lot of the general audiences. So like, it was like seeing it like, wow, it's such a new thing and such like that. It's such.
I also think Mando's biggest problem is it looks like another season of the TV show. It doesn't look like a movie.
Yep.
It just looks like more Mandalorian, which is good, but like, you have to sell movie tickets. You gotta, like, where's the sauce? Where's the, you can only see this in a movie theater. They don't have any of that.
I think the biggest problem with Supergirl is, I mean, at least currently with DC, you think the problem is right now is having you think the Lantern trailer, like,
I think the Lanterns trailer maybe torpedoed the hype for Supergirl. I'm going to be honest. I think the Lanterns trailer was so bad, I think it torpedoed the DC hype.
Which is like, they really should have released that after. I mean,
that show doesn't come till August. They could have waited.
It'll probably have the same reaction, but like, at least having because let's face it, like Supergirl is like the more important thing to showcase right now. So like I think if
Supergirl has to make money in theaters. Lanterns just has to. HBO Max shows never chart anyway, so it doesn't even have
yeah,
to
'cause
do that well.
I know like because Superman was the real I know Taylor Creature, but like, Superman's the real first start.
Yeah,
Peacemaker is like kind of dubbed DLC. Like
I think
yeah,
all the
it was
shows should be optional, right? Because
yeah.
they're shows. I think that's the thing though. So Supergirl is supposed to be the next big DCU thing, and yet I feel like Lanterns torpedoed it because there's no. The thing is, as we see with Disney, like they don't market their shows 6 months out, right? We're gonna talk about a Maul trailer in a little bit. That show's out in like 2.5 weeks. You can have a shorter lead time on TV shows. There was no reason to release a Lanterns trailer 5 months before the show came out. You could have waited till after Supergirl to go like, oh, and here's the next thing. But like, now everybody's got a weird vibe about DC because of Lanterns, and I think and when you have people like Grant Morrison leaning in on the Lanterns conversation to go, I don't understand what they're doing. That's not good press. That's definitely like there's like sometimes it's like, oh, bad press gets attention, but like that's the kind of bad press that makes people like go, ooh, what are they doing? I think I think they're in a I think they scheduled everything wrong, right? I think everything's coming out in the wrong order, and I think they should have. I think because DC's not doing a ton of products, there's no reason they can't just do solid focus marketing campaigns and go, okay, we did Peacemaker. All right, now we're going to focus on Supergirl. And then we finish Supergirl. All right, now we're going to focus on Lanterns. All right, now we'll focus on Clayface, right? Like they could do these in chunks. They don't have to overlap so much. So, Blader says I thought the Lanterns trailer leaked, leading them to release it when they did. It was only a day earlier. It leaked like an hour after the trailer's coming tomorrow thing. So it was always the plan to release it this early. So yeah, it's kind of a bummer, but I really hope Supergirl can recover. Because I would really like Supergirl to do well. It would be such a bummer if both Supergirl movies that have existed just flop, because that means we're never going to see a Supergirl movie again. It'd be so sad. I don't want that future, right? I want this movie to do well. Because I think it's good for the character, and I think it's good for DC, and I think it's good for all of us if Supergirl does well, Unless the movie's terrible, in which case, that's how fate goes. But I don't want it to be terrible. Any other thoughts on this before we move on?
Oh, yeah, I just want these to see. Like, am I frustrated for Lanterns? Definitely, but I feel like the violent reaction to it's a little too extreme. Like, it's a bad trailer,
Yeah.
definitely. And does it have some bad does it have like kind of like unfortunate views of the DCU? Probably, but like, I think one random HBO Max show should really affect the entire universe. Like, it's not like
I think the thing that blows my mind is that nobody at DC Studios thought that might be the reaction to Lanterns. You know what I mean? Like the creative team behind the show and everybody involved seemed surprised that was the reaction. And I don't know why they were surprised, because they were doing when you do what's the term? Deconstruction. When you do a deconstructive take on something, you shouldn't be surprised when the fandom doesn't like it, because people don't usually like deconstructions of the stuff they like. And it was really strange to me to see the reaction from like HBO Max and stuff. Was like HBO Max's response was, "Look, this cup is green," and it's like, that's not helping. You're just fueling the fire. You should just shut up and just let it speak for itself. Because the problem, I think that's the problem. It's the same thing when James Gunn tweets constantly. It's like, you're just feeding people. You're not solving the problem. You're just feeding them more fuel, and it's never going to go away. And I wish that studios would understand that. That like most of the time when they try to fix a problem, they end up just feeding it to go on for years and years and years afterwards. And I think that's one of the things, like Star Wars is guilty of this. DC's guilty of this. Marvel's starting to get guilty of it as well. Is like, when you feed the fire's just going to get bigger. It's not going to go down. And I think that a lot of studios and a lot of creatives do need to just let their work speak for themselves, and the reception's going to be what it's going to be. You can't fight the reception tooth and nail, because you will burn out. Because an angry mob always gets its target. That's just how it goes. Hey, you want to talk about good news though? On a comparison.
Yeah.
So we talked about how Paramount was hiring known sex pest Max Landis for a GI Joe script, and we thought that was a terrible idea. And then, as a surprise to pretty much everybody, because of how Paramount has been talking, everybody thought, "Oh man, we're gonna be stuck with a Max Landis GI Joe." Nope, he's still a shitty writer. So.
Apparently, from what I understand, isn't it just a ripoff of Renegade, practically, from what I heard?
Practically, and it's like he wrote such a shitty script that a Variety article came out about this. I want everyone to know it is not common for there to be articles written to say that a studio rejected a script. They usually say, "Oh, this studio tapped this person to write a script," and then you never hear about it again unless it gets made. The fact that they put out an article to tell Max Landis how shitty his script was is brilliant. Because the thing is that, you know, Paramount, are like, we don't care, we'll hire canceled people. Yeah, you still gotta have talent, though, because Paramount's not just gonna take your garbage just because you were a canceled person. And I think, first of all, this is hilarious. And second of all, this is a bit encouraging that, like, Paramount is gonna be shitty in a lot of ways, and the way they're gonna do business, but they are at least, like, discerning of quality in some regard. Because they threw this out. And it's so satisfying. This wasn't even like what? This was like a week later, right? Didn't we talk about this last week? 2 weeks ago.
2 weeks ago when we talked about the Paramount.
Yeah.
Stuff.
So it's only been 2 weeks, and they already threw out his script and said, "Get out of the building." Fantastic. Couldn't be happier.
Into Uncle Phil. Uncle Phil's scene of throwing out the person out of the building.
Pretty much. Hopefully it's not like the Simpsons scene of throwing the guy out of the bar and, you know, he just comes back. But
don't give Barney to Max Landis.
I know it's unfair. I'm just talking about the motion. But yeah, the article goes into like the details of the script, but apparently the studio's still in talks from Danny McBride writing a script. So yeah, I'm just happy he's not getting this gig. All right. The Marvel Maximum Collection, that collection of old X-Men and Captain America and Spider-Man games, is coming out March 27th. It was so close to the announcement that I wondered why they didn't just tell us the date when they announced it. They were like, "Oh, pre-orders are up." Now it comes out March 27th. There will be a physical release being done by Limited Run Games, and take that information with what you will. I know everybody's a little divided on Limited Run Games as a company right now. For me, I'm going to buy the digital.
Yeah, I'm buying digital.
I'm traumatized from my Limited Run Games experiences.
How's your Sky program?
Still don't have it. Still don't have any update on it.
When it comes to, should we stream it?
Maybe. Depends on what else is happening at the time, because I don't know when it's going to come in at this point. Because how long has Scott Pilgrim been out on digital?
No, not Scott, but Marvel.
Oh, Marvel. Yeah, Marvel we could do it, probably. Yeah, we might as well. I don't want to play a bunch of these on stream. I just want to play X-Men.
But what about Captain America and the Avengers?
We can give it a go. It will be sold at retail, yes, like Mutegi said. Limited Run Games. It's not a numbered release, so it's not going to be like, if you don't order it within this month, you never get it. Like, it will be available at retailers, but I don't want to give them money. I'm a little burnt, aren't we all? All right.
Hey, at least you didn't pre-order Shadow Generations.
Oh, I'm so glad I didn't. Because the thing is that like I had gotten the Scott Pilgrim versus the World the Game limited edition, and it took 2 years to show up, and I was like, I'm never doing another one of these again.
I mean, that's like at least a nice one, at the very least. Nice.
That one was nice. Yeah, the Shadow one. Actually, I did forget. There was another one I ordered. It was the Bill and Ted Retro Collection.
Oh yeah, that one.
And that one, not only was the quality really bad, it's like in a generic cardboard box. It wasn't even like anything that great, right? Not only that, do you know how long the Limited Run Games edition of Bill and Ted took to show up?
They ran the license.
The digital got delisted 2 weeks before I got my physical copy. Like, when you take that long to fulfill an order, I don't know what you're doing anymore. And that's why I stopped ordering their limited edition stuff. I ordered the standard of Scott Pilgrim EX. And I was like, oh, that'll come out on time, right? Maybe. Not maybe, because it's like the game's already out, and it's just like they've sent no update on the shipping of it. And I'm like, it's just a disc in a case. Come on.
The game's done. Like
the game's out, right?
Yeah, no. Here's the thing: for collector edition, look fine, manufacturing fine.
Yeah.
But when it comes to play a game on a physical media of cartridge or disc, it's not.
It's been 2 weeks since the game came out. How do they not even have like an estimated shipping date for me? Right? It's just I didn't order any fancy edition. I just ordered a disc in a case. Why does that take forever to come out, right? It doesn't make sense. It's just I don't know. Anyways, Darth Maul looks really good, guys. I'm very happy about this show. I'm very excited for it. And there's a new trailer for it, and it's coming out April 6th, and they're doing 2 episodes a week, which I think is kind of fun. And we got a new trailer, and the trailer told me that this show isn't doing the thing I'm getting tired of in Star Wars. There's a trend for everybody to get a kid sidekick in their shows. Mando, Ahsoka, Asajj Ventress for that Tales of the Underworld. Everybody seems to get a kid sidekick. Even Andor had one for like a couple episodes. I don't get it. Not every Star Wars show needs to have a kid sidekick. And so I thought that Devin, the Jedi in training, was going to be Maul's kid sidekick. But this trailer shows that this other guy that she was talking to is a Jedi as well, and he's like, don't trust Maul. You may have a common enemy, but you shouldn't trust him because he will betray you. And I was like, oh, thank you. I thought we were doing the Maul picks up a plucky kid sidekick thing like we've had, again, so many times in Disney Plus Star Wars at this point. And they were just like, no, actually, it looks like she's only working with him to get revenge on the Empire. And I'm like, yes, I like this. But I would also like, to see if it's like she eventually goes, oh, I can trust Maul. And then he just like stabs her in the back, figuratively or literally. I would like to see him like just use her as a puppet, because the thing is, Maul gets a kid sidekick was already a plot in Rebels when he was training Ezra. So I'm like, we don't need to do it again. But I'm very excited because it doesn't seem like it's following that same like kind of, I want to say tired formula, because it seems like every Star Wars thing has been doing it lately. So I'm excited about that, and I think the art style is gorgeous. They said they shot this, or they it's animated, but they shot it like a live action show. Like all the shot compositions and the way that like they're doing the framing and the lighting is like a live action show, and it's giving it a very unique look. It isn't just like Clone Wars Season 9. It's like a distinctive style. And they did I think they did a bunch of motion capture for the fight scenes, like they did for Clone Wars Season 7. So I'm very excited about this, not just because I'm a Maul fan, but I think it actually looks like a really solid show. And once again, proving the best thing for Star Wars is animation.
It's because you're a Maul fan.
It's because I know that's part of it, but like the thing is, I was always going to be excited, but then the fact that the show looks really good on top of that makes me double excited, right? Cool. You know what's the most exciting news of the week, though? You know what's the most exciting news of the week?
What?
2 more Doctor Who episodes have been found.
Yeah, that was out of nowhere from her, and just all of a sudden.
Apparently, it says a cardboard box was found in a collector's ramshackle collection of vintage films containing 2 episodes of Doctor Who that had not been viewed since airing in the 1960s. These are part of the Daleks' master plan episodes. We now, I think, have 4 of the 12 parts. At this point, there's the film canister. They're going up on BBC iPlayer very soon. Still a lot of episodes missing. I think we're still missing 95 episodes. Apparently, from what I've heard, the reason they found these is because these film reels were in the hands of a private collector. Said private collector died, and someone swooped in and bought the film canisters before it went to auction.
I was one of those kind of persons that's like, I have lost me. I'm going to keep it for myself.
As you can see, the can actually has the note on it saying it is the specific Doctor Who episode. I am so excited because the thing is, we kind of hit a wall of finding episodes where it seemed like we found everything we're going to find. But look at that. 2 more have appeared. Guys, guess what? Only 95 to go. We're almost there.
Speaking of the subject, have you heard about the news of Reboot?
The reboot remaster is complete.
Yeah, it's complete. Yeah, it's
Yeah.
complete, which is great to hear.
Yep.
Especially.
The reboot remaster is complete, and they're now working on all the supplemental material to be transferred and copied. I think
can't wait to
they're
see
still working on season 4 in post production because they're having
those
some
episodes.
inconsistencies in
Yeah.
aspect ratio.
But it's funny because those are the most like nice looking. That season 4 is the most nice looking one, but yes, the one with all the video glitches.
Yeah, and they said they only had like one tape of one of the episodes, and it's in a 4:3 instead of the 16:9, so they're trying to like frame splice. There's so much work going into that.
Yep. There's a great
Um,
behind the scene videos on not both YouTube Reboot Rewind, but also Linus Tech Tips. There's really Linus Tech that shows
yes,
the story and the hell of those goddamn machines, essentially.
not
They, impro- they,
that
impro-
was ultimately one of those like that was not the best way to store that show. That was all they
yep.
had.
They even got Gavin Blair in that video. It was great.
That's awesome. It's so cool to see that much love put into reboot restoration. But back to Doctor Who. Yeah, let's see. Blader says this was found by a non-profit company that catalogs private film collections. Okay, because that makes sense. But I did hear there was some swooping involved in this one. I know there was a couple different reports on this. I know there's there's from what I understand, there's the official story and there's the unofficial story. Because there's some stuff going on. And J Pocket says, for reference, last missing episode Discovery was in 2013. Yeah. So it's been a long time since we got new episodes found. And also, a lot of the stuff the BBC was throwing out and private collectors ended up with a bunch of it because they found it in a dumpster or they found it or they had somebody on the inside. That's a whole different video.
The idea of Doctor Who dumpster diving is just funny.
It is.
It's funny.
All right, let's talk about the Oscars and who won, because you guys know I have thoughts. I'm in my own damn award show last year. By the way, is it weird that the Oscars are in mid-March? I feel like that's way too late to be doing the Oscars.
You think you should do it like? You feel like they should have done it in January?
They used to, and then it's just been getting further and further out, and next year it's going to be late March.
Where's the scheduling problem, I wonder?
I don't know. It's really strange. So anyways, let's talk about the Oscars because, of course, I have thoughts because I did my own film awards. So naturally, we got that. I am skipping over animated short, documentary short, live action short because I don't have any say in those. I never watch anything from those categories. I will say live action short was the first tie at the Oscars since 2012. So that's pretty cool. Yeah, so there's that. All right. So, original song. Can you guys guess which one won? That's right, it's Golden.
What's that special holiday in Japan?
Yeah, it was Golden. Golden was always going to win. I thought it was really kind of sad that they only had Golden and I Lied to You performed, and the other three didn't get performances because it was like, yeah, it's between Sinners and K-pop Demon Hunters. You other three don't even have a shot. I was like, come on, guys. Like, you had time for a bridesmaid reunion. You had time to do a few more music performances. Like, it was crazy.
It's so weird that some people go like, oh, you do know this movement has like more than one song. I'm like, what hole have you been living under? But
people don't understand how awards campaigns work.
Yeah.
You have to like, when you're on an awards campaign, you have to perform the song that's on the campaign. So that way the voters don't go, this is how it sounds like is a better song. We should have voted for that. We're not going to vote for Golden to win this time because awards voters are kind of stupid. So you have to keep on. That's like the awards campaign is you play that one song. Now that they've won the Oscar, I think they can go start performing other songs now. I'm like, great stuff. All right. Makeup and hairstyling, Frankenstein won as appropriate. That makes sense. Got that. F1 won sound. People talk about pity Oscars not being a real thing, but I don't know how you don't have a pity Oscar for F1. Like, yes, F1 had sound, but it's like that movie. Everyone was like, why is that movie nominated? And then now it's like, it won for sound. I mean, good for it.
I mean, I guess when you're a car movie, you kind of want to make sure the car sound nice, I guess.
That'd be like if Avatar won Best Visual Effects. Oh, look, Avatar won Best Visual Effects.
Yeah.
Costume design, Frankenstein. I'm so glad it wasn't Avatar, because remember how I said that was category fraud? I was like, Avatar can't be in costume design. Everybody wears loincloths. That ain't right.
Also, they're also all CG people.
Exactly. Let's see. Production design, also Frankenstein. I had a good call that Frankenstein was going to win the craft categories. And that's pretty much what we got, which I think makes sense.
Okay, I know you mean like crafting in terms of costumes and all that, but
Yeah.
I mean like catering. for a
Oh,
second there.
we should have a best craft services award. Like, there's just somebody that goes around to every set and just goes to the craft services table and then decides who's the best at the end of the year. That'd be fun.
How was the craft services during
Creed
Creed
2?
2?
Fantastic. They never ran out of anything, and they had literally everything. They're like, do you want a muffin? Do you want a gluten-free muffin? Like, they had everything. It was incredible. It's like, I never could go without anything. And they were so good that they were like, oh yeah, mind you, we're in the middle of the desert, and they're like, if you have time, I can make you an omelet. And I was like, what? You can make me an
That's
omelet
nice.
here in the middle of the
I'm gonna
desert?
say
And they're
this
like,
right now. I'm
yeah,
gonna say that right now. That feels like that's a Stallone thing.
it
He's like,
probably
no,
was.
no.
But like, it was funny because like they were just like they were like they would cook you stuff in addition to having prepackaged stuff, and I was like, this is insane.
I
That's
feel
nice.
like with Stallone being in the game for so long, he's like, no. We got to treat people right.
Probably. All right.
Yeah.
Casting. One Battle After Another won the casting award. It was funny because everybody realized, wait, all the casting directors are women, and it's like, yeah, that's like the one female-dominated field in film is casting director.
Nice.
Yeah, so that was cool. Original score, Ludwig Göransson won score for Sinners, and I'm actually pretty happy about this because now he has 3 Oscars, which means he has one more than Hans Zimmer, and like I think he's now in the top 5 of like film composers winning awards.
I love you. I love
Yeah.
you. This pity rivalry with Hans Zimmer.
I always will. It'll never end.
Well, it's easy to have a petty rivalry with Hans Zimmer when he worked with Steve Jablowski and they work so well that they rip each other off like incredibly hilariously.
Yep.
Steve who?
The
The
composer
guy who
for
did
the
Transformers movies.
Transformers movies composer, Steve
Oh,
Jablowski.
okay.
Yeah.
Because
Okay.
because
We
okay,
I
so
think
for
you mentioned
example,
I
for
thought you said
exa-
Steve Jobs. I'm like Steve
Steve
Jobs.
Jobs. No, that's the Pixar story.
because okay, so if anyone doesn't know this, the Transformers, the Coming to Earth is actually
Yeah, the
just
rival Earth.
him borrowing Hans Zimmer's tracks for
Yep.
King Arthur.
Also, Hans Zimmer borrows from people all the time, and nobody ever calls him on it. Just like, I'm like, come on, man. But anyways, so what was I talking about? Oh,
Sinners.
right, Sinners. Cinematography. Autumn Durland Akpa, first woman to ever win Best Cinematography at the Oscars, won for Sinners. And during her speech, she thanked every single woman that came before her as opening the pathway to this moment. And then and then she called for every woman in the audience to stand up to be recognized for their contributions to film. And I thought that was the classiest thing I'd ever seen in an Oscar speech. It was so cool. And there was also this moment where when she went up to accept her award, Ryan Coogler ran to the back of the theater and grabbed her son and brought him to the front so she could see his mom's speech.
Aw.
I was like, that's the sweetest thing. Fantastic. All right. One Battle After Another, one for editing. And Sentimental Value, one for international feature. Documentary, I don't follow documentary. Anime feature, guess what? It was K-Pop Demon Hunters. They didn't even put up a big fight with this category because I don't know why Elio was there. I always see Elio as taking Bad Guys 2 slot. I don't know if that's fair, but I feel like that's the case. Anyways, adapted screenplay, Paul Thomas Anderson for One Battle After Another. But most importantly to me, original screenplay, Ryan Coogler for Sinners. Ryan Coogler is an Oscar winner. Do you know what movie Ryan Coogler produced? Creed 2. I worked on an Oscar-winning producer's movie. I can say that now. That's how the industry works, by the way. It's not me being vain.
Get hired again.
Sasha put that
hired again.
Sasha put that on his like plaque or something.
I really should. I really should.
Like I work for Oscar winner.
All right, and then for Best Director, Paul Thomas Anderson won for One Battle After Another. Now, on one hand, I'm disappointed Ryan Coogler didn't get this, but I was kind of like, I thought it was nice that the Academy kind of divided up this year. There wasn't like a huge sweep from one movie. I think the top winner was One Battle After Another at 6, and then like Sinners won 4 of its 16 nominations, which we'll talk about that in a moment. But I think it was kind of nice that like Paul Thomas Anderson's been nominated 14 times, so I think they were just ready to give him an award. But by Coogler getting screenplay, he wasn't left out of getting an Oscar, and I think that shows also how great Ryan Coogler is, because everybody just always says really nice things about him. You know, like that guy is awesome. So I think it was great.
sounds like I met the man.
I didn't meet him. I just saw him.
I was near
the man. I have another one of those stories in a minute. Best supporting actress was Amy Madigan for Weapons, which I was actually surprised, but also like good for Amy Madigan. Like she's been in the game a long time, so
I think you'll like Weapon.
Weapon's
Weapon's a really good film.
Weapons is I just sat there trying to watch some of it because like it was like a clip or whatever, because I still haven't seen it because it's not on TV yet. But I've seen like a clip of it, and I said, it's like someone just decided to rip off that one episode of Ultra 7 I like.
It does have an Ultra 7 vibe from everything I've seen about it.
They literally ripped off like that one episode of 7 where the guy was like, I gave these toys that hypnotized kids, and I'm just like, man, this really feels like you just watched Ultra 7 once.
It's not at least the way you're describing that Ultra 7 episode. It's not, as someone who's seen the movie.
I know, but that's the vibe I really got.
I mean,
someone wanted to lead in and make it more horror-y.
I mean, isn't that kind of trope like very Children of the Corn?
Children of the Corn is I mean that was a trope before Children of the Corn even existed.
Yeah, so I don't think Ultra 7 invented that.
Good for Amy Madigan.
I beat Children of the Corn, the Ultra 7 episode.
I gotta tell you guys though, the Academy must love Sean Penn, but Sean Penn doesn't like them. This was the funny one for me. Sean Penn's got his 3rd Oscar for Best Supporting Actor for One Battle After Another, and he wasn't there to accept it because he was in the Ukraine talking with President Zelensky. And because he was like, I got more important things to do than show up to your award show. And it's funny that Sean Penn never was there. Hey, Spin Dash made it. Sean Penn's always doing other things. And the Academy just seems to keep wanting to get him at the award show, but I don't think it's ever going to happen. But you know what? Honestly, good for him being like, I got better things to do. But yeah, I kind of wish this went to either Delroy Lindo or Stellan Skarsgård, though. Just because Sean Penn's already got like 2 others. But that's how it goes. Best actress was Jessie Buckley in Hamnet. That's really funny watching the Bride's box office and then seeing her win an Oscar like a week later. I think she was talented in The Bride. I didn't watch Hamnet because that looked like an insanely sad movie to me, and I didn't want to put myself through it. But yeah, good for her. And my favorite award of the night, Best Actor, was Michael B. Jordan for Sinners.
For which character?
That's the best part. He gets 2 Oscars. This one makes me happy for many reasons. First of all,
I was near the man.
I was 3 feet away from Michael B. Jordan. I wasn't talking to him because he was busy doing stuff. I was on set with him. I saw him all the time because I was working on Creed 2, so I saw him all the time because he was the lead, right? And so, thing is, I've been on set with an Oscar-winning actor. But I gotta tell you, Michael B. Jordan is like one of the nicest people. Like I can just, even though I didn't talk to him directly, I could just see him on set and just the way, like his energy.
First anime fan to win an Oscar.
Yeah. It's like his energy was great, and so it's like, and the way that everybody stood up and applauded for him, and the way that like he went to In-N-Out. Yeah, that's a tradition. Like you win an acting Oscar, you go to In-N-Out. It's a California thing. But like, everybody was like just giving him great reception. He was smiling. He had such a huge smile when he was getting his Oscar engraved. It was like the best thing. And I was like, this is the greatest moment of the Oscars. And I think that it just made me very happy. It just made me very happy to see it. And it's so well deserved.
My favorite part though is still my favorite is your Michael B. Jordan, where you were just having a hard day at work, and I was like, oh, you were like saying, oh yeah, I met these people. You're like, and what was the funniest part was when you met Stallone and Stallone stayed, and you're like, that little bitch had to run off. You said Michael B. Jordan, you're like, that little bitch had to run off.
Yeah, it's because he had to go film a scene. I didn't know he was filming a scene at the time.
No, but I love the joke where you said that little bitch ran off.
Because you asked me, like, did you get a picture with Michael B. Jordan? Like, no, he ran off.
But no, I still love that story.
Yeah.
No, it sounded like that little bitch ran off.
Yep. No, it's a joke.
That's still my favorite story.
the way how Soundout.
Because the way you said it on the phone, you were like actually sounded like you were angry at this motherfucker.
No, I was tired.
know
I was
what?
on hour 18 that day.
I'm, you know what
Yeah.
sounds like with his like I was near Michael B. Jordan and Ryan Coogler.
Yeah.
What's his name from One Piece again? The big fanboy of Luffy.
Bartolomeo. I was in Bartolomeo mode. Totally. I went
I met.
full Bart. I was near them. I saw them from a distance.
That should be if you ever have a con banner, you should put it on there. I was near Ryan Coogler.
I was on the set of a movie where 2 Oscar winners were on it. Yeah, no, it's. But the thing is, like, regardless of all that, I think it was just great he won. I will say, there was a lot of people saying that Timothy Chalamet was going to have it, but then he torpedoed his career with like a dumb comment he made. Oscar voting was locked before then. They already picked Michael B. Jordan long before that happened. That being said, Timothy Chalamet needs to step up his game because he's been just making mistake after mistake after mistake, and I think it's torpedoing his career, and he better watch out because they were making jokes about him in the monologue. Like Conan was making jokes about him, and I'm like, look, when you make it into a Conan O'Brien monologue for an award show, you have officially screwed up, and you got to figure out how to fix that.
See, like some
But you know what was funny?
K-pop Demon
I found
Hunters
out
like
about it
style animation of Conan and Weapons main villain.
Yeah,
makeup
she
or
was
something
like,
that.
yeah, Coda was dressed like Aunt Gladys. He was running through different movies, and he ran into K-pop Demon Hunters, and there's new animation. Yeah, that was fun stuff. But no, Timothy Chalamet, for anyone wondering, he made a comment where he said like ballet and opera were like, he was like, yeah, he said like no one goes to ballet or opera, and I don't want movies to become that or something like that. And then he like doubled down and tried to make it a joke, and then the ballet and opera communities got very offended because they're like, artists should support other artists, and I was like, yeah, I agree. And then he hasn't said anything since, and then he showed up at the Oscars with the worst haircut I've seen, and I'm like, you need to really work yourself out. You got to figure this out, man.
I read in the chat. First Oscar to Athena Arts and Sasuke kids.
It's true. I mean, you never know. Like, William Shatner's a Sailor Moon fan, okay? Sometimes we don't know. But
Wait, what? Really?
Yeah.
Wait, what, really?
William Shatner's... I'm convinced that William Shatner is a Sailor Moon fan because of Neil deGrasse Tyson. Like, I'm convinced that was the pipeline. All right? And, of course, Neil deGrasse Tyson's into it because planets. So, anyways.
Mario 3 once again, no, it's the most Mario Supreme thing to happen.
That is true. I've never seen that movie because I just didn't care. But it had 9 nominations and won nothing.
Also, I love people pointing out because they gave up the 120 animation. It's just the 5th year in a row Disney has not won anything.
Yep. I keep saying Disney's got to step up their game.
You know why Disney can't win? The reason Disney can't win is because they don't have the balls to make a 2D movie.
It's true, but they do keep losing to 3D movies because they
I say I don't think it's because they don't make TV. It really, I think no matter
keep
what,
making movies that are too safe and chopped apart.
Listen.
But they keep making movies that are too safe and chopped apart in a boardroom. That's why they keep not getting on the best animated picture. They might have something with Hoppers though. They got potential with Hoppers could make. I think Hoppers could get nominated this year. I have a feeling.
Oh, that one looks like it was such a secret good movie.
Oh, it's great.
Every time I see the trailers,
It's
I'm like,
so
why
good.
have I heard no one talk about this movie?
It's so good. It's so good. It's like one of those you have to watch it and then you're like, oh. Yeah.
But I kept seeing trailers and I'm like, why has this not been talked about?
Yeah.
Because it's not IP. Because it's not IP film.
Yep. And no, but Hoppers is great. But also Goat is great.
You saw those plushies for Hoppers?
I told myself no more
when
plushies.
When I saw the Hoppers trailer recently, I was like, this is the most unhinged DreamWorks movie I've ever seen out of Pixar.
Wheels, just wait till you see the caterpillar in Hoppers.
Just wait till you see the shark.
Squish.
Squish. Anyways, Best Picture was one battle after another, which I would have picked Sinners, but it's fine.
the real answer would be the Monkey Man movie.
I mean, yes, but that qualified for the previous year's Oscar because of when it came out in the UK, not when I got to see it. Anyways, I was also going to say, Sinners may have only won 4 Oscars, but Sinners has won 4 Oscars, 3 BAFTAs, 2 Grammys, 2 Actor Awards, 2 Golden Globes, A rating on CinemaScore, which is insanely uncommon for a horror movie. It made $370 million worldwide. It's got 4 Critics' Choice Awards, 97% on Rotten Tomatoes, one of the best reviews, wide releases of the films of the decade, and left out of this tweet, 13 NAACP Image Awards, meaning that it's not only successful, it's well loved, it's well respected, and it's an original IP. That is the success of Sinners right there. Regardless of how many Oscars it won, its overall like sweep of the awards categories, while also being a very popular film with moviegoers, while also being very successful, is an incredible thing that hardly ever happens anymore.
And having a majority black cast
Yes,
and director.
Exactly. Who and I think what was so great was the way that like everybody else that won awards for Sinners thanked Ryan Coogler, because I think Ryan Coogler is like the glue that brings everybody together, and it's because he's so great to work with. Like people like working with him, and that will get things to happen, you know?
I did tell people posting that. I love when Sinners winning. I love people posting that one. And two clip. Black people are cool.
Yeah. No, I gotta tell you, Ted Season 2 has the best clips for everything at this point. All right, let's get to the toy news. What?
Wait, here comes the endless. Here comes the endless secret. I think Ryan.
Ryan Coogler owns the IP, and Warner Brothers owns the rights to the film for 25 years, and then it defaults to his family. He has no plans to make a sequel.
Yeah, so we're safe. We're safe on that, thankfully.
Yep. Putting a hand on the wheel of the things you make is important.
I was gonna say though, it's funny how I found out about a new gambling site, because of the Oscars.
Yeah, the gambling stuff is out of control, like plain and simple.
Oh, do you know there's a new there's a new gambling site called Kelshi, and like they sponsored somebody to promote their Oscars gambling thing, and it was during a Star Trek video. I was sitting watching a Star Trek video the other day, and also it's like, hey, Timothée Chalamet was originally top for Best Actor, and he's losing now. Maybe you shouldn't bet against him. Maybe you might get money. Timothée Chalamet.
I think
that's the weirdest paid.
I gotta tell you, I don't give financial advice because look at me, but never bet on award shows. Bet on things with actual odds. If you're gonna bet, which I don't think you should, betting on award shows is a horrible idea because you'll see, like, for example, Sean Penn, I don't think won any other awards, and yet he won the Oscar. Don't bet on award shows. You can't predict that stuff. It's just,
hey, Soundout, I should have bet on wrestling last night because I was pretty much betting.
Cass told us about one of the ads. Oh my god. Yeah. All right, let's talk toy news. Let's talk toy news.
It was a spot. The syringe spot.
Still.
Oh. I was like, what ad? Oh, that's great though. What?
Let's talk toys. All right, so first of all, Storm Collectibles had a booth at Capcom Cup, which is, the big tournament, and they had some new Storm Arena figures on display, like Felicia and Victor for Darkstalkers, which is exciting.
The other one, the other new Arena ones are Cammy, who's great proto, Balrog, because I think Balrog's new, and Zangief is new. I want to say Zangief's new.
I think we've seen Zangief before, but I think this is the first time with joints.
Joints, yeah.
And then there's also the larger scale
like Alpha Zangief, and the other one looks like Street Fighter 6.
Yeah, the Street Fighter 6 are the larger scale ones, and there's also a M Bison on horse and a Sagat.
The M Bison on horse just came out for are available for pre-order right now, and Zakat's new.
Yeah,
and Armika. They're also doing Armika.
Yes. Which is nice to see. So Arena's getting Armika. Cammy, Balrog, Sagat, Zangief, and then Felicia and Victor is the part I'm really excited about because Darkstalkers.
I'm still waiting for those pre-orders for Morgan
and Lilith. Yeah, they do take their time. All right, Transformers pre-order alert.
Also, I would say it's nice to see the non-girl characters for once.
Actually, the Victor made me more excited because I have a statue of Felicia. I don't have any Victor merch.
Yeah. Felicia still gets merch, not as much as Morgan, but so Felicia's always number 2.
Victor gets nothing. Poor guy. All right, Transformers Titan Studio Series Titan Class Grimlock Age of Extinction version, fully revealed in color now and up for pre-order. Ryan, do you remember how much he costs?
Almost $200.
$190, right?
Yep. It's like,
I thought he was going to be
Why?
like Star Convoy priced, to be honest.
It's Hasbro. What do you expect? That feels like Star Convoy feels like a fluke.
It does. It actually, Star Convoy does feel like a fluke at this point.
Star Convoy is such a fluke that a lot of people are like really appalled that like it was that price because now they expect all. I was seeing people talk about it how like Star Convoy being that low made people assume like Titans had like a new price point or
Well,
like
I was going
there
to
was gonna
say,
be, like, better
I
stuff
I
coming.
don't see anything in this Grimlock that tells me he's $40 more expensive than Star Convoy.
Exactly. Like I don't see any electronics.
I know he's got to be big so the leader Optimus can ride it, but like still, like
Star Convoy's pretty big too.
Yeah.
I'm not sure where
Yeah,
the
but
extra
leader
price is
Optimus
coming
rides
from.
Star Convoy.
People also said the color's not accurate to the movie.
He still has that like
Sorta
C
not.
color. He still has that C color they like to use for the movie Dinobots, but like
Yeah.
I think they're just silver if I'm not mistaken in
Like-
the movies.
Like
Mhm.
in the okay, so in the
Because I remember the
movie,
studio
they
leader
gave
was all
him a lot
silver.
of rust.
Oh,
They gave him
that's the
yeah,
rust.
But the thing,
Yeah.
at least with the studio, at least with the leader, they made it look still rusted. I don't know how well they made this.
I think that's why. Yeah, because I think that's why they gave him like the weird C colors is to make it look like the rust, but doesn't like. I think with rust, you need to add like when it comes to rust paint jobs, you need to give that texture because rust isn't just brown. It's like or it has that texture to it.
Greens,
such like that.
blues, oranges.
Yeah. He's 15 inches tall. I think Star Convoy's actually 15 as well. And Star Convoy comes with a whole ass tiny like hot rod and stuff.
Hot rod, which also has people still
Blast
like
effects.
shocked that it was priced at that price.
Yeah, that's what I mean. Is like I thought, that was after our prices got dumb, and yet here we are with. Anyways, if you're into it, there's also 4 more of these dudes. 4 more, 3 more. How many Dinobots are there in the movie? 3, 4, 4. There's 3 more Titans
in the
coming.
movie, there was 4. Allegedly, yeah, they were working on all 3 of them to be at least Titans or Commander classes.
Yeah.
Ugh, thank God I don't collect movies.
Yep. Also, in the world of
only thing I'll
expensive
look
things.
forward to.
Yeah.
Like I say, the only thing I'll look forward to is just having a score. Like for me, I'm probably gonna skip Strafe. I just really wanted a Scorn.
Here's
Yeah.
the I love Scorn, but specifically Toy Scorn, not the movie design
Yeah.
Scorn.
Hey guys, SH Figure Arts Combinator Geats 9 finally exists, except he's sold out already everywhere. So
Well, he's sold out.
he's sold
Yeah,
out
what's
quick.
funny is if I would have known he would have sold out, I would have pre-ordered it. Because when I went to bed on Friday, it was well stocked. And then when I woke up, I was like, oh, it's still sort of stocked. And then it sold out. So I was like, I didn't know. I was like, man, that's weird. Which is weird because this should make frickin' P Bandai realize to give us second listings like they do Japan. I don't know.
I like
why
how
they
it
do
sold
that
out so
for
quick they didn't
international
even put the
stores.
listing onto the Tamashi website.
Even more weird that this P
No.
Bandai because this form, but this one's like popular, isn't
Yeah,
it?
but popularity doesn't mean
Also,
anything to Bandai. If you're not a base 4 main writer, you're
Also-
P Bandai.
Before I go grab dinner, guys, do you want to know what the worst part about this is?
Spin Dash says
It's sold
Bandai
out
Japan
at
be like second run lottery only. Yeah, it's like a lottery only in Japan for the second run. Anyways, it's ridiculous.
The worst part about this too is all middlemen sold out.
Yeah, I don't know why Bandai didn't anticipate this. They. I was gonna say something really dirty. I decided against it, and now I'm proud of myself that I didn't. I was gonna say they edged people on this for like 3 years.
Yeah, no, they
and then they were surprised when it's again. How are you surprised by this? You've teased this figure, like not even that the shows existed for so long, but they kept showing it at shows for how many years, and now they finally do it, and then they're like, oh, it's already sold out, and it's like, how is this a proper business model? I don't get it. I don't get the plan
we
here.
don't we should literally have a second listing for it, not a second run lottery style. We should have like what they do with CSMs when CSMs sell out, where they open up
Put up a second batch. Yeah,
like the same thing should have happened. The second thing should have been like what happened with the Geki Ryujin incident. Geki Ryujin sold out way before the pre-order date closed. It shouldn't just be once. Because if you can do it in Japan, you can do it internationally.
Yeah. All right, you guys ready for something? We talked about how the Lego One Piece sets were affordable, and that was a nice change of pace for Lego. And so Lego said, "Oh, don't get comfortable."
I say it's modern day. I say it's current 2025 Lego with the damn smart brick and Pokemon sets.
Yeah, so they have a Gum Gum Fruit set that's less than 500 pieces, and is $70. And the minifigures aren't even new. They're just
It's
repacks.
the same. Like, is it only just Luffy?
You get 2 Luffys. You get Kid Luffy, and you get adult Luffy with the stretchy arms, and they're exactly the same. The adult Luffy with the stretchy arms is exactly the same as the one that's in the other set, and this is the same Kid Luffy from the Windmill Village set.
I mean, it's an easy skip at the very least with Sis. It's like, I feel like this should be at, like, why is this $70?
$70? This is like the X-Jet level of what? I don't even get close to seeing the value here. What the hell, man? I don't know how to say it otherwise.
It's the only it's the only affordable One Piece stuff. Maybe just the Moose Toy stuff right now.
I guess. The Wave 2, like the Fall Wave One Piece Lego sets seem to be a little better priced. But we'll see.
Will you get the Lego Robin minifig?
I need the Lego Robin and I need the Lego Chopper, and I don't care what set the Lego Robin's in, I'm getting Lego Robin.
It's the Captain America like elevator scene.
It basically is. Yes. All right. The next wave of the 2000s. Oh wow, I didn't realize it was 5:30 already. I just looked at the clock and I was like, oh. The next 2000X wave is up for pre-order now. We got Merman, looking nice.
It looks great. No, I would say they make him look too cool because Merman was pathetic.
Yeah.
2000X.
Also, he comes with 2 accessories. That's a nice change of pace.
Yeah, no, it really. It's interesting that some come with 1, some come with 2. Like Skeletor came with 2, but the rest come with. Most of them come with 1, so I'm not sure how come some get 2. Okay, maybe this is one. I guess it was too key to the character. I guess why. But even then, why didn't Man not come with goddamn blaster?
Right. Exactly. Then we got Orko, who looks really nice. Actually, I think this is.
As someone who finished rewatched 2000X not that long ago, I do not remember a single episode where he had Palpatine power.
Yeah, such like they were just like, let's just
I'm assuming maybe that's just a shout out to Orko looking like a black mage from Final Fantasy.
Might as well be.
I would say like part of pointing out, and this kind of the difficult Orko design because like we kind of had this nitpick with his design in Revelation where he has a bald head, even though like that's all shadow. That's not his actual head. Yeah. But like look at his ears on the hat. Notice something how they position them, because technically where his head is, the ears are like off where the head should be.
Oh god, they are.
That's one of those like things. My partner, because my partner's actually like a big Orko fan. So when he mentioned that, I'm like, oh wow, I cannot see that now.
Yeah, that's oh my god. Then we got Roboto looking freaking awesome. Look at that guy.
I was so happy to see Roboto because he was like the last figure shown off at Comic-Con. So I was worried he was gonna, because when I heard they were gonna like put pause on all the stuff for the movie, I was worried like, oh please get Roboto out. So like I was actually really surprised to see they have just another whole wave to come out alongside him.
But it's good because I forgot we hadn't gotten Tila yet.
Tila, I'm glad we got Tila. Though I will say, again, finish the show. This isn't really cartoon accurate. Like they want to make this line.
This looks like the toy version.
So it's like a fusion of the two because the toy version has horrible hair. Because it's a good Tila figure, I'll say that, but it's not cartoon accurate to the cartoon because she has that very anime teen look.
I think that's what's been holding me back from buying these. Is I think they look like good figures, but they're not quite like, some of them are very spot on to the cartoon. Some of them are fusions, right?
I have as someone who's been collecting the line, I think like it's like almost there, but not like I think like He-Man looks pretty close, but not 1-to-1. Skeletor, I know about Skeletor. Yes, the yellow face, but like his face is bone white in the cartoon.
Yeah,
for example, like that. But like I think like Evil and like Evil has that proper skin color instead of being pale as hell.
Right.
And so I think like Stratos and Triclops and Beastman are like very 1-to-1 here and such as that. So it's like
you're right though.
Like,
Merman looks too cool.
Yeah. And like it's almost there.
Yeah.
It's almost there. I think it's one of those like, because I heard like from what I've seen, the Filmation cartoon collection line was also similar, where it was almost there.
Yeah,
it was almost there. I still think these figures look great.
They're great
like,
toys.
No matter,
they're 100% great toys. Yeah.
Yeah, no matter what, like I have my nitpicks because again, like I love Chad X Masters, and again, I just finished watching the show recently, with my partner, so like the designs are fresh in my brain. So like but still, like no matter what, I'm glad. I'm hoping surprised this might be the last way for a bit because again, they did say they're focusing
And this
on the
is like
movie.
most of the main characters of the
The
main
only
cast.
main the only main cast members we're really missing that isn't like of the initial group of characters that weren't added later in the show is Trapjaw, Whiplash, Manny Faces, and Mechanic. Those are like the remaining
That's 4
characters left.
figures.
That's 4 figures. So like they could, I can imagine they can make
A wave.
Trapjaw the deluxe figure because usually these
Oh,
are
yeah.
3 basic figures and 1 deluxe figure. I can see your Trapjaw. I think Trapjaw's probably gonna be the deluxe figure. 'Cause of
Oh,
his
so you can come with the other
giant
parts.
arm. Yeah, because I think
Yeah.
Whiplash is a big guy also, but like so I'm not sure how like it's one they had to pick and choose. I guess with I'd pick Trapjaw because Whiplash was barely in much scenes in
Yeah.
Chad and X and such as that.
All right, let's get on to this McFarlane drop. First of all, they announced a wave of 5 Batmans, and then everybody was like, "Oh, why is the last wave of McFarlane Batmans?" And I was like, "Guys, this isn't the last wave. There's literally other stuff they've shown." It was the weirdest fan reaction I'd ever seen.
I think some people forget. I think some people, and to be fair, because I guess because it wasn't in a press release, because the whole like
but even
Todd
but
said,
at Toy Fair, they showed figures like Black Canary, which are coming after this wave. And so it was just
yeah,
insane to me. People were going like, "It's the last wave. It's the last wave." I'm like, "Where did you get that thought?"
and because I think people are confusing the Spin Master losing the
Yeah.
license. They think Spin Master and my father losing the same license at the same time. Even though, yeah, no, my father. It's so weird because Mattel had the whole like coming next year for the collector figures in the
Like
fall.
I feel like at this point, if you don't know when the license is running out, you're not paying attention. You know, which is
Yeah.
fine. Not everybody has to pay attention to everything, but still, I saw so many complaints from people that I felt like should have known better. You know?
Yeah, essentially your fault. I feel like you're following the McFarlane Toys line. You're kind of deep into DC Toys.
Yeah.
I feel like, because especially
Like, I don't know how
the
many times people have to repeat. They still have the license till the end of the year. And also, again, they showed stuff at Toy Fair that has not materialized yet. This is not the last wave in any way.
it really is the Simpsons tap the sign.
I will
like that.
say, why do we have a White Lantern Batman?
And now White run to Kyle Rayner.
Yeah. Like, Batman was never a White Lantern. Never. It didn't happen.
Well, this
He came back through time
base?
travel. I don't know why they just
What?
create variants like this.
Okay. Also, why is he always just? Oh!
Yeah,
What do you
that's because they
mean?
were using the Green Lantern Batman head.
Okay.
Yeah. All right, let's get to some.
I mean, I know. I mean, I'm saying not joking about getting a Hot Shoe figure before.
I was gonna make that joke, but I want to talk about One Piece. But yes, we're getting a Hush 2 figure before Hush 2 finishes.
I do find that funny.
It's hilarious. Clock King is coming to the animated line.
He's the Build-A-Figure for that wave.
Yep, and then we're getting Batman again with the double jointed knees. We're getting Zatanna, getting Mad Hatter, Mr. Traffic Cone, and we're getting Joker again. All right, Brandon Routh's Superman was shown, which we've seen before. This was a McFarlane stream. Oh, and here's Black Canary. We finally got Black Canary. Two things here. First of all, I don't like her faces. We'll talk about the other one. Here's her other one.
She does. Something about this Black Canary, like I don't think it looks horrible, but like it looks more like I feel like they're based off an actress. I don't know something about it. Like it feels like
you know what it reminds me of? It's the woman who played Black Canary, like the original Black Canary in the Birds of Prey TV show.
Yeah, because like
the old 2000s one.
Yeah.
Yeah. I see like a lot of people like there's a lot I see a lot of collectors say like, oh, this head sculpt looks like a certain actor because this, and I feel like this is this case where it's like I look at Black Canary and like, I'm sure that looks like Diane. It looks more like an actor that I don't know the name of, but like
yeah,
I don't know.
It doesn't look like her. It doesn't look like Dinah to me. Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
I will say, unlike Zatanna though, she did get the cloth leggings.
That's what happens when you don't have a monkey to put accurate into
it. That promotes my theory that Zatanna was originally, because they announced her as an Elite Edition, and she was supposed to be 60 with the monkey and the cloth leggings, and so this time it's But anyways, it's nice. We got Freddie Freeman, Captain Marvel Jr. There was a promo image for him, but I lost it. So well, he looks fine. I mean, it's nice they're doing these. Did they make Mary? I don't remember.
Nope.
Of course not. All right. Vigilante, who's actually the cowboy one. That's a surprise, actually. They don't ever make the cowboy one, so I'm kind of in on the cowboy. Here's another. Here's the glam shot for him.
I feel like I've seen that torso before, but like he looks great.
Blackhawk?
I like you. I think so. Also, like he comes
Yeah.
with a scarf, like actual like fabric scarf.
Yeah,
also.
so you can hopefully cover. It should fit over his face. I'm just not used to seeing this version of Vigilante with the cloth down. But I think it's cool as cloth. I really like that.
Like Cowboy Vigilantes, thanks to JOU, is became like one of my favorite like obscure DC characters.
Oh, totally. Also, we got 89 Joker, who's looking really nice. I'm
not Jack Nicholson. Not Jack Nicholson.
Legally not Jack Nicholson. Legally a comic book cover. So, because they can't afford Jack Nicholson.
If you say so.
Fun fact, actually, speaking of Batman, like a Batman move up on dates. So that's
that was interesting.
I'll say I got a huge. They show a video clip of them wearing the Lego Batman 1 skins minifigures, and like I got the nostalgia. The only thing was missing was the the
Danny Elfman music.
Danny Elfman music, yeah, that was the only thing missing in the trailer. I was like, oh, I'm missing that Danny Elfman music.
I'll definitely buy that game later in the year when it goes on sale because it's coming out too close to Bond. Game. I want Bond.
It's also a Lego game. They go on sale very fast.
And they usually need a patch or two after they come out. All right, we're also getting Lobo. This looks like to be the Lobo from the bike set, but just released single. Except now his hook has a metal chain.
What's the context of Dolphin Man?
Look, I don't know, man. I've read.
You had the Fraggy and Compendium.
It's Compendium 1. I think it came up in Compendium 2. I don't know. I don't even know if you need context for Lobo coming with a dolphin.
The deep Lobo, not deep Lobo lore.
Deep Lobo lore. And then the other one, we're getting a Silver Age Supergirl.
It looks so. The blue skirt looks so weird.
It does. It's accurate.
I'm curious. Like, did they not? Were they able to? I guess because it's the last year, maybe they weren't just able to grab the license for the movie.
It just sucks that the movie's going to have zero merch.
Yeah, because it has to. Because I feel like these. Because
it also feels like poor planning. I feel like we should have swapped licenses like before Superman came out, so that the new company could just start with Superman and the new DCU. And it's just an awkward time to be doing the license switch over, right?
Yeah, no, definitely. At least with like Playmates and Mattel with Turtles, that's happening before the new movie.
Yeah,
and such like that. But like, yeah, because clearly, because I feel like the Supergirl and the Blob are clearly meant to tie in with the movie. But like again, it really does feel like that. Like okay, so it seems it really needs to like go like okay, that means they couldn't get the license to do the movie then, because their contract is expiring. So like, why? It's a case of why pay money for when you're gonna lose it like in a couple of months and everything like that. But
they got some more of these mini busts of the cows. All right, back to the.
I imagine the same with Mattel. Like why we're not getting toys for Supergirl for the movie because
they didn't have
it was
time.
too late.
Yeah.
It was too late because toy production take time. Scenario like that.
Also, I wonder if they're trying to decide if they're aiming the movie at kids or not.
Also, another thing, yeah.
That may be the tone thing we were talking about earlier. Anyways, we're getting a Superman black suit and Mongol 2-pack. The Mongol is it's a rework. It's a repaint of the New 52 one, right?
But you know how I can tell? Look at his arms. You could because that Mongol. I had the Mongol. His arms were sleeveless, but here they painted him over, but they didn't get rid of the skin texture.
Yeah.
So there's these weird-looking, veiny purple sleeves.
Here's the glam shot for it. Sadly, Superman doesn't come with guns. It's the only time I'll say that sentence. The only time I will say, sadly, Superman doesn't come with guns. But that was kind of like the iconic thing. It's why he's wearing the bandoliers. He was like, I got no powers. I'm just going to go in guns blazing.
I think, because I know, like, some Batman, like, the Batmans with guns come out, but I think for this, but I won't be surprised, like, WB is, like, a full no for Superman with guns.
Yeah, I think so.
Maybe. Which, I mean, fair.
Yeah. We got another Tim Drake Robin, this time with a cloth cape. I feel like we got this suit before. But
this is on, so the one we got before was just a repaint of the more greebly looking.
Yeah, the green,
Drake.
the green one, yeah.
This one's using the Nightfall Batman mold, just without the logo molded onto it.
OMAC, not the Silver Age one, but the modern one.
That's cool to think. I have like.
Oh, that's a rework of Grid, not Grid.
Oh,
no,
it is. Yeah.
It's not Grid. What was the Batman Murder Machine?
Yeah, that one.
That one, because I remember the tentacle hand. That's a good figure.
I have a weird nostalgia for OMAC. We're never really aimed this books in OMAC. I just remember seeing merch of him back in the day.
Yeah, they made a ton of toys with him. I like Silver Age Max, he's a Jack Kirby character. Jack Knight Starman. Using that Constantine mold one more time before we head out the door.
Yeah. I mean, it's a good mold with giant hands.
Yeah. Looking good, looking good. Oh, Bronze Tiger. Getting a Bronze Tiger that's not the Silver Age costume actually makes me happy.
I mean, it was so weird. I am so used to the Silver Age costume, so I mean,
Yeah.
nice change of paint.
Nice
Nice
change of pace.
at least.
Really do like it. Oh, they put
Are
out.
those-
I see in the chat they put out Dune posters. Yeah, I figured the trailer was coming this week, so we'll talk about it next week.
Are those the same pants as Steve Trevor?
Yes. Yes, they are. I don't know who this guy is. Gangbuster. He was in 90s Triangle Era Superman. I just completely forgot about him.
I mean,
Guardian
Bill,
has
like-
a lot, but
I like the
Riddle's
Chuck.
D-lister.
Yeah,
I
the
love Chucker.
the
eh?
one Chuck.
He looks like Rex Explosion from Invincible.
He does. He does. We're also getting Larfleeze. Actually, pretty nice. Get another colored lantern finally.
Did you say Barfly?
Barfly. Larfleeze.
Oh, okay.
Mr. Greedy Boy.
Yeah. Sad he doesn't come with an orange lantern. Well, hopefully he does, and they just didn't show it. Dead Man Batman's a fun one. So
That's one of those wacky ass repaints right there.
that's one of those ones I can't be mad at 'cause it's kind of fun. And then I think that was it. Oh, there's Dark Knight Returns Batman. The blue and gray version of the suit, which actually has the proper logo on it. Every merch of this suit just uses the standard
just a
Batman
repaint.
yellow.
Yeah.
Well, it uses the standard Batman logo, the standard bat shape, but it's supposed to be the fat bat shape from Dark Knight Returns. It's always a screw up, so it's
Man.
actually really accurate.
Man, I wish, man, it's one of those. If only they had this, because a remold, because the main Dark Knight Returns one had a molded bat logo.
Yeah.
So man, only they had this version when they made Bat Zorro, so they had that, so they didn't have that obvious slit
Yeah.
cut for the logo for the Bat Zorro figure.
I also gotta give credit to McFarlane. I thought they were done, but look at this. Look at all these new things. A bunch of these were new we never saw before, so cool.
The Warhammer guys are my favorite DC character.
I skipped over them because you guys know how much I know about Warhammer, right?
I know people like to use the Necron skeleton robot as Metallo. Some people haven't got a Metallo yet. It's so bizarre. You think that'd be a perfect character for McFarlane to
Oh,
make?
yeah, so I thought like they did, but
We got-
they didn't, did they?
We did. It was Weird Jeff Johns' version of Metallo.
Right. It wasn't like the proper one. All right. So we have finished the news, guys. It is time for One Piece season 2 spoiler talk. So if you don't want One Piece spoilers, this is your chance to leave. It's the warning section of the chance to leave.
And also, since I don't know I'm saying much about this, before you go into it, I have a One Piece story that's real quick, just a random one.
Yeah,
Sounds
so,
perfect. Gives us a good
it's-
buffer before we get this going.
Yeah, exactly. So I'm going to Anime Boston next month. This was my first Anime Boston back in 2014. And when I was there, I was really tired. It was my first one. I didn't know much about where to sit or anything like that.
Mm.
And I'm like, I need a place to sit down. I'm really tired. And I go into this room and sit down. And then the doors close. I'm like, oh boy. And then two dudes
Yeah.
go up to the panel,
Yeah,
start the
Jerry.
panel, and they're like, hey, welcome to the One Piece panel. We're gonna talk about. And I'm like, and they're like, oh man, Jerry, I didn't know you were a One Piece fan. Like, I was just tired, but I sat through the whole thing anyways.
I like you make it sound like you were trapped in a death game by the sound of it with the doors locking like
Felt
that.
Yep.
I was like, oh god, because I didn't know what was going on. I didn't look at the schedule or
The
nothing. I
doors
just
lock.
sat there.
The doors lock, and a black and white bear comes out of the desk.
Danganronpa.
Danganronpa. So, the way we're going to do this, so this is our final warning on spoilers, but I'm going to tell you guys what we're going to do. We're going to go talk about the show. Full spoilers. There will be some manga and anime spoilers because there's certain things that they changed that I want to talk about. There's also, like, there's some minor spoilers about, like, main canon One Piece stuff. But, there's certain reveals I'm just going to not talk about. Like, I'm not going to say who Dragon is, because that's fun, and I want to keep the anticipation in case you're only watching the live action. But I will mention, like, certain characters and certain changes and stuff. But I kind of want to do a character-by-character breakdown, if that makes sense for everybody.
You had them posters. To use?
I have screenshots of every character I want to talk about. There's 43 of them, so we should get started. So, on that note, this is your final warning. We're going into One Piece Season 2 spoilers now. Final warning to get out. Thank you all for coming. We'll see you guys next week if you're dipping. But if you're staying, I got plenty to talk about. I'm very,
Anyway,
very excited. So,
all
yes.
right, they're all gone.
I think
They're
they're all
gone?
gone.
Alright,
I think we're ready
So
to...
Sam, how do you feel about that scene of the fact they brought back Goku's actor from Evolution to go up to Luffy and ask him to join this Jump Force initiative at the end of the season?
All I could think to myself was, oh my god, they're going to bring Suna from Reborn into live action. Bobo is going to come to this next. Because every Jump crossover game getting adapted would just be the most amazing thing. Seto Kaiba is going to slap Don Patch with a trading card. And it will be peak cinema for the rest of time. Nothing can top it.
And Frieza was so beat. I must go now. My planet needs me.
Anyways, that didn't happen, but it was really funny where there was people on Twitter trying to say that One Piece live action was terrible and it was just as bad as Dragon Ball Evolution. I was like, literally, what is wrong with your brain?
I see people like on social media. I'm like, do you have no fun at all?
They don't. It's not only they don't have no fun. They have literally like, I think they just exist to be rage machines at this point. I think they've lost all personality. But
I know, right? Like, if you don't like it, that's fine. But like, oh no, man! Like, I feel like some of the
tweets I saw from people were absolutely insane. They were like, "This should have never changed. Oda would never approve this." And then like literally everybody was like, "Oda approved everything we did." And like Iñaki did a video podcast with Oda, and Oda was like, "Yeah, I really like this idea they gave it for the series. I thought it was good, and they added it in."
People like hate on Nagaki. I'm like, look, people. Is Nagaki any different from your Colin Clinkenberg or Luffy's Japanese voice actors? Is it because you can understand? It's whenever
the thing is, I think the people saying it, I think it's like, I don't think people actually understand what they're complaining about because it just feels like they just want to complain. I don't feel like it's a real criticism because they're like, he doesn't act well. I'm like, did you see the scene with Miss Golden Week? That was incredible.
Oh, yeah,
that is insanely difficult acting. It's also insanely difficult to play a character like Luffy who does not fit within the bounds of our reality.
Luffy's such an oddball guys.
Yeah.
Like, seriously. It's one of those things where, like, people say, like, oh, I watch this American kid TV show and the acting's bad, but then I watch Japanese children's show and the acting's amazing.
I've seen some terrible acting in Sentai that if people understood the language, they would think was the worst thing they'd ever seen.
I was just going to bring that up.
Anyone remember Prince from King Oger? That guy could not act whatsoever.
It's one of those, like, it's a classical case of Japanese thing good.
Thing Japan better. Like. Yeah, exactly. Yep. So, let's see. You know, actually, because first of all, I loved season 2. I want to put that top line out. I don't really. I've been trying to think of like, is there anything I didn't like about season 2? Right? I was like, what? Think critically. What did I not like about season 2?
I think my only complaint.
Yeah.
I wish we did get more Smoker and Tashigi stuff. I really like both of them how they.
I like that Tashigi's a character.
I know. I love. From what I've seen of One Piece, I really like Tashigi, but I did feel that like she's gotta be one of those characters I like
after Punk has her, she becomes a babysitter.
That, but like I feel like that's the only thing I really wish we got. Something like since I thought it was gonna be like the Garp stuff in season 1.
Yeah,
that's the only thing. I think that's my only criticism I have of season 2 is I wish we got more of those two because essentially I thought their dynamic was really good.
I think my only like show complaint as a whole is I think I would have liked the mystery around Igaram dragged out a little bit. I feel like that came too quick. It was kind of like we met Igaram and it's like, oh, he seems like a nice guy. And then they're like, he's actually Baroque Works agent, Mr. 8. And then it's like, oh, he's actually a good guy. Like there was like no moment where I was like, oh, he's a bad, like I knew. My parents even were like, doesn't seem like he's that bad of a guy. It was like a 5-minute, like, he's a bad guy. I feel like that could have maybe used a little bit of... I think maybe reorder the scenes a little bit, be like, surprise, he's a bad guy, and then move the scene where, like, Vivi runs to hug him to, like, a little bit later, so it could just kind of hold the tension in the air a bit. I felt like it was a quick, like, no, he's fine. like,
think one of those, I think in that case they probably just like we want to do more stuff with it, but like we did have this really damn cool Zoro fight scene also at the same time.
exactly. And I was glad too because that was a thing that in season 1 they would do this thing where they'd have concurrent events and they'd be cutting between fights too much. Whereas this season they were just like, no, we're locking in for Zoro versus 100 people. It's just we're gonna play the entire thing, and then we'll go to our next scene. And I was really glad to see that they did that more this season. Anyways, other things that aren't characters, production quality went up significantly.
Oh man, I was so impressed.
Yeah.
I thought season 1 looked good, but like I could tell like it. I could tell it was still like a little more lower budget production because it was season 1. But season 2, I was so surprised at how much practical effects there were.
I can say that like I'm very impressed at how the show looked visually, not just from like effects work to action choreography went way up. Like the guys Mach Henry brought in was great because like it amplified all the fight scenes.
Have you watched any of Tad Skyler's like behind the scenes videos?
I have, yeah.
All the story detail about him working his ass off to be Sonny is so incredible.
It is.
Hearing that.
I will say Sanji would tell him though, eat some more food. Like I saw Taz on the red carpet and I was like, dude, you need a few more pounds. Like you're looking a little thin. I'm like kind of concerned. Like he shedded a little too much weight, but hopefully he's balancing because that's the thing is like you can get like super shredded and then like pass out because your body doesn't have anything to work off of.
Yep. Balance is important when it comes to that stuff.
Also, give a shout out to every actor because like everybody was like somebody's gym motivation / crush this season. Like,
I know they were going to talk about it much, but I want to get a lot of credit to how they handled Alvida because in the anime.
Yes. Oh, I want to do a whole deep dive on Alvida. I'm so happy with that.
I really like how they handled that.
We'll save that because I want to talk about Alvida because I think that was great. I was thinking about like
I think the only shot where I thought it looked a bit rough was I think is when in episode 2 when we flash back to the other pirates. The ship did look really CG looking. I think that's the only time where it looked off.
There was like a couple like weird CG moments, but for I think it was like I think it worked out. I think it's just like it was a lot of the more awkward moments are very quick. And you don't dwell on it and you're fine. I think though, just like as I see why it has 100% on Rotten Tomatoes. Like it's just an incredibly high quality TV show.
Can I also say that like I heard stories about like I think I heard stories about like with Emily Rudd going like do you want to give you pants for like I think it's during like the Giants arc and then like he said no I'll wear the skirt.
Yeah, she's like, I want to wear the skirt because she's like, she was as Nami wearing the skirt. It's like it's an empowerment thing.
I was so surprised to see that one scene in episode 3 with her in the
bikini top. It's
like Titan skin Nami. They're already there already.
I think what was it like? Netflix Brazil made a tweet and it was just like every shirtless shot and like Nami in the bikini and like somebody else. And it was like Netflix Brazil's official account was just like One Piece was made for the bisexuals. I was like, that's an official tweet.
I mean, I was so surprised how ripped Nanaki was. It's literally like, holy crap.
I was like, whoa, he actually did. He said he was going to hit the gym. I didn't think he meant it that much.
Like he was like ripped in like episode 7. I'm like, holy shit.
He was ripped, wet, and running around in a towel. They were just like, everybody's going to look good in this show. I had to like focus myself in episode 6 when we saw Miss All Sunday in the black leather. I was just like, wait, she's saying words. I should be focusing. Like I was so distracted. I was just like, oh my god.
When I saw that, I'm like I knew because I knew the outfit was technically that would be a leather outfit, but like it was so like like 2D leather and real leather are two different things. Where in the anime, it just looked like a generic black outfit.
I was so glad Wapple showed up because it broke me. I was like, I gotta pay attention. What's happening?
But you want to get attention. Thank God for selling it because you want to be realistic. All we should hear is
luckily the ADR team was on point, so you don't just hear the squeaking of the leather. But I was just like, it was just amazing. It was like everybody just looked incredible this whole season.
I'm not sure if the tension or not. It could be just because of angles and the alphas, but a lot of cleavage I noticed this
It
season.
was. It was funny. Oh, was it?
Maybe it's a true one.
J Pocket says this may be out of pocket, but it's crazy how good the fan service in One Piece can be when it's not drawn by Oda. Yeah, when it's actual people in people proportions.
I was saying, you see, this is a good This is a good adaptation of One Piece. It has the fan service.
Has the fan service. I like how there's this one scene where like Makenryu is shirtless as Zoro simply to just show off that he's jacked. Like there was no other purpose for that scene.
Was it like Usopp said, "Are you cold?" Nah,
Nah,
could be warmer.
Yeah.
Like, did he say,
like they
it
made
could
it
be
a
warmer?
gag, but I was like, no, this existed because he was in the gym for months. Like it was great. It was really great. All right, let's get into the characters because I think that we'll just structure all this around character. At least that's how it's going to work for me. So let's start with Luffy. I don't know what bad I can say, so I'll just say I think that Inyaki's great as Luffy. I think the thing that I liked about this season is they let Luffy get his ass kicked more.
Yeah, no, I like that. I like
yeah.
that. Like, it shows that
They
Luffy's
also
not
remembered
like,
that Luffy could bleed. This is the thing that bugged me in season 1 when I was looking back at it after reading the manga.
Yeah,
I was
he's
like,
not-
why does he never
yeah,
take
he's
any
not rub-
damage? You know,
he's not rubber. Like, he's not actually rubber. Like
Yeah.
that's his skin still.
he can still be cut and stuff, and they remembered that this time, which I thought was great. I think it had some really good moments. The scene where like Miss Golden Week is like controlling his emotions and stuff. I thought that was incredible.
That was a great moment.
Yeah.
Especially showing Nagaki's acting. Like it showed, like, as he was going through back like all these different emotions back and forth, also being like restricted. Also,
I think
Was,
I
like-
think his shining moment though was in the Laboon episode. I really felt like isolating Luffy from the crew was a great change because it made him kind of like, he was like trying to convince this old man to help him get his crew back, but he had to like really like it kind of made Luffy lock in as to like why does he need his crew, right? And it was just like some really good like acting moments. And then I gotta say this is the power of hindsight, but him doing the Nika dance to cheer up Laboon was like, it's like. It's the power of like this series has been running 30 years and we're only just now adapting it. And so we can just go like this is going to be important later. This particular show may never get to the importance of that dance. But we're going to put it in because it ties into the whole One Piece universe. And I think it was brilliant. And also I thought Kaiji94 said he was a great singer. I thought him singing Binks's Brew was just spot on. He sounded great.
I think especially Nagaki really captures the likability of Luffy of like such a. Oh man, I'll tell you, man. Watching Luffy, it is maybe go, man. I go, man. I miss when Goku used to be written like this a lot of times.
Like the lovable goofball idiot who still succeeds, not the superhero.
Yeah,
Yeah,
and such a dad. Yeah, I'm just that trusting guy and such a dad because. Like you could like everything feels genuine about him. Nothing feels like he's doing this because he wants to be a good guy. Like no, he's just doing this because he wants to help.
Yeah,
And such a dad. And I really think Nagaki really brought it out this season, especially.
I think so, and I think the boldness with the effects work too. Like there's a shot where he stretches his neck, and it was like amazing.
Oh yeah, that looked. I saw that. I get correct that scene because I'm not sure. Like I saw, I didn't see like the TV anime. I did saw that scene in the Chopper What If movie. I like that scene, how the scene framed more. It was super quick in that version of that scene in the movie. Where here you actually felt like, oh shit, Tony's gonna fall and die.
Yeah.
So like Luffy was desperately like stretching his neck out to go grab.
And there was like little
Sanji.
details, like you could see the veins in his neck, like when it stretched, like his veins were popping out, like he was straining. Like it's just that's the level of detail that makes VFX work. You have to put in the time and the effort to get all those details in, and then it's not jarring at that point, right? Like if his neck was perfectly smooth, it would just be kind of like, it wouldn't look as good. Yeah. So it's great. I think I just really like him as Luffy. I really do. Really, just he nails it. I look forward to season 3. All right. Oh, also one of my favorite little Easter eggs was when he like wakes up he wakes up in front of the lighthouse.
What?
And he's like having a little dream, and he's just like, 5 more minutes, Dada. And I'm like, he remembers the woman that raised him.
Yeah.
And again,
I love
it's that foreshadowing /
Yes.
Easter egg that works because we already know, like, the producers know that's a thing from later that we can just pull in now because the
Get some
character would know
hindsight
it.
there.
Yeah, power of hindsight was all over the show. All right, let's talk Zorro.
Are you looking forward to his X though?
What was that?
Are you looking forward to Big X scar though?
Oh, that would be fun if we ever get that far. Also, with the way he's been working out in the gym, he's gonna have the time skip physique.
I
by
think
that
is
point.
I still love the when Zolo was announced to be Ace. He's like, does this guy ever wear a shirt?
Yeah. There was that Jolo was on a podcast recently. Everybody's like, his shoulders are huge. It's like these actors really got to work for it. Like Bakken Ryu as Zoro. Let's move on to Zoro now.
I think Zoro was a big improvement.
Massive
from,
glow up. I thought he was
because
too serious in season 1.
yeah, they remember that Zoro is a doofus.
Yeah. They also remember
Get
like
lost everywhere.
yeah, and that's the thing. They make this joke like Tashigi's like, "Oh, are you lost?" And he's like, "No, I'm not lost. I know where I'm going."
I love that. So I love that take so much. He literally says like, "No, I'm not." Like it was kind of adorable. It's kind of adorable.
It's so sweet. He got so self insecure about it. And there was like these other moments that were just brilliant, like they're inside Laboon, and he's like, "I'm gonna hit that thing. Looks like a punching bag." And then like Nami's like, "Oh, the uvula," and he's like, "Oh, so it's a girl whale," which is a weird Monster House reference to pull, but I appreciate it because it's funny.
Yeah, no, it just said like it's like, oh yes, this man has no brain cells, right? I love that stupid
He
ass.
builds this
like,
giant stick, and then it breaks, and he's just horrified.
Yeah, I love that thing where it breaks, and you can see his reaction, his face, like, oh shit.
Oh my god! And the back and forth between him and Sanji was just brilliant.
Oh yeah, the Taz and Makiru's like dynamic was so good. It's like they just back and forth
Back and forth a whole season. And then I mean his big moment, of course, was the 100 Baroque's work agents versus Zoro. And
I love. You know what I love about that most? I love the Mihawk.
We'll talk about the Mihawk. I have a separate slide for him.
I love the make Zoro I love the game Zoro schizophrenia.
Yes. No, but I thought it was great. And the great part about that fight, my dad's a numbers guy, so he was watching it and he was counting. And it was funny. He's like, "That's 92," and then Zoro's like, 92, and I was like, "Whoa!" Like they actually did go through 100 guys in this fight. They did not skimp on it. They didn't cheat it. Like they actually showed him beating 100 different Baroque's work agents.
Last time I heard of something like that was that Sonny Chiba movie where he fought 100 guys.
And who is Makken Ryu?
Yeah, exactly.
Son of Sonny Chiba, right?
Exactly.
It's a brilliant homage. And then on top of that, I did like that they removed Zoro's misogyny because he always had this thing of like he wouldn't fight women in the manga, which is like an old samurai trope thing. They took that out. Like he killed like 17 or 18 different women in the Baroque's work scene. And I was like, "Yay! He's not a misogynist anymore."
Now, the highlight for Zoro is I think the little scenes we seen with Usopp at the last 2 episodes in Drum Island. I like that because you don't really see Usopp and Zoro dynamic much.
No,
really,
they're like the two characters in the sitcom that never meet each other, and then they're like alone together, and you're like, "What is their dynamic?"
Yeah, so I really like their dynamic a lot there, essentially such.
I love it. All right, next up, Nami.
Emily Rudd
Rudd's
killed it, man.
You can tell she's a fan. It's just like with Makken Ryu Zoro. You can tell she's a fan, and she's just like putting her all into this part.
The only thing I wish they did that is when they're being cakified by Mr. Tree. I wish he did like, "Well, if I'm gonna die," he did the pose, but I wish he did say, "If I'm gonna die, I want to be in this cool pose."
Yeah, I think it would have maybe broke the tension too much because that was like Mr. Three's terrible. We'll talk about him a bit. He's like terrifying. But I thought that like what I liked about Emily Rudd as Nami is that the hardest part for her to deal with as an actor is the fact that for the final arc of the season for Drum Kingdom, she has to be sick and is out of the action the whole time, right?
What I like about that,
but they managed to keep her in the story. She wasn't just off to the side.
I don't because I don't. You can confirm or not in the manga and stuff like that. But like, I'm glad she wasn't bench. Like, of course she was bench because she was sick, but
she was still part of the story. She was still participating. Yeah. Oh, that's actually a thing. Whiskey Peak. Actually, Whiskey Peak is one of my least favorite arcs from the manga because in Whiskey Peak, in the original manga, everybody eats food and they pass out, and Zoro's the only one awake, and then he's fighting people, and then Luffy wakes up, and then him and Zoro start fighting for some dumb reason that I don't understand, still to this day. And then everybody goes, oh, the whole town is Baroque Works agents, and then Nami gets involved, like, at the very end. But, like, Sanji and Usopp don't do anything in that arc. And it always bugged the crap out of me that, like, none of the characters were suspicious about anything, and they all just acted really stupid. And then, like, 3/5 of the crew weren't even involved in most of the events. And then for this, they're like, nah, screw it. Everybody's suspicious of this place already, and they figure it out together, and they actually, they're in separate groups around Whiskey Peak. But it allows them to actually be involved in the story, which I thought was a significantly better change.
I give a lot of credit to the costume and character design, I guess, because the two ladies that Usopp and Sanji were talking, they're original.
Yes.
They're original from right here, and like I couldn't tell because they feel so Oda-coded character design.
I think they're based on anime filler characters.
It had to be.
Yeah.
Which my friend told me there's a lot of Easter eggs of anime filler characters.
Oh yeah.
During,
there's like the guy with the coat hanger hair in Logtown. Yeah.
The bar can't. One of my favorite ones I saw was when Luffy went to the bar in Logtown. They have him in that scene with Tashigi
and Smoker.
Smoker. I'm like, oh, that's a cool cameo there. There's a scene where Usopp was getting his goggles, and he meets the girl. That like there was a whole episode.
Yeah, there was a whole episode about him getting the goggles from this girl's father, who was like a famous gunfighter that was only in the anime. And I like that they're not just going, screw the filler. Like they're actually pulling elements from everything. I think it's great. It's the kind of adaptation you wish you could see for everything, where they really give a damn about all of it and go, you know what? Let's add this. We can add this. Let's put this person in. Oh, we need a bar scene. Why not be the bar from the filler, right? Like, I think it's brilliant. All right, moving on. I put Sanji next because I think Sanji's great.
Skylar keeps bringing it to like I love him in the first season, but man, he keeps failing to impress me in this season.
His fight with Mr. 13 might be the most brilliant thing I've seen.
The weasel?
Yes, he had to fight a weasel while he had the phone on hold.
I love that. It was so just out-cut.
I have a tag for Mr. 13 though. So,
so I also looked at Sad Guy released a video where like I don't do that stunt of him running away from the plane, and like they actually put C4 underneath him.
Oh my god!
Apparently, when they did that explosion, it was so great.
It was great. I feel like they fixed a lot of the problems with the anime interpretation of Sanji, and this is very close to manga Sanji, which I think was really nice to see again.
Anime Sanji and like that's because I'm probably gonna watch the anime because like I'm busy reading other books. I can't really give the time to read.
Anime Sanji is a flanderized version of the character.
Yeah, I always call him like a ladies' man, never a pervert. I always feel, and I know sometimes he can be like that in the manga, from what I understand. But like I feel like
Sanji is a gentleman who is very dedicated to certain people. Whereas in the anime, he's straight up. He's Rio. In the anime, he's Rio Saiba from City Hunter.
Yeah, he's the classical anime pervert. Yeah. Wooga into any hot lady.
It's very frustrating.
It's there like that, and such.
This feels like manga Sanji, which I like.
I would say it is funny how many it feels like because of Sanji's wardrobe, he just looks like a normal dude.
He does, yeah, because he doesn't have his hair's not that crazy. Because they also got him a new wig this season, which I think looks much better than last season's. They didn't have him in a suit, and people are always like, "Why is he not wearing a suit?" I'm like, because the actor would die from heat exhaustion. Because they were filming in South Africa. You can't wear a black suit filming in South Africa. But all of his outfits are from chapter covers or color walk illustrations. So it's not like they pulled them out of nowhere.
But I joke with my friends that sometimes there will be episodes where we got time for the Sanji P plot.
Yes.
Sometimes
it's actually funny because it's kind of it's from the manga. Like the whole thing in Little Garden where Sanji's just off doing his own thing is a manga canon thing. That's why it was his nickname, Mr. Prince. He's off being a fake Baroque Works agent for a couple days. It's really great.
I love that, and the scene in the last episode he's talking about his mom, Tsunami. Oh man, I got teary-eyed from that.
That was a case of some people didn't like that they mentioned that, which I understand because Sanji's mom and his family lineage is a very, very far out reveal from where we are. that is like
But again, are they ever gonna
they're
touch
never
get you that?
they're never getting to Whole Cake Island. We might as well tap on it now, right? And I
Yeah.
liked it because it was so beautifully delivered that I was seeing manga panels in my head watching that scene and watching that monologue. I was just seeing the manga panels of Sanji's history and like the way he was described. And I was like, when you can get me to remember manga panels from a dialogue with no visual, you have done the job so successfully that I don't even know how to describe it better than that. I was just like, that is incredible that I was having memory recollection of manga panels while listening to him tell the story about his mom. And also, I'm really glad they included that because that is the part in the manga where Sanji kind of shifts out of being so, ladies' man and more into, oh, you get why he is like this. It is like him taking care of his mom while he's sick is the way he treats women all the time. He always treats women that same thing that he treats women the way that he treated his mom, which is that they deserve everything and I'm going to give them everything. And that's like the core of Sanji's character. And then like the Toei animes like ramp that up into being pervy man, but that's like the core is that he is like the absolute gentleman when it comes to women. But if you're a man, don't even ask him for anything.
God,
because
I love the dinosaur.
anyone who's read Whole Cake Island or watched it knows that Sanji's father sucks. I hate that guy. So,
I love
yeah.
the dinosaur fight between him. It's like I killed it. It's like, well, I didn't see you kill the dinosaur. I did. I love everybody posting the Tommy gift from Dino Thunder.
Yes. I also love that they killed the dinosaur at the same time, so it's a complete debate.
You know what's crazy? The fact that they were able to make looks like practical dinosaur animatronics versus some more recent Jurassic Park films.
Yeah, they had like a practical dinosaur, like a practical T-Rex to carve up, and then they had like a really good digital double. I was just like, man, this show just goes crazy. All right, let's talk about our goat.
I also love the dinosaurs has that kind of Oda feel to them.
Yes.
Like they don't look like 1% realistic dinosaurs, which I like.
How about the goat Usopp? Jacob Romero as Usopp is I don't even know where to begin with how great this is. I don't even know.
I always like Usopp, but like Jacob brings like some kind of humanity to him. Like because I mean Usopp.
Yeah.
I think Usopp in the anime specifically does get a little fan of rights of his kind of scaredy cat moment.
He also gets it in the manga too. He's always the one with the goofy face, right?
Yeah. So something about Jacob's performance really he really feels so like he really does feel like the heart of the team here.
And I think also I think they expanded his role in Little Garden nicely because that was already kind of like an Usopp arc to begin with, but they expanded it even further to really make him like the hero of that story. But it's just like when he's scared, you feel like it's genuine, not that it's a bit that he's doing. And I think that's really what elevates it. That he's scared, but he's still. It's the thing about that. Like Usopp as a character, the thing that inspires me, especially like the God Usopp stuff and like Thriller Bark, is like. The stuff that inspires me about Usopp is the fact that he is scared shitless all the time of everything they go up against, but he still gets out there and does things anyways. And I feel like they really captured that in a very human way and not in like a jokey way. He's overcoming like his fear of things all the time. And it just makes him really inspiring and really awesome. And I think that Jacob Romero really, really brings that to the character.
I think it's
a tricky balance to pull off, but he does it.
Again, I think especially in Drum Island, they really show the scenes with him and
obviously the live action is going to make Usopp better because he's like the worst character in the show.
He does get that. That's the problem with Usopp in the manga. In the anime, he gets the worst character label a lot because he is used for gags.
The problem is
he's used for gags when he's actually a much deeper character, right? It's the same thing.
The problem is Usopp is literally just Yamcha and Krillin as one character. That's the problem. That's always what he's.
That's what Toei's always done to him. Yeah.
There's Yamcha and Krillin at the same time. He's a coward. He's a pussy, a wimp, bitch.
Yamcha.
But the thing about Usopp that's great, again, manga wise, is the fact he overcomes his fear and he overcomes his fear to be a better guy.
Krillin does,
and that's Yamcha. And that's what the anime fails to do a lot. And so I think that's where again this is where the live action is using. This is the thing too, right? Like they can look at the anime and go, that doesn't quite work. Let's tweak that. Let's tweak this. Like they're able to make adjustments because they already have past experiences, right? So, Ryan, you got anything else on Usopp?
I know. I think he's great.
Yeah. Shall we talk about our princess? Our princess
Yes.
Vivi. Oh, do I love this performance of Vivi. Vivi as a character is very strange in the manga because she goes from I'm an evil villain to I'm actually a princess and I'm trying to save my kingdom and I'm undercover. And sometimes it doesn't always feel planned. Like, it kind of feels like a rug pull when it happens. And even in the anime, like, you know, the voice actor for Vivi had to play, like, 2 different accents so that she could, you know, portray as almost 2 different characters. But here, it feels much more natural, and what's her name? Sharinda? I always forget. I'm so bad at this. I'm so bad at names, and I apologize. I'm looking this up right now. I want to get her. I want to get the actor name correct for once in my life. Because, yeah, Sharinthia Chandran. Sharinthia Chandran is Vivi. She's fantastic. I know she actually has more acting experience than the rest of the main cast. She was on Bridgerton for several seasons, and I think, and so she's brilliant. She's absolutely fantastic in this role. It's one of those cases of, like, you know, Oda said that, you know, Oda said she's his favorite casting of the whole show. And I can see it because she's amazing.
I think what's nice about Vivi is like she feels natural joining the crew. She doesn't feel like out of place.
Yeah.
Or anything like that. She like feels like another addition to the crew.
And I love that they kept the scene where she yells at Luffy to be more responsible when they get to Drum Kingdom and he's just like ready to fight. And she's like, hey, you're the captain. You should be focusing on the safety of everyone here. And I was like, oh my God, I'm so glad that was in there. And she delivered it perfectly. Where it's like, she is, you know, a leader of her people. And she's like, you need to be a better leader. What are you doing? That was something that kind of dragged a bit. It was in the manga, but then it was dragged out in the anime. But I think it was perfect the way that she did that. And then Luffy was like, you're right about this. I am not being the best captain. And I think that's the kind of thing that Vivi brings as a character. And Sharinthia bringing that as an actor is very impressive. Because that kind of thing can come off as like annoying or condescending at times, but I think she just delivered it brilliantly where you're like, yeah, she's right. And Luffy agrees. And I think it was really well done. And I also liked her being a villain because she was having fun with it. You could tell she was having fun playing a villain.
Well, I like that you could tell that she was not trying to be villainous.
Yeah.
So it was more like what Mr. Nine, her partner, was the jerk ass.
Exactly. And I think that was kind of like they ramped up the lethality of all the Baroque Works agents. They made them all a lot more lethal than they are in the manga and anime. And so when she wasn't killing people indiscriminately, it made her stand out. Right?
Oh, yeah, I'm not sure. Baroque Work was like evil here.
So, like, they were killing people left and right.
I don't even remember.
Baroque Works were kind of
really being a villain.
Baroque Works, like,
she's only a villain for like one arc, which is the Whiskey Peak arc, and then she's a villain for Reverse Mountain, and then into Whiskey Peak a little bit, and then she's a hero. So the thing was that, like, you know, here it was like you could tell that she was okay. Yeah, she's a Baroque Work agent, but she didn't like try to kill Nami when she encounters her inside Laboon.
Baroque Works, like from what I've seen, you kind of has the whole like gag villain feel with most One Piece.
I mean, all their powers are just gags, right?
Yeah, because it feels like it wasn't until like Crocodile. It kind of feels like where they got really serious with villains, almost like and such like that from what I've seen.
And so I think that, like, they made all the Baroque Works scary, even with their goofy powers. And I think that was great. They kept their goofy powers, but they made their powers terrifying. I have a whole Baroque Works section, so we'll get to them. Chopper. Let's talk Chopper.
The little boy.
The little boy that broke our hearts.
Oh, shit.
I love that he curses. I love that Chopper just has this cute little voice. He's like, oh, shit. And it's like, it's so funny. I thought it was great. I think, you know, it's tricky to do a character that's VFX, but from what they did, production-wise, they had a maquette that was full-size, that was on set for lighting. They had an actress on set, and she was, like, running around on her knees to be, like, acting out the scenes for everybody. Then they had the VFX digital model of Chopper in, you know, human form, and then they had him in reindeer form, and then they had a practical suit for his heavy point form.
I was so, like, oh my God.
It's the coolest.
Suit and makeup. Like, it was so cool to see.
It's so
funny.
It looks fun. The actor was in a video, a behind the scenes video, and he has like an insanely deep voice. It was like I was like, oh my god,
But it's
Chopper's
appropriate, honestly.
it was, but
It's one of those, it's one of those like kind of moments I forgot where it's like I keep thinking like Chopper's voice gets very deep when he
no,
becomes
he's like a
that form.
Digimon. He just
Yeah,
keeps it same.
yeah, no, yeah, I forgot I kept his voice.
Yeah.
It was so funny to hear his squeaky voice.
And it's but
To call you out.
it's so well done, and I thought it captured like the power of that form as well, because it was like this big beefy guy in a big old reindeer suit. And it added to the fun. I think that the thing that I like about this is that the practicality makes it fun. It makes it feel real. If everything was digital, I don't think it would feel the same. And so I'm glad they kept up with that. Obviously we didn't see him we saw him for like 2.5 episodes, so we need more Chopper. I kind of like that they saved the Rumble Balls for season 3.
I think like I think they were smart that they
Yeah.
smartly. I think it's like pretty clever to have. It's kind of fun. It's like the opposite of 4Kids was. It's because how
Yeah.
much did 4Kids? Is it
Four
true that
Kids got
4Kids skip,
all the way to Skypia, but they didn't get to do Skypia. They got only out to the part where the boat falls from the sky.
Well, no, I'm more talking about like because I heard they skip a lot of episodes to get to Chopper. Is that
They
true?
did. They skipped over Whiskey Peak, I think.
Really?
Yeah. I don't know, was it Whiskey Peak or did they skip over Little Garden? They skipped over one of the major arcs. They just skipped a whole arc. I don't remember which it is, and I don't really want to look it up right now, but
I'm pretty sure it has to be one of the VV arcs because with VV, right?
yeah.
I did not watch One Piece religiously, but when it went to syndication, when they were airing it like with Pokemon every weeknight at like 11 o'clock, I would have it on in the background on not Toonami, but as you know, like a late block that they would do. So it'd be on in the background. I wouldn't really pay it too much mention or mind, but like I just remember nothing ever implied that Vivi was full on evil. It just seemed like she was like some kind of double agent, from what I recall. Now, I could be wrong, like I said, but I just remember like they just like glassed over it.
They skipped Buggy's Adventure, Warship Island, Reverse Mountain, Diary of Kobe Meppo, Little Garden, and Goat Island. And then they pulled episodes out of Arlong Park, Logtown, and Post Alabasta. So they did literally just take out the part where Vivi was a villain.
Yeah.
Yeah.
That's why, like, you telling me this, I'm like, I don't remember any of this.
Yeah, that's why 4Kids completely skipped. I can't believe 4Kids skipped Reverse Mountain. Like, holy cow. They're like, yeah, they just got to the Grand Line.
Yeah, because
they want the markable mascot.
That's why like, whenever I hear people talk about Vivi, I'm like, that's not the Vivi. Because, like, the thing is, Soundout also knows, most One Piece I ever watched were the movies.
And she's only in the
Like,
Alabasta retelling movie. Yeah.
Yeah. And that's like but like I said, out of all of One Piece I've ever really watched, like, willingly, is the movies. Because everyone says, you gotta at least watch the movies. They're really good, like, Dragon Ball
movies. Are great.
Even a bad usually it's like any bad Dragon Ball movie is the equivalent of watching a One Piece. And I'm like sitting there going, wait, there's a movie as bad as Bio Broly?
I mean,
I mean, the One Piece movies are like I hear like at least the more of the Strong World was the start of like the ones that are like more like
Oda wrote Strong World and he provided characters for the ones after that.
Yeah, because it feels like Strong World onwards was a big turning point with the movies because before it was the Toei Festival, I heard like really good things about. I think it was movie 5 or 6. Like
movie 5, I've heard is great. I haven't watched it yet because I've been watching the One Piece anime now, and I've been following my own notes and watching the movies in order. So I haven't gotten to 5 yet, but I've heard 5 is great.
Yeah.
Yeah. All right. Well, back on to season 2. Chopper was great. Let's talk about Garp, Mr. Bitch Ass Garp. I still don't like. I'm one of the Garp haters in the world. I want you to know.
I would say like I don't care for Garp the character, but his actor gives so much presence that it makes you want to pay attention.
He's great. I'm glad they moved up the scene between him and Roger. That was actually a Marineford scene.
My friend was super shocked when he did that, and I'm like, I was thinking like, well, this is the case. I was like, this probably was the case of like, again, they're never gonna do all of One Piece, so I figured let's move this scene earlier. And such like that.
I think it worked. I think he's good in presence, and I think he's a good actor. I just don't like the character. I don't think I ever will. It's not changing my mind. I think Garp's a little bitch. I think his whole like, I'll change the system from within. Bitch, that ain't gonna do anything. Meanwhile, your grandson keeps getting wanted by the Marines, and you're not doing anything to help him. Come on, man. But That's me. That's me. That's me being a bitch at Garp. But anyways, any other thoughts on Garp? I
Well,
really
don't
have too
forget
much.
the problem is the I'm gonna change it from within trope has been played so far into the ground in Japanese media.
Yes, and it never works.
Japanese
Does it?
media, Japanese media in all media.
Yep.
And
I
it never
yeah.
works, especially in Japanese media versus Western media, where somehow it changes. But Japanese media is like, no, you gotta like literally tear it to the ground.
Well, you say, Wheels, you said, but remember, one Digimon fan was able to get to the investors at Bandai to ask what the hell was the Ghost Game Blu-ray.
And we got one.
Yes, so it does work sometimes.
It does work sometimes. I thought it was cool that they added Kobe and Helmeppo to an episode, and they got to interact with Tashigi. I think that was
I
kind
like
of a
that.
neat addition. I like that they were just playing a little game where they're shooting balls at pirate ships. It was just kind of like these. It was like this was a cute little moment. And then Tashigi's like, why do I have to hang out with these two? And they're like, hey, you should follow your dreams. And I kind of like that, like, you know, Garp as a character annoys me because he never actually makes any change, but he's impacted himself onto Kobe enough for Kobe to go, look, Garp says you got to follow your own code, not just what the Marines say. And I'm like, that's actually a good message. And so I thought that was nice that they imparted that on Tashigi, kind of gave her a little push. All right, so Smoker. Damn, do I love this character. I always have liked Smoker. He's been one of my favorites. I always say he's the one Marine I respect. And it's true. Smoker's the one Marine I respect. And he was just so damn cool this season. I wanted more. Obviously, we're going to get more in season 3. But this actor nailed the character so perfectly. And also because they're on Netflix, he can smoke, which is really nice. I would have been pissed.
He doesn't have to be chased. He doesn't have to be chased.
Doesn't
a
have
chaser.
to be chaser, yeah. No, I thought he was fantastic. The actor did a great job of taking the cigars. He was taking the cigars in and out of his mouth so he could talk, and he did it in such a natural way, like somebody that smokes cigars all the time would be doing, which I thought was impressive. And his powers looked amazing, and his bike was cool.
I love that stupid bike.
Bike is great.
He really did capture like what makes Smoker likable.
Yes, I like him telling off Garp. That made me happy.
I think essentially I think Smoker just has that cool guy energy. Yeah. And he really brought it to the role.
Also, the wig looked good. I was worried the wig wouldn't look good, but the wig looks good.
I'll never unsee Anthony and Fuko now.
Yeah. He's got the look. Oh,
that or Virgil from DMs. That or Virgil from Devil May Cry.
Like K-Boy, I agree. I'm so glad they included the ice cream scene. That's when you know that Smoker's not a bad guy. You know, like Smoker's a good dude when the girl runs into him with ice cream, and he's just like, "Here, go buy some more scoops, kid."
Yep. My pants ate your ice cream.
I love the way he delivered it too. I was very happy with that. I also was glad they actually explained how he knew the Straw Hats were going to Alabasta, because that's just something in the manga. He just shows up at Alabasta. He's like, "I found you, Straw Hats," and I'm like, "How? How did you find them?" And so they added a little subplot, and I was like, "Oh, that's how you found them." Okay.
I don't know why. That reminds me of the one out context scene of the anime I saw where I think it was like when they first. It's like something I think related to Corona, where like Zoro's looking for the bathroom, and he's just running over the place. He runs. He's like on the top floor, runs left, somehow makes it the bottom door, running right.
Yeah.
Something like that.
Oh, definitely. And then we got Tashigi. Oh, this is a better Tashigi than we have in any other version of One Piece.
I love
it.
When I see the One Piece, I like Tashigi a lot, but I definitely get the energy of she's barely used scenario.
She is. She is always Smoker's sidekick, and sometimes Smoker does stuff without her, and they don't really give her too much. What I liked about this is they added in. They gave her, because her whole thing is she wants to collect all these swords and get them away from pirates and stuff, right? She wants to have all the 21 legendary swords, and used for good. And she actually gets to find another one of the swords because they add that subplot where her and Smoker are like tracking down information. So she gets to add one of the swords to her collection of swords. And I think it was great because we never see her ever find another damn sword in the whole manga. And so it was like, oh, she got a win on the sword thing, and she got to do some cool fight scenes. She got a scene with Miss All Sunday where she gets past a Baroque Works card, and I thought that was going to come back up again, but it didn't.
I've seen 3.
And
I've seen 3, I imagine.
That's a whole new subplot, and I'm really interested to see where that's going. Because she knows about Baroque Works, and she knew, but she got that card before she knew what Baroque Works was, and she kind of gets to know what Baroque Works is, and she recognizes Robin on the transponder snail when she like eavesdrops in the meeting, and I was like, "Ooh, this is a really cool little subplot." So
those poor Den Moshis, man. Why did they murder those things?
I
They did
know.
nothing wrong.
Baroque Works really just have a body count in this show. Love Toshigi. All right, next up, let's go through the Baroque Works agents in order we saw them. So Miss All Sunday, my beloved Nico Robin,
it's your girl.
she walked into the show and murdered 20 people.
I love the pedo. Is that new?
That was new. So her power is like she can grow extra arms, right, on anything. Which some of the arms were practical, by the way.
Like, really?
Yeah, they had practical arms. I think it was the one guy that was being held down by the arms and was like forced to shoot the other guy. That guy had practical arms on him. Anyways,
was it a case of green screen men? I'm assuming.
No, it was actually a practical puppeted arm that was just attached to his body. Yeah, he was walking around on set waving at people with it. Yes, J Pocket points out the pedal thing is very much a post time skip flair because it's supposed to be the flower fruit, like flower fruit, right? But there was never any flower part of it.
It's why it's like the arms are always like a pedal formation where she uses it, right?
Right. And so the thing that they did was that when her arms disappear, they burst into flower petals. And so she just has like this first scene, she opens the door and all these flower petals come in, which just tells you she used her arms on a bunch of people. And then also it shows that she has the scariest devil fruit power, which is that an arm can just come out and stab you in your face with your own sword. Like, that's terrifying. Mm-hmm. And they establish her power dominance like immediately, which I thought was great. And then I also thought it was great that it was her, Mr. 5, and Miss Valentine looking for Mr. 7's body, which was following up a scene they added in season 1 where Zoro tries to get recruited. Mr. 7 tries to recruit Zoro for Baroque Works, and Zoro kills him and takes him in for a bounty. And so this is actually following up on that. And they're like, we need a new Mr. 7. And I was like, it showed how cold, like, Baroque Works were. It showed how scary they were. It was a great, like, cold open for the season. And then she, of course, did her one scene on the boat that was the original canon scene and nailed it. And then they just gave her all these cool, like, moments, and they, like, expanded her character a bit and added conversations with her and the other characters. Like, I thought it was great. She was basically, like, she was the B-plot of the season. Ultimately, if you think about it, right? She was like basically in every episode.
Yeah, because they knew, they know that people who are at least familiar with One Piece know of Nico Robin.
Yeah.
So they know they need to clue her more and such. I have a feeling that they might have her join the Straw Hats in season 3. I have a feeling that they might want to have her join earlier.
They're either going to have her join earlier, or they're going to make the season finale cliffhanger her walking out on the Going Merry going, "Hey, I'd like to join your crew." It's either one of those. They're going to have her join earlier. That's going to be the season cliffhanger. I'm very curious because they've been making some really smart choices. They are, because of, again, power of hindsight, they can tell you her parts of her backstory ahead of time. Like, she has this great scene with Vivi that, Vivi's like, "Oh, you did this and this and this." And Robin's like, "Yeah, but, I'm not," she was like, "Oh, you're like Mr. Zero's right hand." She's like, "No, Mr. Zero and I just have aligning goals at the moment." Like, it's just very keying you into her character and who she is. And I think it's really smart. And Lyra Bovo's playing her is just perfect. Like, perfect casting going on here. I'm very happy. Again, big Nico Robin fan to the point where I'm wearing my Nico Robin shirt today. So I am very happy with how this has gone so far, and I'm very much looking forward to it. And I was also glad they showed her wanted poster, because my mom saw the wanted poster of her as a child with a $79 million bounty, and she was like, "Oh, I get why she killed all those Marines now. That makes sense." I was like, it's very good character choices. All right, shall we rapid fire the Baroque Works agents now?
Yeah.
All right, first up, Mr. 5. You take a guy whose whole thing is making exploding boogers, and they made him terrifying.
The actor brought a lot of charm. Also,
he did. He was so fun to watch, right? Like, he was just like, he was evil, but he was charming. I love this bit where he's like, he goes into a little garden and he's actually wearing a chapter cover outfit. And he's got like this outfit where it's just like shorts and a long overcoat. And he's like, I'm sweating bullets over here. And Miss Valentine's like, you could take the jacket off. Like, nah, it messes with my style. And I was like, this is perfect. I
What
love
the?
that these guys have
I forget.
personality.
There's a moment where he was like, I think it was during the fight at the final fight in Blue Island, where he's like, "Hey man, what the hell?" or something like that. I forget what's the
Yeah,
context.
just like these little moments of like, he just like he felt like a person, you know.
Mm-hmm.
And yeah, I was gonna say, J Pocket brings up I like the change where he's the one to kill Igaram instead of Robin. I 100% agree with that change. For two things. One, actually killing Igaram means there's some stakes that are settled. I think that Igaram's fake out death kind of took the air out of it in the original like version. Because like Vivi's motivation is Igaram's death, and taking that out and being like, yeah, he was fine, kind of just deflated the stakes a bit. And I think making a more definitive death for Igaram at the hands of Mr. Five, I think was great. Because in Vivi also, when they defeat Mr. Five later, she gets kind of her sense of revenge at that point and isn't kind of like, so like it isn't bogging down on her as much. Same with another scene later with the Giants where she kind of held a funeral for Igaram, which was a new addition as well that I thought was really well done. Very good stuff. All right, Miss Valentine, aka Evil Mary Poppins.
It really like again like from what I remember of like the anime, they made she's very much like a silly villain, but they made
Very
her
silly villain.
terrifying.
Like
They made
she's
her
a woman
terrifying.
that's dressed in like fruit themed clothing with an umbrella that can just become heavier suddenly. And yet here they were like, what if she was like Mary Poppins if Mary Poppins was a serial killer?
Like they made her terrifying, man. Like all the
Yeah.
crunches and all that stuff.
Oh yeah, like
She
when
does.
she was like stepping on Usopp's face, I was like, damn, that is like
Mr.
she
I
was
mean,
scary.
Mr. Nine, you can screw off, but like, man, that just crunch death. My God.
Mm. And on top of that, I think like she was funny too. I think that was the funny part. She was like kind of funny, but she was simultaneously terrifying because of what she did. All right, next up, Mr. Nine. This guy was so good as Mr. Nine that I kind of wish he had a bigger part.
I will forever still call him a weenie because look at him.
He
He
was
looks like
perfect. Like Mr. Nine's
really-
not that much of a character, but one of my favorite things, I thought that maybe they would have cut the part where like there's a part in the original Whiskey Peak where Mr. Nine is like, I'm gonna fight the other Brokeworks agents because I don't care if Miss Wednesday's a traitor, she's my partner. And it's like this really great, endearing moment. It's the thing I remember the most about Mr. Nine. And after a certain point, I was just wondering if they were going to keep it or not, because he was kind of being enough of a shithead. I was like, maybe they just won't keep that part. But at the very end, he's like, she's still my partner, even if she's a traitor. I was like, yes, that's just like one moment. They know, they understand. I thought it was really nice. And I felt bad when he died. You know, I felt bad when he died. I felt something, and I think that's pretty great because he is otherwise just kind of a shithead. So I like it. Great actor on this. And also people keep asking, what's his eyelash routine? Because like the eyelashes on him are insane, right? All right, ready for the next round? It is Mr. 8, Igaram. R.I.P. Igaram.
I really like.
I was so happy when he just started randomly singing, because that's a thing I remember Igaram for, and I was just like, that's probably something they're not going to do. That'd be too silly in live action, and he's just like, mama, mama, and I was like, oh, we're going for it. And then him and his saxophone, and his wig guns, and just the way that they just played it all straight-faced, I think was just perfect. Not a hint of cynicism.
Yeah, I know, right? Again, something like this
Yeah.
with the wacky ass hairdo and everything like that. It's like makes me happy to see. Really should they really just embrace the silliness of One Piece, but like don't like do that. Well, that was weird kind of scenario.
Yeah, they never joke about it. They never talk about like, oh wow, that man just brought 6 guns out of a. I mean, I think they've joked about Mr. Five's power being gross, and I think that was good. You know, like you can do that.
Well, yeah, because the stuff they do, the jokes like when they do that, it's usually like actual like in universe content,
Yeah.
like you boogers or something like that, or
Whereas this, they're just it's like it's Igaram's final moment. He brings out the guns, and it's like it hit. It was great. I thought this actor was terrific. I thought it was great too with the flashback later on. They flash back to a reverie, which I have thoughts about that later on. But like he was great. He was terrific. And also that Whiskey Peak song has been stuck in my head for like days. It's just, I love a good saxophone beat. All right. Then we have Miss Monday. Miss Monday, it was fun because I didn't realize she was the nun. Because they didn't announce the casting of her ahead of time. And so I was like, oh, it's nice to have a nun. Oh, Nami drank the nun under the table. Okay. And then like later on the nun shows up. I'm like, oh yeah, you were also Baroque Works. Oh, you're Miss Monday. That makes sense.
Here's the thing. It's funny. I would, in this scenario, I would not question ass kicking none at all. Honestly.
Right? It was going along with it. But then I was like, oh right, Miss Monday. Like, she was cool. She was a minor character in the original. She's a minor character here. I think they did a good job with her. I'm glad they changed how she got taken down by Zoro, because I never liked the original version where Zoro's like squeezing her face. I just thought that was like way too cruel for Zoro. Like, he'll kill people, but I feel like he was doing more torture there, where he's like holding her up by the head and just squeezing her face. I'm like, come on, man.
This thing, like, what makes the Straw Hats different from other pirates is like they're not mean or anything like that.
Like, Zoro has no qualms about killing, but I feel like there's a line where between killing somebody and like making them feel that much pain. So
they won't torture anybody unless you're Robin.
Yeah, Robin will do anything. It's just a good thing she realized that, living is more worthwhile than being an assassin. All right, then
look, someone needs to mother Chopper, and the other ones are not gonna do it.
Exactly. Miss Friday, the frickin' vulture with Gatling guns.
What's this thing? I think this thing was. It looked practical.
They had a practical on-set one, and then they had the digital for the rest of it. They had like a mock-up for on-set, and then she was mostly digital. Also, I gotta tell you, I just connected that Miss Friday and Mr. 13 are the unluckies because Friday the 13th is an unlucky day.
Yep.
That did not connect to me until it was Friday the 13th, and I was thinking about it, and I was like, oh, that's why they're called the unluckies. Like, that didn't occur to me in the last 3 years.
It's funny because, man, this moment right here, like, I got like, am I watching a Guardians of the Galaxy movie? Yeah, no, this feels like something I've seen Rocket Raccoon.
Legitimately, like, all right, first of all, Sanji just snapping Miss Friday's neck, brutal, but I get it, clean
to be murdered.
But the fight that Mr. 13 put up was amazing.
I love that. I love how horribly scarred Sanji was after that fight.
I love that he's like, it's the scene where he's talking to Mr. Zero, and I'm like, this is great, it's great. And then he puts Mr. Zero on hold, and the hold music is Believe, the second opening, and I'm just like, what is happening right now?
I want to see.
And the Din Din Mushi was dancing. Like,
really? I didn't notice that.
I had to watch that scene a few times because the first time I was watching, I got distracted by the Din Din Mushi like dancing to the music. And it's just like they did one of those. I love when they do a still frame and then things just come in and out of frame all the time. Like,
yeah, I know, right? I love it.
So
I want to see the behind the scenes of this scene somehow.
I need the behind the scenes reel for this scene in particular.
I want to know, like, did Tazkyle have something to use?
He had to kick something because that last kick was with intensity. It was intention. He was like, I'm burdening this damn otter. Love it. All right. Miss Golden Week was even more terrifying than before.
Like, my God, like,
the fact they added backstory that she killed her parents because they were boring was kind of insane to me, but I liked it.
Oh, really?
Yeah.
That was new.
That was new. She was just like, oh yeah, I got tired of playing with my parents, so I let them die. And I was like, what?
So she is just an evil child.
Yep. I did like that her paints were like, I think that they kind of described her paint powers better here too. I think it made more sense. And I like that she was just sitting there torturing Luffy the whole time.
I know. But that's like, I don't know whatever. I don't know. I want to know what happened to her after she got all the paint on her face. I don't think I want to know because I think it's gonna be really dark.
It will be, especially in this version, because in the manga she got a chapter cover story where she went and broke a bunch of Baroque Works agents out of jail. But at the rate this show's going, we can't do that storyline because all of them are dead so far.
Yeah, and like, I mean, the last we saw her was like props to the actress. I got chills.
Oh, that scream was horrifying. Oh,
right.
Oh yeah.
Also, I do this the funniness so goddamn Oda character designs. She's like 16, I think, and yet Kara's like what Rebecca is 16. Also.
Yes, exactly. Oda's did not have consistency with his ages, that's for sure. All right, next up, Mr. 3. Absolutely mortifying how scary. David Dastmalchian was perfect for this, which they
made this guy. they made this guy who's I still think looks goddamn stupid into a
Yes.
scary guy.
I love the
Like,
way
he's
they did the
still-
clone scene. I love the way that he was like, I can just suffocate you to death, and he meant it.
From what I understand, like from what my friend told me, they did that fight in the fight with Luffy and Mystery a lot better because like apparently like
Mhm.
Luffy just figured out right away, right? In
Yeah,
the
Luffy
manga?
figured it out right away. This time they actually it made Luffy was on the ropes for a bit, which I think was smart. Because it worked out. And I think the whole candle wax like crazy like I'm making a giant cake thing was well done.
I
He
would
just
say,
sits there
especially,
watching it happen.
I would say, especially in live action, the quote wax it looks like a certain substance.
Yes.
I can't unsee it. I'll never unsee it because it just looks like it.
But he was just phenomenal. I mean, I think we knew he would be phenomenal, but I was just like very impressed. And he was very scary. Like he just, the way he would just murder people too. Like that was
Again,
something
like,
that was like terrifying.
like it's one of those things where I feel like in another adaptation he would be like such a pitiful like loser villain,
Yeah.
but like no, yeah, we're gonna make him terrifying and still make him look stupid as hell.
Mhm. Yeah. All right. Then we had the new Baroque Works agents, which I didn't expect. I didn't see this coming, but this was great. So, like, the Baroque Works agents that Smoker and Toshigi see the after effects of what they're doing are actually brand new. So, Miss Thursday is baseball themed, apparently. She could bounce a baseball around until Smoker batted it into her throat.
Love all the Leon S. Kennedy puns Smoker makes.
Yes, I like it. He was making baseball puns, and then he got mad. He's like, ah. She made me make. She was the reason I made these baseball puns. I thought her getting suffocated by a baseball was probably the darkest death in the show. Like that was scary. I was like, good aim, Smoker. And then we got Mr. 11, who's a guy who just happened to come across one of the legendary swords Toshigi was looking for. So again, I like that they just expanded Toshigi's character.
I give credit. He's new, but like he does feel like an Oda character.
Both of them do. I wonder because Mr. 7, when we saw Mr. 7 in season 1, he hadn't appeared in anything, and Oda designed Mr. 7, and then the live action team went and made the character. I wonder if Oda also designed Miss Thursday and Mr. 11 before they made it, because they feel so in line. Also, for a moment, I thought Mr. 11 was played by Weird Al Yankovic.
It's the hair.
With the hair and the top hat reminded me of I can't remember. My brain's One Piece brained. All right, next up. So then we have Crocodile, Mr. Zero, Joe Manganiello. He's really good.
From just the little bit we see of him, he's great. I mean, I love the giant claw, the hook, and everything like that.
The hook, the scar. I was thinking too, like, I think he does really good with the voice because we hear him more than we see him, but I think he does really good with the voice. I think he's got the personality down. Very excited for season 3 to see more of him for sure. All right, now into the guest stars, which we have Buggy, who was great. Just again,
his actor is so good.
Jeff Ward is so perfect in this role.
Like man, like he makes you laugh. So it's one of those like, man, I wish we have a Joker like this one.
Yes.
Like just a guy. Remember, he's a goddamn clown.
I love that he was the lawyer at Luffy's fake trial. Like
I'll forever say that's you in Hellfire forever.
It is. It really is. I also liked how he was trying to rizz up Bartolomeo. Like he was like, "Hey, you should go join my crew. You're fun."
I know, right?
That was very funny. I like that he was in a one-sided relationship with Alvida.
I love when he gets struck by lightning. Just not again.
Yeah, it just explodes. So good. That guy's great. All right, let's talk about Alvida because
But it's just a buddy. That's not my name.
I love how Luffy just like didn't remember Buggy's name, but remembered Alvida.
Mm-hmm.
All right, so I gotta tell you, one of my least favorite parts about Lockdown in the manga was the way they handled Alvida, because the way that Alvida was handled was so misogynistic. Like
it's the classical like, fat woman no longer slim.
Yeah.
I mean, no longer fat.
Right.
You know, that's,
fat woman becomes slim. Luffy doesn't recognize her because she's skinny now. And it's like, I hated that. I always hated that. I was like, this is gross. This is all outdated. It's whatever. Right? Like, it sucks. I didn't like it. But I was looking forward to this. And so, first of all, props to the woman playing Alvida. She actually did lose some weight between seasons. She saw how the character changed between her first appearance and then Logtown and said, I'm going to challenge myself. She actually did this on her own. The production team didn't ask her to do so, but she decided.
Oh, really?
Yeah.
Yeah, because I wouldn't mind if she kept her weight and all that. I feel like they could have just kept her the same, but the fact that
she decided to get into better shape and do it for herself as well as for the show. I thought that was really cool.
That's cool. That's cool. I get the fact that she did that on her own terms. Like that's great to hear.
And then
Especially.
she had this great T-shirt. It was one of the behind the scenes pictures she posted. She was practicing her sliding on the feet, and she had this great T-shirt that said like "Nobody dies a virgin because life f's us all." I was like, that's the energy of 2026. But anyways, I thought it was great that like she had her power, so she was still intimidating. I thought it was great that the other Straw Hats got to fight her, like Nami was fighting her and stuff. She got to do more. She didn't feel like Buggy's side piece, which is what she felt like originally. I like that Buggy's like, oh yeah, we're totally a couple, and Alvida's like, I don't know you that well. Like that energy was great. I just thought it was great. I thought they handled her character much better, and I think they just did a great job. And I think the actress did a great job. And it sucks that we basically never see her again because I want to see more of her, honestly.
Yeah. Yeah, they handled her really well. The fact that they didn't make any comment about, oh, did you lose your weight? Like they didn't
No,
even
they
bring
didn't.
up like
Yeah, I thought it
I
was
know
perfect.
they didn't even bring up like, oh, the slip slips will let me lose all my fat roll off of me or anything like that. It's they just didn't need to, and I really appreciate that. And such like that.
It's perfect. All right, Laboon, my boy, my poor suicidal whale. Laboon was I put him in here even though he's not like there's not an actor for Laboon, but like
What are you talking about? They got the perfect actor for him.
perfect
They found
actor.
they found look they found Luffy in Mexico. They can find the perfect actor for Laboon.
I love Laboon. I thought they made a realistic looking whale, but he had personality. That his eyes had so much soul to them. Like it just. I love the Laboon story. And also shout out Crocus. Crocus is look at Crocus. He was perfect. It was
I would
absolutely
say
perfect. That was an old man. I love when they did the flashback to 50 years ago, and he just looked like the same guy with black hair.
I would say the only thing I wish they did visually gag is when Luffy broke into his door. I wish instead of him breaking through, it was like a Luffy shaped hole.
That would have been fun. That would have been fun. I did love the door. I also liked his photo with Gold Roger. I thought that was really
no,
sweet.
I'm not sure that's from I'm not sure in the manga did, but I like that like him and Corellia. I like the hints of like other Gold Roger members and stuff like that.
Yeah.
That now where they are now. And such. I'm not sure
say
they
this
did
right now because of how the fans talk about it. Finding out that Gold Roger only happened within the last 20 to 50 years.
It was it was 20 years ago. Was Gold Roger's journey.
Yeah, versus it making it feel like it's been like almost a century since he went missing or whatever, executed and the gold went missing. The fact that like as the series goes on further and like it doesn't really get solidified that it's happened within most of these characters' lifetimes. Until the Ace reveal. Yeah, I don't think that was even mentioned in the manga. Like this character,
yeah, they didn't mention the time frame on Roger until like you started meeting characters that met him and knew him, right? And so I think
because early on, because even when I watched it during 4Kids, they made it seem like Gold Roger was at least more than 50 years ago, and that like everyone's like trying to look for this treasure. Like they made
not
like
that Shanks was on Gold Roger's ship as a child.
Yeah. No, like no one alludes to the fact that turn him upside down.
And so I'm glad that in this case the live action has taken that note again and they seeded things better, right? Because they have the power of hindsight. They can seed it better to make it make more sense.
When I remember watching it and when I talk to One Piece fans, they say that you don't realize the significance of it being within the last 20 to 30 years until I think Shanks and when
Smoker
the reveal happened.
Smoker mentions he saw Roger get executed, right?
Yeah,
and also adding to it, they did specifically put into the live action in Logtown. It's like 22nd anniversary of Gold Roger's execution. Like they put a specific timestamp on it, which I think is nice.
Because I remember
it doesn't feel like ancient history anymore, right?
Yeah, because I remember asking people how long it was, and no one knew the time frame. And these were people who were watching, like actually watching it when it was being dubbed by 4Kids and trying to read the manga when it was published in the Shonen Jump issues. So like the fact that people I knew ever knew it was like pretty much prequels to original trilogy Star Wars level of it's only been like maybe a generation of like 30 years 40 years. Like it's like no one knew. Everyone made it seem like it like the show, especially the intro of Gold Roger
especially with the old faded paper making it look like it was like a lot. Yeah, definitely. Mugen no Ken said Little Garden was when we found out about the time frame. Yeah, that tracks. All right, let's talk about my next favorite returning guest star, Mihawk, because I was so sad we'd never see him again. Because he doesn't show up again till Marineford in the manga. And so they're like, what if Zoro has PTSD from Mihawk beating him? And
I like you said. I like the PSD. I like to call it schizophrenia.
schizophrenia works too. But it's just like, I like that Mihawk was just taunting him in his head, like, oh, you've only killed 40, you've still got 60 to go. Like, because this Mihawk is such a sassy bitch that it's just perfect for him to just be lounging on stuff going, you're not better than me. Like,
Yeah, it's a perfect way to bring back the actor. Also,
Yeah.
I want to say he's like he is literally like from the manga pages to real life. It's so kind of scary how he just looks like the manga character with
Yep.
that mustache and beard and everything.
He's so great. He's so
Those
great.
luscious gold eyes.
I know, those contacts are great. All right. The Giants. Dory and Bragi.
I love
fantastic.
the Giants. I love them. The
I wish I had a
actors
shot
brought
of both of them at once because I don't really want to talk about them independently, but they're really good.
Like really, like watching them, it's like, man, I miss like door content like this where they speak in
Yes.
this grand, macho like
Like they're
speech
telling
pattern.
fables from Elbaf.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah, I love that about them, and essentially that, and just the bond between them and Usopp and Luffy.
Visual effects wise,
So
it was
great.
so seamless because they used actual actors in costume, and then
And actual like they made big props like where Honey I Shrunk the Kids like
Yep.
and stuff.
I thought it was brilliant. I love them. I was so glad to see them.
Oh, that
so
scene
well done.
where Vivi's paid respects.
That was
to,
new.
I love that scene.
It's so
Great
good.
scene.
I love that. I felt like it gave her like a great moment of like accepting what had happened and is able to move forward. And I love everything about the Giants. Just great stuff. All right, let's talk about another guest star, Nefertari Cobra, Vivi's father, because we actually got a Reverie scene. The Reverie is an event that happens every 4 years in the One Piece world, except the first time we hear about it is after Dressrosa. So throwing it in as a flashback was great because in the anime, they added a flashback of Wapol at a Reverie, kind of complaining about being there. And so I thought it was great that they kind of took that and then thought, all right, now we can introduce Vivi's father this way. And we can introduce that Wapol and Vivi have interacted before like they encounter them
Well,
in
I
current
really
day.
like this. I really like this scene because one, it's really cool to get a scene like this because even I was looking at the table. I'm like, oh, I think I've seen these characters before.
Yeah, Abraham
scenario
Lincoln.
Like that.
The Abraham Lincoln look like President Hamburger.
Is that his name?
That's his actual name. Is Hamburger.
It was great. I was like, God, that scene where Waffle slaps child Vivi.
Oh my god! I was like,
God.
holy cow! They made it Wapol even more of an asshole.
I thought they're gonna I thought war was gonna come about
Yeah.
when that happened.
But
I'm
I like that they
should
turned that into like this is Vivi's first moment of diplomacy. I was
Yeah.
like, damn. It was great. And it was also cool because it's very consistent with how the Reverie looks in the time we see it, which Vivi goes to the Reverie in the manga. So I thought it was very nicely done. Very nicely done. They also mentioned the Revolutionary Army. They explained what the Warlords of the Sea were, which is good because Crocodile. They really established a lot of stuff that is going to become important soon. And I think it was good for viewers to have a scene like this. Plus, we got more Igaram. That was nice. All right. Dalton.
Also, I love that. I mean, Igor always had that weird ass haircut.
Oh yeah, it's intrinsic to him. Weird ass hair isn't fashion; it's part of him.
I was Dalton, like, man, what character I never knew about, but
Yeah.
I end up really liking a lot.
Every time someone's like, "What's a random One Piece character you like?" I always answer with Dalton, and now people understand why. He's awesome. I think he's got a great like conflicted story. Like, oh, I was helping King Wapol, but I see the evil of his ways now. And he's like protecting the people, and he's a great leader, even though he doesn't want to be. And he's a Zoan type devil fruit user, so he has a beast form.
Yeah, let's say I instantly thought, oh, this is your favorite character because he's a wolfman practically.
He's practically a wolfman. I really like Dalton. I thought this actor did a phenomenal job. And I also thought it was really funny when they cut from the flashback to the present day. And my dad was like, wow, that guy really hasn't aged at all. I was like, very good point. But no, I just thought he was great.
He is again great adaptation of anime. No one ages.
Exactly. Yeah. Fantastic. All right. Dr. Kureha, Dr. Reen, Katie Seagal was amazing.
I would
Oh
say
my god.
I would say I couldn't unhear Leela from Futurama
Yeah.
every time she spoke.
My
So
mom
you
heard her
hear-
voice, and then she saw her. She's like, Katie Seagal from Married with Children, and I was like, yep.
Oh, she was great. She brought that
Phenomenal.
attitude.
I
Character.
saw that Jamie Lee Curtis got asked, because Jamie Lee Curtis had wanted to play this role, and she couldn't because of scheduling. And someone asked Jamie Lee Curtis what she thought, and she was like, Katie Seagal did amazing. If that was me playing that part, that wouldn't have been my real stomach. I would have needed a prosthetic, but she actually has that flat stomach. And I was like, that was classy. But I was like, I honestly, legitimately think Jamie Lee Curtis would have been distracting in this part. I think this was the perfect casting.
I think as much as I love Jamie Lee Curtis, she is too famous. I think.
Exactly.
I think like Linda Saul, like people know her definitely, but I feel like people know her again. Like me, I knew her voice.
Like in my head, I'm agreeing with Ryan when he says she's too famous, but also for me, I'm like, oh, it's just Jamie Lee, because I've seen a lot of her bad movies where I'm like, yeah, just because she's famous doesn't mean all of her things are great. Like,
Right,
yeah,
but the thing is, you would see Jamie Lee Curtis, you wouldn't see Dr. Correa, right? Whereas here, you see Dr. Correa, and that's what I think was perfect.
Yeah.
I think Joe Manganiello is about as famous as you can get before you start getting into the I'm just seeing the actor, right?
Yeah, because
Yeah.
Linda Saul, I mostly know her for her voice roles with Leela from Futurama and stuff like that. So but I don't recognize her face as much. So I think that's a good example of I do think Jamie Lee Curtis was good casting. But yeah, it'll be too distracting because Jamie Lee Curtis, she's everywhere. A lot of stuff.
This is perfect, and when she delivered the Willow D speech, I was like, I was getting chills. Like it was the first time I ever heard it, even though I've heard it a lot because One Piece. But so good. All right, Mark Herelick as Dr. Herelick. I mean, this was fated in the stars with a name like that, right? This man made me cry how many times?
He was so perfect in this role.
Also,
man,
big shout out to being able to put a hat on top of big ass cross shaped hair.
Yeah.
And making it look natural, like he does it all the time. Like he didn't struggle with it. He just casually would put his hat on over his gigantic hair. Also, shout out to the hair not being reduced in size whatsoever. They just went 100% in on it.
They were able to make his design and tell a compelling story, and the hair was not distracting at all.
Exactly. There was not a dry eye in the house when we were watching this episode. Everybody was crying, including me. I was crying even more because I knew it was coming.
He really gave us such a great before, especially him talking about the cherry blossom scene, especially at the end when he was confronting Wobble. Great performance there.
Fantastic performance. So good that I need a bathroom break. I've just gone too long with that one. I'll be right back. We have 5 slides. We have 8 slides left, but I'll come back. I'll be right back in just 2 minutes. It's just I can't wait any longer. Here we go. All right, so we're back. Sorry about that. Just had to run for a minute. Okay, let's run through the last few characters. Starting with King Wapple. Rob Coletti was perfect.
He's one of those he's a live action cartoon character. Like, look at his design, man.
I have
Like,
always said that Wapple brings Rankin Bass Christmas special villain energy, and Rob Coletti brought Rankin Bass Christmas special energy to this performance.
he really did. Like, just that. Like, honestly, I think I like Wapple's design more in the live action than I did from like the manga and anime.
I do
Something
too.
about that. Something about that. Like bottom jaw, like James Bond Jaws, like jaw.
Oh, and
like
Rob Coletti having to act through that and still performing a very compelling performance was amazing. Like, that was top-notch stuff. That was really hard.
like I don't know like how he is in the anime and manga, but like I felt like he was able to make him feel goofy but also terrifying at the same
Yeah,
time.
they
Because
gave
he was
him
just
some skills to make him like formidable but still scary. Like, I think of the way they did the Baroque Forks agents. Can we talk about my favorite change in the whole thing?
what?
So, Wapple has never been associated with Baroque Works before, but they made the change that he's been funding Baroque Works, and in return for favors and things from them, and Robin gives him the devil fruit, the Munch Munch fruit. She gives it to him before he goes back to take his kingdom back. And that change means that instead of Wapple being this one-off villain that's not part of Baroque Works during the whole saga of Baroque Works villains, it just ties him naturally into the overall story flow. And I think it was brilliant. I loved it. That's the kind of change I'm really like a fan of, because it does. It seems weird when you're reading the manga or watching the anime. It's like, all right, Baroque Works, Baroque Works, Baroque Works. Despot king from a kingdom comes back to where he came from. It doesn't fit, right? But making him like somebody that's working with Baroque Works and gets his devil fruit from Baroque Works, that actually, I think, ties it all together really nicely. I
It
think it's
also
a
makes his powers
great
really
change.
terrifying. Very terrifying. Live
Oh yeah,
action,
instead of it
man.
just his mouth opening wide, it just like metamorphs into a giant mouth with a huge ass tongue.
It's like, ugh. Especially when his minions were coming out, like,
Yeah.
ugh. Like they really applied. Like it's one of those they really like. Oh, in cartoon manga land, he ate his soldiers and they become mechanized monsters. That sounds goofy, but seeing in live action, they really make it like what it really is, make it horrifying.
Yeah.
Horrifying. They really did make the devil fruit powers actually feel like horrifying powers, which they are really. You think about it in context of the universe, like oh god, essentially that.
And I think it was cool too that like they knocked him out of the castle, and he obviously landed in the ocean because all the monsters like turned back into humans, right? Like his powers got negated by the ocean water.
I was like weird. I was like, huh?
I just assume he landed in the water, you know, like
yeah. I was always like, "Well, what happened to him after you guys?"
It was
crashed?
insanely Tokusatsu that last episode, though. You had like all these practical suits and things going on. I was like, this is like the most Toku that I've seen a Western show ever be.
Yeah, man. I was like, yeah, those monsters, man, they were insane. Like that, like Tank Man, that Tank Man, or the two guys, like the two fusion guys and everything like that. My God, but we have Spike from Masters here also.
Yeah. Also, his henchmen. We got Chess, who's the archery guy, and KM, the Afro boxing guy. I like that they were in this because one of the things that they ended up doing in season 1 that I didn't like was that like they had Kabaji, the knife thrower, on Buggy's crew, but they left out Moji, the lion tamer. And like they would do, they also, I think they cut Hatchin too from Arlong's crew. Like some of the weirder guys, they just were like, we can't really do it, and so they just kind of leave them off to the side. Whereas here, they kept both of Wapple's weird henchmen, which I was glad about, and also like the 20 MDs were just wearing all pink with surgical masks and gloves the whole time. Shout out to those actors having to wear that all day and just stand there for most of it, just to be the doctors. I just thought this was great. Now, let's get into my favorite category of things they did this season, which is called We Ain't Getting to That, Let's Do It Now. I can't believe Brooke made it into live-action One Piece. It makes perfect sense for Brooke to be here because he was friends with Laboon and he was on that pirate ship, but I'm just so amazed they actually did it.
It's great because it's one of those, like, yeah, that makes sense in context. Like, of course Brooks will be here during this time.
Like, they did a flash... Like, the thing is, they didn't have to do a flashback to Laboon's pirate crew that left him behind, but they did, and they went all in on it, and they were like, oh, I think I forgot to get a screenshot of Yorkie. Captain Yorkie also looked fantastic. That guy had the personality, had the look, he nailed that completely. I got distracted by Brooke being this phenomenal. The fact they even got his scar on his forehead, the scar that's on Brooke's skull later, like, the scar is there, and the
Also,
glasses and the costume
also,
and his voice is so
also,
perfect.
I see people like Brooks Black. I'm like, of course Brook would be black. He's the Soul King.
Soul King Brook, why would he not be black? Is my question. No, but the thing is, I think like this actor just he had the personality, he had the laugh down. Like when I heard that laugh, I was in tears. I love Brook as a character. I know the anime also plays him up even more so than Sanji, but like I really like Brook as a character, and I still think he has the most tragic backstory. And so to get just a sample of Brook, even if we never get anything else of it, like this was just absolutely beautiful. And then to add on to that, the significance of the song of Binks's Brew. I gotta talk about the significance of it. First of all, the song's lyrics were written by Oda. It was the music was composed by Kohei Tanaka, who's like the lead composer on the One Piece anime. And Oda was like, "We need a song later. Here's the lyrics. Go make the song. I'll let you know when it's time." And then it took 5 years for Oda to get to that point to need it. And they had the song written for a long time. And the song is a song for pirates that they sing before they part ways because they may never see each other again. It is a beautiful song. Now, of course, the English dub had to write English lyrics for Binks's Brew, and they did, and they used those lyrics consistently throughout the English dub. And so when it came to using it in this show, they actually the music team reached out to the writer on the dub who wrote the English lyrics and said, "We want to use your lyrics for the live action version."
Well, that's cool.
And I'm so happy about that because it just brings everything full circle. Like
that's really cool, especially especially how the anime teams, the anime dub team usually don't get that kind of credit.
yeah.
That's really cool. They bothered to reach out to the dub team to like ask, hey, can we work with this and such? That's super cool.
And I'm so glad they kept it because it has the wonderful like lyric of like if you're not careful you'll end up like a skeleton.
Yep.
And it was perfectly broke. I was so happy with this.
The one thing I'm sad we're not gonna get is his funny. You get it? Because of skeleton jokes.
Yeah. But I think that like they cast the perfect actor for it's a small part, but like everybody's gonna remember this forever that he got to play Brook in the One Piece live action. And if somehow we get to Thriller Bark, he better be just wearing skeleton makeup.
That or he's a puppet.
Or he's a puppet. Brilliant. All right. This was I think the Brook obviously was my favorite thing, but my next favorite thing was Bartolomeo. This is a very, very good change. Bartolomeo is a character that debuts in Dressrosa, and he is like the #1 Luffy fanboy. I think they first meet him he's like selling bootleg Straw Hat merch. And then the Straw Hats catch up to them and they're like, "Hey, you're selling like bootlegs of our flag?" And he's like, "No, I'm just a big fan. Oh my god, I can't believe it's you." And he's so funny. He's like one of my favorite supporting characters. And the thing is that, when we meet him, he's a pirate. And he's selling pirated merchandise, which is really funny. And he's like very much like, "Oh, Luffy, you're the best." But he tells the story that the reason why he's such a fan of Luffy and the Straw Hats is because he saw Luffy at Logtown. And he saw him stand up to Buggy, and he saw him laughing in the face of death, and became inspired to become a pirate. And that was just as the backstory said, the anime showed it, and the live action team said, "Let's just do it." And so they put him in. And it was interesting because I knew going in that Barto was in this episode because he made it in. There was one of the trailers. He was in the background. And I was like, "Oh, that's cool. They put a little background cameo of Barto in. That makes total sense, right? Like, yeah, throw a cameo in. He was there. That makes sense." But they actually just made him a supporting character in the episode. Like, Nami teaches him how to pickpocket better, and then he tries to steal from Luffy. And then ends up getting mixed up in the whole mess, and Buggy tries to recruit him to the crew, and then he sees Luffy, and then at the end of the episode, he looks at Luffy's wanted poster, looks at himself in the mirror, and he starts like imitating Luffy's pose. And I was like, this is amazing, because it solves the one problem with Logtown as an arc. And that is that every island Luffy goes to, he makes a positive impact on the people of that island. Except that doesn't happen in Logtown. There isn't a moment like that. And then I was looking it up, the showrunner even said, yeah, we needed a moment where Luffy left an impact on somebody in Logtown, thought Barto was perfect, asked Oda said, yes, absolutely do that, that makes total sense. And so they're never going to get to Dressrosa in this live action version, but they've essentially seeded an expanded backstory for Barto in this show that's a backstory that could totally fit in the events of the original, and I can just headcanon that this is how Barto first met Luffy, and then he became a fan later, and it just makes me very happy. And
Essentially, that thing where he's putting Luffy on the Roger stand.
Yes.
Essentially, when he's like,
it was perfect, and I also love that they gave him his fangs. He has much bigger fangs in the anime and manga design, but they still have fangs. They gave him prosthetic teeth to have the fangs, and I thought the actor did a great job. And I was just very. It was funny because when we were watching the episode, I paused it when I saw him. Like Nami walks past him, and I paused. I'm like, oh hey, that's Bartolomeo. He's a character from later. They just kind of put him in here because he's in Logtown. And I expected that to be the end of it, and then he kept walking and he followed Nami, and I was like, what do you mean he's an actual character in the episode? I was so excited. No idea how happy this made me. This show really just this season really made me happy from the jump. All right, and then the last two characters. So Dragon was at Logtown originally, so they of course included him here. The interesting part that they did though is that he's still mysterious, and I'm still not going to tell anybody what his thing is. But he's the leader of the Revolutionary Army. What's another character that is famous for being part of the Revolutionary Army? Frickin' Sabo had a cameo. I
haven't seen anything about Sabo, but as soon as I saw him, like, Sabo,
I freaked the hell out because, I mean, first of all, they cast somebody that just looks like Sabo just to put him in here. They're never doing any more with this. But Sabo is part of the Revolutionary Army at this time. There's a man in a top hat in the crowds in Logtown. That's been a fan theory. There's been a fan theory for years that Sabo was at Logtown because of this one top hat guy in a crowd shot. And they just made it canon. With Oda's approval.
If they don't do anything with Sabo, if they're not gonna do anything with Sabo in the future, that's fine. But it's nice to know that he's it's one of those nice future hindsight. We know this is what I call good fan service because I think essentially because when watching, I never like fan service where it's like, hey, look guys, it's the character. It came my problem with the Kevin Smith Master series.
Yeah.
Where it's like, look guys, it's that guy. Here it it's like you don't know much about the context of One Piece. It might be one of those, oh look, it's Sabo, but you actually know the context of everything around Sabo's character. It makes 100% sense why he's here.
Exactly.
Like that.
That's the same thing. It's like it makes 100% sense for him to be here. Makes 100% sense for Barto to be here. Makes 100% sense for Brook to be here. It's not just a weird fan service cameo.
It's not just point the screen.
Yeah, it's intentional character choices of. It's exactly. AR said it's like, oh look, it's a Glup Shido for bad fan service. Yeah, that none of these are like that. That's what I love about them so much. Is that Brook was at Reverse Mountain with the Rumbar Pirates, so of course he's there in the scene, right? Oda didn't think of this back when he wrote Reverse Mountain. He thought of it later. They can now put it in earlier. They can put in Barto earlier. They can throw a Sabo cameo in earlier because it makes sense for them to be there. It's not just adding things for the sake of adding things. It makes 100% sense for it to be there, and that's why it's so damn good. And that's why I left it on Sabo as the last cameo, because I didn't really know where else to go from there. I love this show. I absolutely love this adaptation. And I can say that with a full authority. I've read 1,176 chapters, and I've watched 91 episodes and several movies. I know this series well enough to say that I think that One Piece live action is absolutely brilliant. It is one of my favorite adaptations ever at this point.
I know I think a lot of people oh, it's one of the best anime adaptations, but I think some people need to remember that it's not anime. It's actually
a manga adaptation.
A comic book adaptation.
Yeah.
And what makes it? It's funny because think about Lanterns, for example. This is kind of I don't want to say it's the antithesis of Lanterns, but
it kind of is. This is something that embraces its source material and says, look how cool the source material is. Whereas Lanterns has that energy of look how lame our source material is. We've made it cool now, right?
But what's nice about live action One Piece, it isn't just let's turn this thing into live action. They actually thought of things of what would make sense for the story.
Good comparison would be the live action Last Airbender show. That's the antithesis to One Piece.
Yeah, right? All the bad changes in that show. Where here, all the changes make sense logically, story-wise, and everything like that. The fan service is
It reminds me of
not
Invincible, where Invincible feels like a second draft. Like, hey, we did this later, let's do this now, or let's update this, or that wasn't the best, let's do this better. Like, Invincible feels like that to me when I'm watching the show. I'm like, this feels like a second pass on the story. It's a lot of the changes are improvements, and I feel the same thing with One Piece as well.
it's one of those things where like I don't know what the Witch Studio adaptation, if it ever comes back, like would do any different from this besides like being closer to more one to one with the manga. Like, because like this is doing what I feel like a readaptation of One Piece
Yeah.
would do. Of course,
It's probably why that project's been on hold. They're probably looking at the live action going, how are we supposed to compete with that?
yeah, and
Yeah.
such. And, like, because I feel like what nice about One Piece is like I feel like after you finish the season, you can just jump to reading the manga or go to the anime.
Yeah.
Like, there's gonna be some differences, yeah, but like it's such a natural.
Mm.
Like, again, the fact that it feels at the end of the day, it's One Piece. It's not
Yeah.
like some bizarre version of One Piece. This is 100%. Nobody feels out character
Mm.
or tonally different and such like that. And I think
AR
that's
said,
what
I think I mentioned it earlier, but the removal of character's misogyny works for Sanji but didn't for Sokka. That's because Sokka has a character arc about getting rid of his
yeah.
misogyny. Whereas, like, Sanji just has misogyny because the author does. Oda's not perfect. I'm just being honest. Like, it's just one of those cases of like, when you take away Sokka's misogyny, you take away his character arc, right? You take
Mhm.
away Sanji's misogyny, and now you've removed all the weird jokes, right?
Yeah, and
Yeah,
yeah, it's the thing where it's like One Piece is not a perfect thing. It came out during the late '90s, early
yeah,
2000s. There's gonna be a lot of rough edges, especially and such like that. And it's not like, oh, the things are changing is to quote unquote make it woke or whatever the cryptids would say. It's changing just to make it feel better in terms of just storytelling and likability of
yeah.
characters
Like
and
if
such like
Zoro
that.
had like an arc where he fought Tashigi and he was like, I shouldn't underestimate women in fights, then yeah, you should keep that. But he never has that realization. He just stops doing it after a certain point because Oda realized, kind of a bad character trait. So the show just not having it to begin with, that's a good change. It doesn't impact anything. You're not losing anything. You're only gaining everything, right? And I think
Hmm.
that what helps is that the people that work on the show are clearly fans, like die-hard fans. And
Yeah,
yeah,
but they're smart enough not to just make this the fan service show or
exactly.
anything like that.
Exactly. Like they
It's
could have put. There's some other characters they could have thrown in the Reverie, for example, that would have been more fan service. But they just put who was supposed to be there. Yeah, President Hamburger's supposed to be there. The Dracula vampire guy's supposed to be there because that's
a
yeah
yeah,
yeah.
it makes all the sense. It's logical, and that's I think what makes a good adaptation. That like,
Mm,
it has its own identity, but it's not too far away from the original source material and
yeah.
such like that.
I'm gonna answer one
And
last
like
question before we wrap up. If you go ahead and finish your thought.
I would say, because again, I really like season one, but man, season two, that hole is tempting to jump down to.
Yeah, that from
It's
the
really
jump, from the first scene, I felt like we were just in an elevated territory. Like we were off and running, and I'm so happy with it. I can't wait for season 3. I'm so excited for season 3 now.
I'm really glad that we're probably getting it next year because
Yeah.
they're filming it back to back. So thank God, no 2 year late.
They said they want to keep it going. Like if they get renewed for season 4, they'll just go straight into production on it. And I'm very glad.
And I'm glad, and again, from what we hear, Oda does have plans for a ending because again, these
Yes.
actors age. These actors age, not
Yep.
mortal cartoon
Also, everything
characters.
past the time skip would be nearly impossible to do in live action, even with all the
Yep.
billions in the world. There's just some stuff that's just not doable. AR says, what do you think is the furthest the show is going to get into the story of One Piece? And so, like we said, Oda has an idea of where it's going to end. I have an idea where it's going to end. I think if it gets renewed past season 3, because we know how Netflix can be, right? Because season 3 is going to get us to the end of Alabasta. That's what they told us, right? I think, hypothetically, if they get past Alabasta, they're going to start ramping things up because there's not these small little arcs they need to do. They're all big
Like I
arcs.
feel like I know Skypiea is a important arc, but I don't think they'll do Skypiea, from what I understand.
I think
From
they
what
might do a truncated Skypiea.
Yeah, maybe like a
Yeah.
3-episode arc.
Maybe like a
do you
3-episode arc, and then start to get on with it because I think they could do Enos Lobby is a good cutoff point because I want everybody to cry about the ship. Enos Lobby is a good point because also that's like where Robin's big story stuff comes from, which I have a theory they might move up Robin's backstory because they already have a child actor cast to do the Wanted poster, so I think they might have already filmed some stuff.
Yeah, you better need to do that first for that active age.
Yeah, I feel like maybe they're going to string it into season 3. But anyways, I think Enos Lobby is a good stopping point, and I think that if not Enos Lobby, a big change on Marineford, so that the other Straw Hats are there, and then it kind of ends with them going off onto the next journey. Because I don't think we should end at Marineford with the Straw Hats separated. That'd be a weird ass way to end a TV show. So it's one of those two spots, but I feel like Enos Lobby is kind of where they're going because I think that the live action being like the story of the Mary in a way would be good, and I also think that then they don't have to worry about Brooke, right? And also because they put Brooke in, that also kind of leads me towards the Enos Lobby is the stopping point Oda has envisioned type idea.
Yeah, because the fact that they're showing us Brooke this early tells me they're probably not gonna do Skeleton Brooke.
Exactly, and they're not. I don't think we're gonna get Skeleton Brooke. It would be, that would Chopper eats the budget as is, but Skeleton Brooke will eat the budget even further.
I don't even know how they're gonna do. I don't even know how they can do Frankly in a moderate budget.
They can do Frankie. The good part with Frankie, right, is pre-time skip. You just need to find like a jack dude, which they're clearly good at doing, and then just give him some arm prosthetics, right?
Yeah, give him Popeye arms.
Give him Popeye arms. You're set.
Like Robin
right?
Williams. Look at old Robin Williams.
Exactly. Robin Williams' Popeye is the example. You can do Frankie in live action for pre-time skip Frankie, right? But post-time skip Frankie, no. Universal Studios has been trying for years to make a walk-around Frankie meet and greet. It never looks good. But pre-time skip Frankie, they can do it. So I think they could do through Enos Lobby, and then just have kind of an open ending of they continue their journey. Or they do some weird thing and they actually find the One Piece at Enos Lobby. I don't know. There's options. But I think, that's kind of my thought is if they get renewed, they're going to get renewed through Enos Lobby, and that's probably going to be the show. And I think it'd be perfect.
Techies, John Cena, Frankie, Dave Bautista, Jinbei.
Dave Bautista, Jinbei would be great. That would be really good. Yeah, doing Gear 5 or post-time skip Frankie or Kaido.
They cannot. God.
Big Mom.
God.
Even Eustace Kid would be tough,
I can see them doing Big Mom in live action.
They could. They did the Giants. They could.
Yeah, they could do Big Mom in live action. Just make her human. Just make her not a squishmallow and such like that.
Yeah, Peacemaker says Thriller Bark would also feel weird as an endpoint. I agree too. I think you have to either do Enos Lobby or you have to go all the way to the time skip.
Yeah, Gear 5 alone, no way you can do that in live action.
No, also but I do think what's going to happen as we get once they decide that things are ending, what's going to happen? We're going to get cameos from people. We're going to suddenly see Trafalgar Law for 2 seconds, right?
Yeah.
We're going to see Eustace Kid for a minute. We'll see Jewelry Bonnie for a moment. They're going to throw in a bunch of cameos of people. We'll see Boa Hancock. If the show ends at Enos Lobby, they'll throw Boa Hancock in somehow. They'll have a meeting of the Warlords just to show us the Warlords once. I feel like that's the kind of show they are.
The world is not ready for live action Boa Hancock.
No, the world's not ready for live action Jinbei either. It'll work out if they have a meeting of the Warlords at Enos Lobby time frame. They wouldn't even need to worry about Jinbei. He's in jail, so it would all work out. But yeah,
I love they do a he's in jail, but you don't see him, but you just hear him.
The silhouette.
And he just get his funny voice act. They get his anime dub actor.
That'd be fun. I love the Funimation voice actor for Jinbei because he sounds like he has a bunch of teeth in his mouth. He always just. I don't know what he does, but he because all respect to the Japanese seiyuu for Jinbei because I think he does a great job as well. But I love that's a little touch the Funimation dub has that he sounds like he's got huge teeth. Mm-hmm. So I love his voice.
Moving forward, you're sticking with the dub, right?
I'm sticking with the dub. Yeah, I'm not watching One Piece weekly anymore. I mentioned that I watched Egghead for a while weekly in the guide. I think it implied the pacing was the reason I stopped. No, it was Saburo Kimura's horrible Frankie voice. I can't watch it weekly anymore. I have to watch it dubbed. Every time I hear his voice as Frankie, I die a little inside. So, self-preservation. Anyways, the sun's gone down.
You bring that up. It's funny you bring that up about Frankie.
Yes.
Because he's one of the characters, even though he's voiced by Judah Ashta before Saburo took over, I did not really like when I would watch certain things where Frankie was in. I did not like him. Like, for some reason, one of my issues.
He's an acquired taste
Judo
of a
Ashita's
character.
voice actor. Yeah, Kazuki Yao. Like, his voice doesn't go, because like I know his 4 Kids and his funny voice better, and it sounds like it fits that big buff guy more.
Oh yeah,
than
Patrick. I
hearing
mean,
it.
just
Patrick
Patrick
Seitz is
yeah.
perfect as Frankie. Like, absolutely perfect.
Like that's one of those weird things where like Kazuki Yao, he's really good as Taurus Harbinger, who's also a big, strong guy, but he's also supposed to be like this young, smug prick, and he's not as big. So
Yeah.
like when he was like that one-off character in Saint Seiya Omega, well, I shouldn't say one-off character. He was a
Because
character
also
in the
Yao was
later
first.
half,
He
but-
was Yao was Mr. Tubanclay first, and then he got Frankie after that because Oda wanted to keep working with him.
I'm looking things up on the behind the voice actors.
Yeah.
What do you mean One PSA COVID special?
Yes. Yes, they did.
Yeah, they had to teach you to wash your goddamn hands, Ryan. Wash your damn hands. I can wash your hands right now.
What's the Rockmire like? Wash your hands, clean the sleep. Wash your hands.
Yes. Anyways, we should wrap up because I realize the sun has gone down and dinner is ready. So
Super late.
You're Luffy.
I am Luffy. The only thing that gets me to break away from my hyperfixation is food.
Okay, there's one clip
Yeah.
I saw of the dub where it's like I think it was Usopp or Chopper where it's like I think it's like Zoro, Luffy, and Sanji were on the ground, and it's like there's food, swords, and women. They all rise up. Did someone say food, woman, swords?
like Usopp's been in the crew long enough. He knows their trigger words. He knows how to awaken them. It's like when someone says X-Men and I suddenly appear.
Well, you didn't appear last night when we were talking about the X-Men.
I was too busy doom scrolling the Oscars. I'm sorry. I had another thing to focus on.
You're the problem.
Not if they ever have.
You missed me, Jerry, and Ben being distracted to talk about X-Men and racism of why for some reason Cap's a bad boy when mutants are around.
I hope if Robin does join the team in live action, I hope they give the energy of like her. Like sometimes Robin brain will sync up with Luffy.
Yes,
moments.
like with Luffy's like, who's Marco? Pineapple Head.
Pineapple.
Oh yeah.
I don't understand, but like Robin is like whenever I do watch One Piece, if there's no Robin or Nami being the focus of the episode, like the B plot or the full plot, I'm just like, why am I even here? Like,
look, the girls. Let's face it. The girls keep the team together. Without them, the team will sunk them going merry.
Oh, totally. Like they would be lost. Like you think that Zoro and Luffy would be anywhere? They would have been lost as hell without Nami.
I love that.
Like I hate episodes where they're not the focus. Where I'm like, oh man, I gotta see Luffy Gear 5. One of the stupidest things I love
that scene in episode 1 where it's like, all right, here's your food, here's your money, Sanji. I need money to get swords. You don't need money for swords. They're important for the team. I'm buying food.
Yeah. It's like I didn't spend the money. Here you have back. Well, where's my 300% interest?
Wait, so how do you get this? I haggled. You didn't murder someone, right? No, I just haggled.
Yep. We should wrap up right now because I need to get with that.
Cass, what do you do tomorrow?
Well, I'm actually excited about tomorrow because I played Persona 5, but I did some off-screen grinding. That's all I'll say. Sound out when you see it, you're gonna be like,
wrapping up
you're
right
gonna
now.
call that just some off-screen grinding.
They're talking, not me.
Well, that's tomorrow at 4
Mom
p.m.
said, "Hurry up."
No.
Tomorrow.
Well, you should.
Yeah.
Wheels, what's
you should check out Jerry's stream tomorrow. That's the point.
Well, Sound Out will be there. So.
Yes.
Wheels, our site.
Hero-Club.com. Follow us across social media using Hero Club for Life. Facebook, Instagram, YouTube, Blue Sky, Twitch.tv, where we stream Wednesdays and Fridays at 9 p.m.
You can follow me at Dark43 on YouTube and Blue Sky. The Archivist, like the one that's very chatting. Why don't you feel free to DM me in your Twitter, Blue Sky, or to Discord, to the Sound Discord protocol. Link in the description below.
All right, and this week's videos we'll be doing on Wednesday will be an Invincible video because Invincible's back on Wednesday. And the Memorial de Shimaji phone video is coming this week, which has actually got a lot of production work going on behind the scenes with it. So that'll be a fun time.
That's right, people. Sal got early copies of the Jada figures for Invincible.
I wish. I wish that was the case. I'm just doing it on the comics. Anyways, we'll see you guys next week for however long next week is. Who knows? We'll find out. See you guys.